Thrilling gameplay, elite athletes, and millions of excited fans. It's competitive gaming, or esports, and it's one of the world's fastest growing industries. Now, Allied Esports, along with Harman Professional, is setting a new standard for competitive gaming with the Esports Arena Las Vegas. Located in the Luxor Hotel and Casino, Esports Arena Las Vegas includes a stunning venue for live tournaments and events, a modern restaurant and bars, and a complete broadcast facility for esports competition.
It's a global phenomenon. And there's almost 400 million people today tuning into esports. So the market size is huge, and we need the live experience to be so many steps above just viewing on your phone or at home on your computer to make this something that everybody wants to experience and make these properties successful for us, and Harman's a big part of that.
To create the ultimate destination for gamers worldwide, Esports Arena Las Vegas needed an audio-visual, lighting, and control solution that would meet the needs of the multi-purpose facility. Allied partnered with Harman Professional to help provide unmatched entertainment for fans in both the arena and at home. A complete JBL sound system powered by Crown amplifiers and VSS digital signal processing fills the entire facility with rich sound you can feel. AMX control touch panels make it easy to manage sound and video feeds in nearly every room. And Martin Lighting helps complement the stunning visuals throughout the venue.
This is the first of its kind in North America, a place that competition can not only happen on a professional level, but the fan can enjoy that competition to the same extent that they would at a professional sports game.
And that's the power of working with Harman from our perspective, because that live moment, that experience of people cheering and hearing what the commentators are saying, what the players are doing, that is extremely powerful being in-house.
Esports is one of the fastest growing industries in the world. And with the Esports Arena Las Vegas, Harman Professional is setting the standard for audio-visual experiences in professional gaming arenas everywhere.
ahead. But anyways, my name is Abstract. With me here is Sleeping Dumpling, and the both of us are going to be your casters for the MLBB segment today.
Yep, I'm really so excited to see what the teams have to bring in this competition, and it looks pretty grand scaling. So, audience, if you are around this area, yeah, do get around. We do have 5 games coming up for you today.
5 games where all of them are going to be a best of 3 game. So you're gonna have to take note of all of that, if whether it's going to happening or not. But we will also give you guys a short little schedule as to what will exactly be happening for the entirety of today. But before we even move on to all of that, we would like to give a huge shout out to a couple of brands out there, like for example Miniski Global as well as World X, because it is the entirety of AEF X Kallang Wave Mall is of course organized by them in conjunction with Get Active SG, followed by supporting our supporters, our SG Fund, as well as Kallang Wave Mall.
Yep, this whole event is actually 14 games spanned across 4 different venues. If you see, if you've been around this area, right, we do have the main event happening in the atrium. We also have the Experience Center up at the 2nd floor, and then right behind it there's the new media center, and right across from us we have Sports Hub Library. So this entire event is spanned across these 4 different venues.
Yeah, so this is probably one of the biggest esports events that I kind of know in Singapore at least, right? Because to have a single title to be split amongst 4 different areas with so many different games. Let's see, for example, this is like Pokemon Unite, we've got Mobile Legends, we've got Valorant over here, and I'm breaking my back right now because I can't turn back anymore. Old. Okay, I can. Okay, I'm good now. Ow. Okay, that actually hurts.
Just to segue a little bit, there's I think good chiropractors around here also. So if you need to visit them,
okay,
yeah, it's around here.
Well, I do want to give a huge shout out over to Scorpio Electric as well, because we do want to talk a little bit more about Scorpio Electric in this other case, as they do have some new, or rather their first flagship of electronic motorcycle from their brand, Southeast Asia's most premium electronic vehicle company that, well, focuses on design, performance and technology, which is the X1. With unique and practically unseen, the X1 is actually a star in the Scorpio constellation, so I mean you can pretty much understand from all of that, but we do have quite a lot of USP when it comes down to the X1. There's many other things that we will want to take a look at it. For example, they have the best in class performance with a top speed of 105 kilopascal or something like that. Is that how we measure speed? Okay, 10. Not much of an electronic vehicle guy, but you guys get all the deal about the Scorpio Electric as well as the X1. But main thing I do want to bring you guys into context is the prize pool.
Yep, so we do have first place prize will be 1,500 SGD. Second place will be bagging away $1,000, and third place will be 500. So pretty high price pool, I would say.
Yeah, we're gonna have to say that. Today we are gonna be looking at the top of the 16th. Yep. So we do have technically 16 teams around the area-ish, but only by the end of the day we will be able to see the final brackets for the top of 8.
Yeah, correct. It will be best of 3 single elimination format. So we would see a lot of teams, right? They're preparing for best of 3 format where it's not too punishing if you drop one game. Yeah, but you are showing a lot in this stage today, and we do have day 2 of MLBB where that's where they will really battle it out for the champion prize pool.
Yep. And I believe that when it comes down to the next few days, that is going to be exactly what's going to be happening as well. We do have MLBB that we can be watching. There can be Valorant in all part of this, all of which are happening at the same time. So that is why we have multiple venues spanning all across Kallang Wave Mall, 3 of which are inside of Kallang Wave Mall itself, and the other one is outside of Kallang Wave Mall, which is the Sports Hub. So in case those of you guys who are watching at home and you're not exactly sure where to go, if you enter Kallang Wave Mall, immediately you'll see us and the stage. This is the Kallang Wave Mall atrium. This is the first venue. And right next to the venue, or rather right next to where we are, there's an escalator that goes up,
Yep,
and it
that's right
immediately brings you to Esports Experience Center, which is location number 2. Right next to Esports Experience Center, you'll be able to see another store, which is going to be the 3rd location.
Yeah, that's right. And then right across, it will be a sports hub library, where that will be the 4th location. So it's all just happening around this location. Yeah. So do drop by and just look at what we have over here. It's gonna be very exciting across the next 3 days.
Yep. So I mean, it's been quite some time since we have done this together.
Yep.
In fact,
Yep.
I think out of all the times that I've been coaching you, we have never really casted together before.
Nah, we haven't done it together before. And this it's making me feel a bit sweaty because this is evaluation time coming from me. So yeah.
So let's see whether I can up your costs and up your rates from now on based on your performance. Okay, no. But putting that aside, right? MPL is coming up.
Yeah.
Very, very soon. In fact, based on our information in the past few seasons, for example, Season 2. Season 2 happens somewhere around the September/October period as well. So it should be coming up soon, but otherwise there's not much news as to when it's going to happen or what are the teams that is going to be in it. But I do have one news that have just recently came online.
Oh no. Are we thinking the same thing? I feel
Yeah,
like
we
we're
are
thinking the same thing. We are thinking
We are
the same
thinking
thing,
of the same
definitely.
thing. It starts with E.
It starts with E and
And
ends with S.
It's very unfortunate, right? It's very unfortunate. Now is finally the time where the cat is out of the bag. I've had information about that for quite some time already, so I'm like, crap, I can't say anything.
I was talking to Scrubby Tricks the other day, and just yesterday. in
Oh,
fact.
just yesterday.
Yeah, and she was just saying how heartbroken she was because EVOS SG is like the pride of SG, right? Like they represent
Pride and
us
joy of
and
SG.
yeah, to play MLBB internationally, and with them being disbanded, it's just we lost something, I feel. But here's the good news, because we have a lot of teams that's participating in this competition, and it's time for them to step up to fill that role to represent Singapore in a lot of these major tournaments.
Now, my major question is, are there really not a team? Is there really not a team that is willing to pick up JPL and friends?
That's something left? Or it could be that they don't want to join a competitive scene anymore?
I'll leave that up to your imagination. You know, everything is very subtle. Right now, whatever I'm giving you, I may know the information, I may not know the information. Do they really have another team that's going to be taking after them or something along those lines? Well, it is also up to all of your imaginations to find out what is going to be happening this coming MPL. Even us casters may have some confusion as to what may eventually be happening. But let me give you guys a quick rundown as to what is going to be happening today. So every single one of the games that will be casted today in this very stream itself is going to be MLBB related, and we are slated to end somewhere towards the later of the night, whereby we do have 5 games of best of 3 games. 5 rounds of best of 3 games. Yes, that sounds better. 5 rounds of best of 3 games, and of course, if every single one of these games goes to overtime and to the point that we play every single 3 damn game for every 5 damn rounds, then there could be a possibility that we end at 11 PM. Otherwise, it could be very unlikely. I believe that you have seen some of these players, right? Is there any one of these players or teams that you do believe have got a really good chance, have got a really good opportunity?
I do feel like a lot of them are very familiar, especially they played in Campus Legends previously, which I think the tournament is still ongoing, right? But a lot of familiar names. I think JC's from I think Team Evil, and so it's not too unfamiliar, and I feel like they have a lot of potential to step up and to fill the roles of the big giants in Singapore's scene. So, well, we have to see for ourselves in this entire tournament and see how they perform before I give my final assessment. But what about you?
Well, understandably, everyone else is going to keep their eyes on Team Evil, right? Because they did set their name in MPL. We do have pretty much most, if not all, of the players in here. Powerful, Carrot, Coconut, JS, and Carrot Juice. They're all part of the roster. But there is a team that is actually highlighted red in our list. But it's not that important for you guys. But the main thing is, somehow it caught my attention because I do see a fellow friend in here. A few fellow friends. 2 friends in here. So apparently there is Asphalot and there's also Burn that is in this team. So I don't know how they are going to be performing, but I know that they are individually very good players. So how are they going to be like when they gel together, whenever they play together? That is something that I want to watch out for. They are from Team ZGDX.
ZGDX.
Oh,
Well,
if you are British, then you call it ZGDX.
Yes, I belong to the British English kind of role, so that is Z to me.
Is Z to me? You're wrong! Well, either way, we do have quite a lot of teams in here. You know, M42 Tyrants, Immortal SG, Greyback Esports, Team Asylum, Squad, questionable, Ravagers, the Dankers,
Yeah, it took me a while for that. So,
Ami, your win, your support? How do you come up with your name, buddy? How do you come up with that kind of name? Or maybe if you read it the other way around, R-O-P-R, Robust.
you're not trying to read it backwards now.
Yeah, I'm trying to read it backwards, but I can't decrypt what this name is supposed to be. And the captain is called Kazuya. So you gotta have to come up and let me know how to pronounce your team name.
Hey,
for
hold
Pete's
up.
sake.
Hold up. I mean, Sela is in SGP Sela?
Sela?
Yeah, Sela. FMM also was from, I think, TP.
Oh, FMM.
FMM, yeah.
Oh.
From TP. Yeah, and Jox as well.
Oh.
Jox, I think, from RP, if I'm not wrong. So,
Ah.
yeah, a lot. Well, this team that you don't really know how to pronounce, yeah, I have like all the strong players in it, seems like it. So, wow, this is one of the teams to... Oh, Gear is also in it as well. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna give them a beating later for giving me a difficult team name to pronounce. But here we have game number 1 that is gonna be on the way, and we are looking at a couple of very typical bans, but maybe not so much of a typical because
Your team is picking.
being thrown in the banning pick.
Yeah, I beg to differ on that because Johnson has been very... it's an up and rising roamer because of the pressure that he can put up in the entire team. I mean, in the early game as well as the mid game. So banning out that Johnson really secures that marksman role throughout the entire game, and it's not as easy to set it up against
Your
them.
team
So
is
Guinevere will
picking.
be the first lock-in. I feel like it's a little bit overcommitment, or first pick for Guinevere. There's a lot more picks up available in the open. I think Xavier can be a very, very good pick for Retired to put down that mid lane kind of pressure.
At first, when I was looking at the Johnson pick, it is definitely... I will personally say that it is too early for that Johnson ban, especially since we're looking at the best 3 game. If you do want to ban a
Still
Johnson, maybe
fours,
come in
run.
on
Your
the second
team
round
is picking.
if the opponent actually pull off a Johnson Axe Beatrix combo, which is something that we see a lot and something that is happening very often. But this adds a little bit of a cream on the crop. To see a Guinevere being first pick is definitely a very big commitment, and is definitely a very
Your
big
team is
execution.
picking.
Is not exactly a first pick material. There is a lot more heroes that is first pick material. Like you said, Xavier is definitely great, Ling is definitely great. Anything on that context, there's a bit too much heroes that we should be considering.
Among the
But Guinevere
planes
is definitely something that
exists
I'm
the
looking at.
equilibrium
Retired
is
so
banning,
far have
which
got a really
I was made
decent lineup
for.
with the Ling, the Thamus, as well as the Eve.
Yeah, but on the other side of things, right, MM Squad may not want to reveal too much of their draft, especially this is only the start of the whole event. So they might want to save their draft and just pick something that they
Time
are
and
not
tide
necessarily
your
better,
team
but just
is
something
banning.
comfortable
Nor girl.
that they can really excel in. So they also pick Kufra up just so that Retired don't have Kufra as an option to negate Guinevere's dive potential. So, well, Kufra as well as Kagura being knocked right
Your
in.
team
a lot
is
of
picking.
big ultimates coming from MM Squad, and Atlas will be banned out. They don't want that in the roster. On the other side, Retired banning out one of the more meta marksmen that can really scale into things, and Beatrix will be out. I think Clean is still left in the open. If they want to secure that for themselves, it will be available for them.
I think so far, what we're looking from Team Retired is a very standard kind of gameplay.
Your
What
team
they-
is
what they
picked.
want is kind of like
It is in despair that I see the fondest hopes.
Swivel! Swing!
Your team is picking.
Flash! Not bad!
Fanny.
Yeah, 100%. I also like how Retire is drafting into their mid lane as well, because that is where the soul of the team is. You have Kagura as well as Kufra, who's able to dive you and just 100 to 0 you in the early game. So you have to be smart about how you control the mid lane push, because if not, it sets the pace for ganks in the side lane. They pick Eve and Franco to negate a lot of that bush control, right? One hook or using the first skill of Eve, right, can chase people away from the bush, and that can kind of equalize the mid lane, and so that would not be able to, and so they don't have a setup that's just as smooth. Yeah.
Okay. So the main thing is that we're looking at both teams. They do have some kind of balance to themselves. Just the score.
Field. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Down. Kufra has got the lockdown. Not bad, right? Extended fights because they only have a single tank. Their fighter isn't exactly a fighter per se. In the meantime, for Retired, they do have a Franco that is the initiator in this case. They also do have a Thermus that can really hold down on his ground whenever he does have his Molten Essence or a Cauldron Inferno, for example. The main thing is that he does have the Cauldron Inferno in order to stay in a fight a lot longer.
Yeah, so we can see a lot of aggression up in the mid lane already. Franco taking a huge beating, and Kagura will get the first kill of this game.
Everything is starting off pretty well so far. Squad, their Fanny did manage to secure themselves number 1, the purple buff, and number 2, they did manage to get themselves a single kill onto the side of JTHM. Things are still a little bit early to say though, but we do have a very nice Tyrant's Revenge coming in right down onto Boo Boo. He immediately goes out with a sprint, which is a pretty decent play. However, with his HP so all the way down low, he still decides to play within the turret. It's actually a very, very decisive play, and also a very commodal play. It is a big surprise that the Kagura didn't even manage to come in, gank him, bring him down.
Yeah, so Clean still has the audacity to stay in lane and not get punished for it. But on the jungle side of things, I think there was a little bit of fight happening there, and Kagura actually drops her HP down to 0. So Retired getting a bit of revenge kill right there. So in terms of just rotation, they recognize that squad is up at top, and then fail to just assassinate Gay Boo Boo, and then punish them hard for it because they know their timings.
The main rotation from Retired is that they gotta have to get their main 2 roamers together and in sync with the Ling. Otherwise, they will be missing out in quite a bit of damage. In fact, actually, just in the early game, they don't have a lot of damage as compared to what Squad have got, because we gotta have to understand that Kufra has got a lot of damage that scales together with health. You're gonna have to understand that Kagura is a very bursty mage as compared to what Eve is able to bring onto the board. She does have a lot more viability in a full team fight itself, especially with a maximum value real-world manipulation. The RWM is something that we gonna have to look out for into the later stages, and only maybe somewhere about 5 minutes in, Retired would have an advantage ahead. but they already have about 500 goal lead as we speak.
Yeah, and something I want to highlight is that Guinevere is doing pretty well against Tamers down at bot lane, the EXP lane. We are doing quite a good job. Oh, that's one kill onto Gay Boo Boo, and the whole team fight just happening up across at top.
And doesn't seem like things are going to be right. And here we go. The RWM just going to be popping out right now as well as the Iron Hook right on top of JT Jam. But doesn't seem like he will be able to get away. At least the Fanny would be able to with just a sliver of health and also retaining the bubble buff that he has got.
Yeah, Retire really cashing in on the goal lead that they have to extend themselves even further. This is still 300 goal lead. Yeah, I mean, all the goals funneling down onto Guinevere, who's been farming up pretty decently, right? But you can't erase the fact that Eve as well as Franco, their mid-game pace controlling is just so strong. And you do have to have very, very good items in order to take Retired's mid-game away from them.
Yep. So far, it has been very neck and neck. Retired has been putting themselves quite a lot of pressure in the middle lane, and Squad is doing the exact same with Mercy, immediately going in for the Violent Requiem, as well as the RWM just going to be stopping everyone right in their fuse. Doesn't seem like the Yin Yang Overturn is going to let Sugar out of the way, as Squad have done exactly what they needed in order to bring 2-person down without a single sacrifice.
Oh my goodness, that setup was so beautiful. I think Retired was trying to aggress onto Squad, but they gathered as 4. And the rotations coming in from Phantom, I think was quite on point. A lot of damage coming down and pressure onto the mid lane. And well, that will be Turtle going over to them. If they continue this pace, then Squad has a lot. They will be able to hit that mid-game spike, and they will be able to stack up the items. If all of it goes to Nathan, right, then it's very hard for Retired to match them on the DPS department.
With a great start coming from Squad right before 5 minutes. They have got 3 kills ahead of Retired. This is a mage-heavy composition from Squad after all. We gotta have to understand that. They have a lot of early game burst damage, so looking at them being able to win in the early stages is something that we all understand. Sugar, spice, and everything nice, I would say. Maybe curry is something that you will want to add into the pot together with Professor X, but doesn't seem like it will be the way, as Sugar now finds himself blipped all the way down to his sliver. And this Fanny is finding his opportunity only for the Iron Hook to land!
Oh my goodness, that was such a clutch hook coming in from Franco, and oh my god, that was quite a disaster for that Fanny. Like he was waiting for that energy charge before I think assassinating Sugar, right? So baited himself into that, to being too aggressive. And well, I think neck to neck is the score. I wasn't expecting that they are so close in terms of the goal difference.
Definitely mistakes after mistakes, if I may say. We would naturally see a Fanny that is grounded that much, especially if they are running after a fleeing enemy. You wouldn't want to be a grounded Fanny for those situations, but in the meantime, we do have Boo Boo. They did manage to have quite a spike of his damage already, because just for that small amount of time, he's managed to drop SWTM all the way down to about 8% to a sliver. So we gotta have to start respecting the damage off of this Clint. As this is 6 minutes into the game, at this point in time, he very likely already have an endless battle, and will probably be building up on his maybe Win on Nature. If he's afraid of the Fanny, which he ought to be, a Win on Nature is gonna be really important. But if he does want to go for the alternative route of being defensive, it will be the Thunder Belt. In which case, Kari goes down to the hands of Melee with the RWM. Doesn't seem like things are gonna be working very well, because Fanny and his cables can get himself out of the proximity of the RWM pretty darn easily after all.
Yeah, and so far I haven't really seen the value of Ling yet, especially in a lot of these team fights. But he's been farming pretty well for himself, and getting 2 kills definitely would help in his toolkits, right? Something interesting, Franco has picked up 3 kills for himself. Not exactly the place where you find. Yep, and I think we're slowly entering the mid game, where you will have Fanny really punishing Clean, as we see just right now. So Clean have to be careful of his positioning, but if you just put Clean up at top to match up against Nathan, then he will be able to control that Nathan.
And speaking of the value that you wanted to see from the Ling, it is some kind of value that we saw. In the end, alas, Tempest of Blaze wasn't exactly something that managed to help them get a kill down to the Mussy, but the main thing is that they are going to be fighting Franco currently being taken down. The RWM will be pumped in order to get themselves a little bit more value from all of that trade. They do have the Counter and Inferno coming in from Lizzie in order to be the front line that they really need, but unfortunately, they have lost a little bit too much members. As such, the best play coming in from Retired is to run away as far as possible. Without the Clint, without the front line, that is something that they should be really wary of. However, the Clint is coming up strong with the amount of damage that he's dishing out immediately, melting down the Kogura.
They were not aware that Clean was rotating down at mid already, so well, that will be one kill going over to him. Oh, the Requiem diving in, and Clean is not long for this world. Guinevere will take one kill for himself. Fanny has joined the team fight, and everyone is just brawling out at mid lane.
At this point in time, it is fair to say that Guinevere is probably a better assassin than the Fan at this point in time. And of course, I gotta have to jinx it, right? I gotta have to jinx it right after saying that the Fan, you have to get a triple kill.
Wow, I mean, that's a lot of value coming from the Fanny, and she finally popping off in the 9th minute mark, and it's not looking good for Retired because Lord is coming up. At first, we were doubting the lineup of MM Squad picking Guinevere so early into the draft, but they really make his first pick prove a lot of value.
And here we go, the Lord will be stolen by the Ling! And from this point on, Iron who will now connect on the curry. The main frontliner coming from squad is already being put out of position. As such, this will allow the Clint to dive onto the backline, find Mussy together with Lacey. They're going to be continuing on, but unfortunately, that is going to be the Clint that's going to be out of the turret. And Mussy with the final record brings him down with just his sliver of health.
Wow, Mussy carrying the team in that team fight, but Retired really doing a good job to just assassinate out 4 members while taking down Lord. There's no one to defend on the squad right now, and mid lane will be given into the hands of Retired. Minions are enhanced, and they are pushing from all 3 lanes. Samus is making that happen up at top. Lord is drop dead already, but the enhanced minions is not one to be trifled with as well.
We do have the suppression coming in from Franco. He did manage to get a pretty good start, I believe, onto someone I can't really see whom. But this point in time, everything is going down to shame. As their frontliner, Sugar, Nene, as well as the Chinese name, which I can't read because even though I'm Chinese, I can't do Chinese at all. But the main thing is the 3-person has already been taken down, and even though Retired has managed to get a link for to steal the Lord, the only thing that they managed to get in value is 1 and 2. I think 2 turrets. One in the top, one in the middle. It's not too bad, not gonna lie. It is really not too bad in order to keep themselves afloat ahead of squad.
Yeah, that's right. Music diving in onto Lizzie already, but the Containment Inferno has been proc. Well, Femco is in the middle of everybody, and everyone just dives in.
It doesn't seem like the Temples of Blaze was able to do much, as now Sugar take is all the way, and he dropped all the way down. The Franco is also going to be taken down. Now the main saver is going to be on the Boo-Boo. He's right on the edge of the RWM, only for the Mussy to be right onto his neck, breathing right down. And of course, the daggers that is going to be around his neck will split his throat, leaving Nene the last person remaining. The entirety of the squad is not gonna let them get away.
And mid lane is exposed. This is where MM Squad can strike back. Extract, this is such a back and forth game, and it's only the first game of the day. I mean, the momentum has swung from MM Squad to Retired back to MM Squad, and this time around, they can set things up for them to take the lot. You already see SWTM moving up top. They want to push up the top lane, but they're unsuspecting that Ling is there to kind of assassinate them. So, well, we do have to be careful of their positioning, but it looks like MM Squad, they are already all grouped up for the Lord.
I would believe that so far, the squad has been doing very well in the skirmishes and catching the people that they really need. Even though Lisi has a corner Inferno, he's scared, buddy. He's really scared. Allowing Fanny to get himself a mega kill, and Mussy even found Nene in the brush.
wow, we really underestimating Muzi on this Guinevere, right? But on the top side of things, Sugar is trying to make a fast push in, and he's gonna succeed in his attempt. And that will be the first turret being broken, the first part of the base being broken, and that's 1/3 of the mission accomplished. But on the other side of things, Lord is already taken down. So they kind of trading one-for-one objectives in this game so far, and the next few minutes will be crucial as to who will secure the game.
It's kind of annoying, right? This squad has been winning in team fights over and over again, to the point that they do have 11 kills lead, right? 11 kill lead. You gotta put that into context. However, Retired, whenever they find themselves on an unfortunate situation, they will somehow find value somewhere. And in this case, will they be able to find value this time? Because they already have 2 persons taken down as well as the immortality pop. However, on the backline, somehow they still manage to find DDHM as well as Expander, which is the main thing of the main squad coming from the squad. They no longer have any more physical damage healers, while Bobo is still in the game. Musty is doing whatever he can onto the front line, trying to flush Sugar away. With the inhibitor turret in the middle lane down and destroyed, Squad and Retired are now completely neck and neck, toe-to-toe.
Yeah, M-Squad is already pushing in with all the enhanced minions, and all the front line of Retired is dropped dead already. Okay, Franco just comes back online, but another team fight comes back up alive.
It doesn't seem like Retired managed to do much. Even though there is a hook, there is a ultimate coming in onto the side of Franco, they still could not put it in. As Guinevere did a pretty good job when it comes down to his magical thumb, and everything from that point onwards is just hook, line, and sinker. Makes them think that, oh, Guinevere is going to go for an engage, but nope, that is ultimately not the case.
Yeah, so, in fact, we could finally take a breather on that. And I just feel like it's a little bit pity for Squad. They were just like 2 seconds late, right? But I think they should be happy taking down the top lane to equalize things up at top. And, well, they do have the advantage. Chef Curry already proccing the Tyrant's Tyrant Revenge into the entire squad, and not able to find any form of angle. But if they make more attempts to dive in, then that could be good for them.
It could be, however, Sugar Buddy, that is not exactly the place that you want to be. Almost assassinated, and never mind, take the almost away. He assassinated Ling, which shouldn't be the case, especially in this moment in time. Sugar now has 32 seconds on his death timer, while the Lord have got 20 seconds onto the death timer. Everyone knows exactly what is going to be happening from this point onwards. As Retired have got 2 inhibitor turret taken down, they only have to defend 1 inhibitor turret. However, at this point in time, with a single Lord, it is very much possible to end the game, because we have a thumb on the side of Retired, and a thumb that builds onto Corrosive's side. And trust me when I say this Thumb can solo a crystal all by himself, without a care or a damn in the world, even though he may have the Cauldron Inferno up. His HP drops down to half HP, the Tyrant's defense just gonna be jumping right down in the main side coming from Retired, but of course the RWM wasn't able to do quite much. David Butcher trying to get himself away, what a fatty was giving up chase. He couldn't find the final hit down on the Retired. They have to leave the 3 other members away and to find a fight another day. Either way, Squad has got 5 men.
Yeah, I mean, Squad, they are knocking on the doors of Retired. It looks like a GG push coming in. All the efforts are on to that core, and that will be game number 1 going over to Squad.
The GG push is imminent, and there we go with game number 1 taken away by Squad. Definitely a pretty conclusive game, 15-ish minutes plus, so we got a total of 3 Lord takes. The first Lord was a very nice deal. The second Lord helps them establish themselves a pretty solid holding with the inhibitor turret in the middle lane and the top lane destroyed. And of course, with the third Lord, they definitely know what they got to do then.
Yeah, and I feel like the efforts of Retired is just quite split all across the map, because they don't exactly know where Guinevere as well as Kufra is at any point in time, because we do see multiple attempts of them just disrupting the tempo of how Retired is farming throughout the entire game. So as long as Kufra and Guinevere and Kagura as well could just find unsuspecting members. Sugar getting caught out quite multiple times though. The 7 deaths is just not acceptable in this game. Even though they had it in the bag in the first few minutes, but just the map control just fully belonging to Squad.
I mean, technically speaking, I do have a slight understanding as to Sugar's playstyle, right? Sugar playstyle, for them, the main thing that they want to do is that they want to get tempo. They didn't quite manage to do that despite having a roam that really solidifies someone and get a guaranteed kill when it comes down to the Iron Hook as well as I forgot the ultimate name, but yeah, basically it's a press coming
Bloody
in
Hunt.
from Franco. Bloody Hunt, thank you. And Bloody Hunt. Because Hook plus Bloody Hunt equals to an automatic kill to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Close to it. And
Yeah.
with a Ling in part of that, if you're constantly sticking together with Franco, the Ling will always get a single kill when the Bloody Hunt is active, or rather is off cooldown.
Yeah.
So that is a lot of tempo that's given away to the Ling. But they couldn't do that because they are constantly losing in team fights. So the only thing that Ling seems to be able to do is to not contribute to team fights, but to contribute in pressure somewhere else in the map.
Yeah, they don't exactly want to face head-on against Squad. They want to find somewhere else to funnel all their resources onto Link. But unfortunately, well, I think Franco is just a one-man CC where you can just lock down just one person only. Whereas for the side of Squad, they are a team-based kind of roster, right? So they are going to secure a lot of major objectives across the map, and they're going to stick together as one unit.
If you take a look at the itemizations, this is something that could really tell quite a bit of story, right? We're looking at, for example, the Thamus. The Thamus does have an Athena shield, Boo Boo hasn't got Athena shield, Franco has got an Athena shield. In the meantime, for the Yeep as well as the Ling, both of them does not have the Athena shield. Now, at least for Sugar, the main thing is that he would want to come in technically at the last second, because as an assassin, you'll want to find your way onto the back lines. And in this case, the back line is going to be SWTM. You'll want to wait for your teammates to actually give you the call that, hey, Kufra doesn't have the bouncing ball anymore. It's perfect time for you to go in for the temple plates. But it doesn't seem like it's a very constructed team play coming from Retired so far.
Yeah, so far that's not the story. The threat of Guinevere is very real as well, because when she activates her RWM, right, she's stuck in location. So Guinevere could just dive right in and then activates Requiem to just soak down all the damage and to really pressure the backline. So then it leaves Retired with no choice but to call for a retreat, and then, you know, leaving whichever front line is left there in the battlefield dead.
I gotta have to say though, they prioritized on the Guinevere for a very good reason. Marcy is just really good at it.
Yeah, he's really good at Guinevere.
Yeah, he's been landing most of the magical thumb, right? And whatever it is, he can find someone, and the Violet Raccoon will kill them off. Most of the times, it comes in with a lot of value. And with the technically quote-unquote new rework on Guinevere, it's technically easier to send someone flying with the passive ability. You just need to go for what? You need to use the ball once, no, twice, and then hit them once with your enhanced skill, and they can be sent flying.
Yep.
Violet Raccoon already.
Correct. Yeah. Something that we haven't highlighted as well is the Fanny. I felt like Fanny is a wild card where she can be performing, but then when it comes to the late game, you know, overstepping your boundary by just a little bit can be pretty punishing, right? But that Fanny had made it work in this game, and we've seen the scoreline not quite matching with Guinevere yet, but she's holding one on her own. And so much pressure down on the Gay Boo Boo because that Fanny is just dancing around the battlefield.
Yeah, it is a hit or miss kind of hero when it comes down to that game. We definitely saw some glimpses of the Fanny being grounded.
Yeah.
And we have seen glimpses of the banner of Fanny getting triple kill.
Yeah.
We didn't quite see Fanny get a triple kill. We were a little bit busy with letting you guys know that, yo, the Lord is up. That's the main thing, right? Because this tells a very good story as to how the next fight should happen. And in that case, almost right immediately after, a triple kill was solidified by the Fanny, and that was one of the main highlights that we should be talking about when it comes to the Fanny.
Yeah, that's right. So, well, we have rounded up game number 1, and they will be playing for game number 2 really soon. M Squad is on match point. One more game will take them to victory. But
Do you think they will be able to though?
I think it's a lot back and forth. And given the fact that they are picking non-meta champions in this, it really tells me a story that they are not showing their full potential.
Okay, so now this is where we can, you know, kind of agree to disagree kind of thing.
Okay.
Do you really believe that? Or do you think that this is actually their one-trick pony kind of game?
Well, we will see that in game number 2 as we have retired down on blue side, and once again they are taking out the Julian. Well, Abstract, I haven't seen a Faramis pick or ban yet, especially in recent tournaments, but one that I really had a very good impression with was the one that in Indonesia, there was this competition, right, where Faramis really proved its value in the Land of Dawn. So I'm quite excited to see either one of the teams bringing this new champion into the pool.
Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about Faramis right now, right? Faramis does have... Some people play Faramis as a mage. Some people play Faramis as a roamer. Personally, I would say that Faramis mage is actually not bad because the amount of cheat death HP, you know, there's a cheat death mechanic, right?
Yeah.
So you do have a separate health bar for your cheat death. And it's the amount of health that you get scales based on your magical power. So if you're able to do a lot of damage, you'll be able to set up for your team. You'll also be able to protect your team, just like how a Diggy is able to. The only downside is that after you start reaching that health, you are stuck in place, unable to fight. People can't hit you as well. So technically speaking, you are in danger for anyone who want to pull off a skill shot attack on you.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. So it depends on whether he can move into the team, into the backlines. But yep, we do have the draft on hand, and Akai will be locked in. I'm not too sure if it's a top lane Akai who will go for a tanky build, or would it be a jungler Akai that picks up the jungler emblem for them. But well, Diggy will be locked in as well together with the Xavier. I'm not too sure how I feel about this mid lane duo of Diggy as well as Xavier, but the crowd control is pretty insane on the side of Retired.
It does seem as though Retired has got enough of the good of you. They have got enough with the Cupra as well. So basically, what Squad is trying to do right now is that why should we change our lineup if it's working? You know, why pick something that ain't broken? So they are going for the exact same damn thing as they did in game number 1. I mean, why not, right? The only thing that
what's your command?
Your team is kicking. Is Retired's lineup, which they did with a Akai that is very likely gonna be in. I don't know if whether they will still want to put Akai in jungle. It's still not bad, to be honest. You can see a Xavier in middle and a Diggy in a room position. So right now, they don't have lockdown. Your team is picking. So what are the few main things that we should be looking out for Retired's lineup?
Well, for Retired, this time around they are drafting the Diggy as well as the Archive, who's able to counter-initiate a lot of aggression coming in from M Squad. So they really don't want this Guinevere as well as Kagura to just surprise gank onto them. So a lot, but in this lineup, right, a lot of resources should be funneling into that Xavier as well as Moskov. As long as M Squad can find the back line, you don't even need to CC onto Xavier as well as Moskov. You just need to burst them down, which isn't that difficult. And if they're able to do that, right, then Retired's lineup will fall apart. But if Akai is able to lock down some of the crucial damage dealers from Squad, then they are going to win this team fight. Yeah, so I mean, it's about the rotations, right? But in terms of just rotations, I'm actually more in favor of Squad, right? Because look at the mobility that they have drafted in their pool. I feel like the early game should belong to them.
I am a bit curious what's going on with the lineups here. What's going on with the pickup? Like, number 1, why Yin? Okay. And number 2, why Hayabusa? Like, okay, so personally, Hayabusa and Yin, they're not really good at their roles in the jungler. like Hayabusa doesn't really have a very good damage, in my opinion. You need to wait until you're what, level 15, level 12 in order to do great damage. So does our friend Aulus. It's the same damn thing. You do have escape mechanism, yes, you can port shadows, not bad. You do have iframes coming in from your Ogi shadow kill, not bad. But otherwise, your main damage rotation comes in from your shuriken. If you do not have the energy, and if you are caught off guard most of the times, then Hayabusa is literally, you press so many buttons just to kill one person.
Yep. Well, but let's just see if Phantom is able to make this Hayabusa work in this game number 2. After all, he's the one that carried the team in the previous game with that Fanny. Let's just see whether his Hayabusa is just as good. Well, I think nothing spectacular across the map happening, but we do have a role swap. Sugar as well as Gabubu. Yep. Marksman as well as jungler role swap, so let's just see how that's going to work out for them. But a lot of damage coming down from Nene as he has to proc that screen to get himself into safety. It feels like Retired's lineup have to wait until the mid, wait until at least they have 3 items in their toolkits. That's where Squad can actually take advantage of that early game, and it's not going to be easy for them to find any form of opening. And if Squad is able to choke out the resources across the map, then Retired is not going to hit that late game spike, and then Squad will be able to win this.
And just like that, we may eventually be able to see Diggy being taken down, and yes, we do. And a very strong early game lineup from Squad when it comes down to magical damage as well as early game damage as well. Let's not forget about that. But looking at a Ranger in the gold lane is something that actually slipped out of my eyes. I definitely did not see that. But so far, it technically is working to a certain extent. He does have some value with a total of 2 assists, but the main kills goes over to the Kufra as well as the Kagura.
Yeah, that's right. But a lot of pressure coming down for Sugar at bot side, right? Because Squad is just grouping up mid lane as well as bot lane. They're just basically leaving top lane to Musi to just handle it on her own. Yeah, the only time that they go up top will be to secure that turtle, which they have just did. And well, diving in, and Lizzie has to be careful. Heavy spin to negate the crowd control. But both of teams will just handshake this one away, and yeah, just walk away from the team fight.
I'm actually afraid of this game, because whatever that Squad will try to do on Retired will have an answer, right?
Yeah.
For Lisi, he can just go for Hurricane Dance and run away. As for the Diggy, it does have the time journey and he can run away. For Boo Boo, if he caught in any bad spot, he can literally go for, he can bring in his domain expansion and just run away to a certain extent with a 1v1 in a proper proximity. So Retired have got a very strong escape mechanism, very strong escape potential, but will Lizzie run away from this? No, doesn't really quite pop out with the Hurricane Dance. He thought that he will be able to stay alive, but the main thing is, if Retired plays this well, they can never die. Kinda.
Yeah, kind of. On paper, that's the logic, right? But we've seen Squad putting down so much pressure all across the map, and the ultis is just a one-time thing. Yeah, as long as it's under cooldown, then Squad can punish them for that. We saw it up at top lane, where Lizzie was just 1 second away from his ulti, but it was just not available. He actually stepped forward against Musi, trying to bring him back into turret range, right? But it wasn't available. That's where he actually fell under the hands of Musi on the second death. But a lot of action happening down at bot lane. Extract bring us through.
It doesn't seem like Sugar does have any form of damage though, unfortunately, but that is actually a very interesting spear coming in from Sugar that did manage to pin this Kufra onto the wall. But right now, it is a 3 versus 2. They don't have the damage. Moskov doesn't have the damage, but at least the Xavier does have some when it comes down to the magical part.
Yeah. And, well, Moskov just building into that Wind Talker just like a few seconds ago. So that could help him his wave clear, and then moving to, farm different objectives, which could help him get earlier into that late game, where that's where he can really shine. On the mid side of things, doesn't seem like anything is happening much. Retired should concede this lot over, but Lizzy have other thoughts. The heavy spin will be used.
The heavy spin wasn't able to do much, and that is going to be the main fight that's going to be happening onto the west side. But in the meantime, right here in the middle, we do have Voodoo that is going to be taken down almost immediately before he even uses domain expansion. Now, Lizzy, he's going to be running away. All 5 members from Squad will still be alive, and they can tackle onto the middle lane turret with no problems, as they even caught Nene, as well as very potentially Lizzy. At least the middle lane first turret is, well, not taken down for a one-person trade. Not exactly valuable, if you ask me.
I mean, I beg to differ, right? Because the turret plating, and they took a lot of...
They took a lot.
They took a lot of health bar on this mid lane. Yes, the minions didn't sustain them through. They were not expecting that. But then there was nothing of value that Retired kind of did in that last few minutes, right? They were grouped out as 3 members, but they still dropped down 1 member. And the whole reason of that is because Squad, they are built to dive. Kufra, Guinevere, Kagura, they could engage, and then right away they could just disengage. And not to mention Kufra with the bouncing ball, that means the raw damage coming from the tower is not quite enough. Oh, In will take a solo kill on the JTHM, and it just looked like Retired is going to strike back.
Oh, somehow Boo Boo starting to get those damage. It gets him the triple and personally, that is a maniac. But unfortunately, his savage skill is all the way up in the northern side. This Guinevere is nowhere around the fight. What is going on? How did he just randomly get himself a maniac right now?
What? I mean, yeah, he got Kagura down, right? And then everyone just started committing from Squad, and that's where...
It's a waterfall effect from that point onwards.
Yeah. And the crowd control coming in from Retired is not one to be underestimated though. Gabubu stepping a little bit too forward, but that's okay because they took down mid lane for themselves. Well, there's a lot of damage coming down onto the marksman of Retired, and he will drop one more death to his name. Turtle will be up and available, so Phantom have eyes on that. Just looking at the entire game right now, they're moving into the mid game, and well, I feel like Retired, as long as they drop 1 member, they won't be able to secure a lot of these team fights that you used to saw just now.
And just like that, the time journey will be popped in order for the Diggy to not put himself in a bad spot. But Lizzy, that heavy spin is not going to give him any kind of value. It is 7 minutes and 30 seconds in. Curry lands a Tyrant's Revenge and Rage down onto the Diggy while he's got no time journey. It all boils down to the execution from each squad in order to land all of those. Only for Boo Boo to send JTHM onto another dimension again.
Oh, but it wasn't able to assassinate him this time around, so that means the skills were not up and available. A lot of diving coming from Squad, but they have to disengage for now.
4 versus 4. In the meantime, we do have the shield. All is just working out, as well as the Valoracum. Lizzy, last-ditch effort. It's gonna go for a heavy spin. It's not gonna be helping his fellow team. All 4 are taken down.
Wow, Squad really playing this one well. Retired, I do want to give them credits as well. They feel more safe underneath that mid lane turret that haven't dropped in like the first 8 minutes, right? But well, they were able to bait out the skills coming from Retired and then re-engage onto them. So well, it's just micro decisions like this that can really turn the game around. And Sugar gets a solo kill onto Musi, over diving in whatever position that he have, but Hayabusa will be able to get 1 kill for himself as well as the top lane turret.
It is now 9:17 and 9 minutes in. The Lord will be popped in 13 seconds, but unfortunately, Nene finds himself in a bad position, only for the Tyrant's Revenge to land right on top of him.
Oh, and this would be a free lot going over to Squad, and there looks like nothing that Retired could do about it. They are actually conceding that lot towards Squad, just taking a defensive position. But I feel that they can actually set up the side lane so that they not let all 3 lanes push in for Squad, because that's what they are gunning for, right? They can actually punish Squad for their rotation. I feel like they are moving down down bot lane already. So, well, all of them are grouping up at mid lane, just trying to clear off whatever that is coming their way. Enemy team caught out for Lord, and it's marching down at mid lane.
And now Bobo found himself in the most unfortunate situation ever, only for the Ogi Shadow Kill to eventually take him down, as well as the Diggy. So 2 men taken down before the Lord even makes his way onto the second tier defense turret is definitely a no-go. And even the magical thumb will be able to land right on top of another person, and that is going to be the Nene. While Liz is just going to be going in for the heavy spin. He wasn't able to do quite much from that point on. Not much value is done. Immortality pop. The only thing from this point on is to defend their inhibitor turret in the middle lane, which they managed to do so.
Yep, Sugar actually stand in between Squad as well as their mid lane objective, and he's able to put up that defense. But enhanced minions marching in from mid lane as well as top, they do have to be careful and respect the fact that SWTM can push up at top, but instead Squad will choose to collect whatever lead that they have, just regenerate and just regenerate their HP. Yeah, in order to fight for another day.
No more free real estate for Retired, as Squad are finding themselves kills after kills. But this time, how the turntables are. We are looking at Retired and managed to find 2 kills as well as a heavy spin that did manage to connect onto this Kagura, only for the final head down connecting onto Kagura and even onto Mercy. The back and forth that we are coming in to see from both of these teams are just unprecedented. Well, Squad, they had the advantage, but now they are losing a bit of those by having the second tier middle lane turret destroyed.
Yeah, Retired finding a good team fight when Squad choose to disengage once again. But I mean, Retired's base actually looking like it's gonna be in shambles soon. Well, Gabubu actually bringing him into his dimensions.
Person.
Yeah, wrong person right there. Not exactly the guy that you want to bring into the dimension.
It doesn't seem like he will be able to maintain the Leah form at all. The Mystic Shield did manage to connect on the 2-person. This way, oh, another one that connects on the 2-person. So, Retired, they are doing a pretty good well playing a very defensive round. So far, I would say, there are definitely times whereby they have some problems, despite a very defensive scenario. How they will want to turn it around for an offensive scenario is something that we need to find out for this very specific Lord take.
Yeah, and I feel like Gabubu's sole purpose in this is just to bring JTHM into his domain. While a lot of damage coming in, but Squad is pretty trigger happy on their ultimates, right?
Oh, Lizzie! He ran into the fight with his heavy spin. I have no idea what happened there, but one thing for sure is that the Akai is dead. Boo Boo brought JTHM into his dimension, while JTHM wasn't able to die. So Leah form is not gonna do much. The Violent Requiem is not gonna connect as well. The Lord is still open.
Oh my goodness, that dawning light from downtown, almost sniping JTHM to 0, but managed to survive with a sliver of health. And just small things like that will swing the momentum in your favor, but it looks like the momentum is going on to Squad. The M stands for momentum, and they are in full swing.
They are going to be the winners if they make full use of this Lord. Retired is a team. Their composition is built around defensive properties and staying alive. So the main thing that they would want to do is for Boo Boo to isolate that one member that creates the most amount of problems for the Moskov. Moskov is important. Xavier is important. They do have global presence when it comes down to the Spear of Quintessence as well as the Dawning Line. So how would they want to play this game? How do they want to do this? And how do they want to destroy the Lord along with 5 other members from Squad? It is all entirely up to them who is going to be the one that initiates first. It kind of seems as though it is going to be the Hayabusa indeed, and he manages to bring the Diggy down. 1 man in, and Squad, they are moving on to the next objective.
Yeah, the Time Traveler is so important for Retire to build up that kind of defense because it raises the crowd control. Now they are all on their own. Kufa charging up the Tyrant's Revenge. I think they have ideas to step forward to go in.
But it doesn't seem like they will be able to do much. But unfortunately, Musi wasn't able to connect the final record one. Lucy, he did manage to spin SWTM to a wall, but with no follow-ups at all. Sugar with a spear, he tries to go in. The Mystic Field connects, but he's trying to go for the next one. Nodding Light connects, wasn't able to find the next one. What a Wind of Nature that's gonna be popped right immediately for him. He still stays alive together with Boo Boo. But the unfortunate thing is that they are gonna be experiencing a barren wasteland.
Yeah, I think Squad is just taking this methodically. They took down all three lanes, and it will be enhanced minions from this point onwards. And instead of just closing out the game right here and now, they will choose to retreat and regroup themselves, and it doesn't look good for Retired. I think they are just one lot away from suffering a 2-0 defeat.
It may not necessarily be a Lord, to be honest. Squad can actually brute force their way through Retired only if they are very confident. But it doesn't seem like they do have the confidence with them at this point in time, despite having double of their kills, right? Squad, they are strong. They do have the team fight potential. They do have quite a lot of crowd control as well as team fight potential. But unfortunately, they are very afraid of heavy spin. They're very afraid of the time journey as well.
Yeah. Time journey, yeah.
But
And
how important is Boo Boo's ultimate?
well, I think if he's able to isolate JTHM, that Umbrella Lady won't be available. Oh, that's an unfortunate catch.
enough?
Boo Boo will be able to get away into safety, and that was quite close. And I mean, they almost lost the game right there, you know.
Almost, right?
Almost, yeah.
That is just the power of Guinevere. Mussy always happens to find all of these random jumps. And she even have the blood wings. It's gonna be tankier right now. Mussy is not gonna have that much a problem facing off anyone in the front lines. The only thing that he's gonna be slightly afraid of is going to be the Xavier's Mystic Field and Sugar. Maybe, perhaps.
Yeah, I think Squad has been good with isolating the team, isolating the members of Retired, but all of them dived in.
Tyrant's Revenge didn't manage to pop, but unfortunately that is going to be the time journey coming from the side of Diggy in order to get themselves out of the control. Boo Boo finds himself taken down by the Hayabusa. So far it's going to be a 1-4-2 trade. The Granger wasn't able to be around the fight, but they left the Lord hitting and hitting, getting themselves the 2-0 victory.
Wow, that was a very good push coming from Squad. I thought that Retired will be able to put up a defense on that, but unfortunately it was just too much when Lord is just knocking down on the door. They have to deal with not just 5 members, they also have to deal with the Lord, enhanced Lord in fact, bashing down their walls.
In fact, that is not just enhanced, that is like evolved. Wait, was it
Evolve, enhanced.
Evolve is like
Advanced.
past 18 minutes. I don't think this game isn't 18
No,
minutes, right?
No.
Okay, so this is the enhanced Lord
yeah,
instead of
enhanced.
the evolved Lord. Luminous Lord.
Yes. Thanks for correcting me.
No, it's not about correcting. It's about setting the luminosity in the Lord.
What?
I have no idea what I'm talking about, but the main
What?
thing is that we have managed to see Squad that finally won, not say finally, but they managed to take 2 games away from Retired. It really seems as though Retired would have a pretty decent chance. However, for their game number 2, it is their lineup that has some weird, different stuff going in.
Yeah, I feel like they were overcommitting in terms of their defenses, right? Yeah, the Diggy as well as the Archive, defensive characters that you bring in and to stop the assault, but they were able to bait out a lot of these major ultimates that you were mentioning, right? And as long as the ultimates are on cooldown, it's just not enough for them to be able to, you know, survive the onslaught coming from Squad. They attack and attack and attack when their cooldown is down. So there's just nowhere for Retired to breathe.
There's not much of a setup coming in from retired, unfortunately. Like having an Akai actually sets your team up very well together with your Xavier. You are able to find a lot of ways to find setups in order to kill someone off. But unfortunately, Retired has constantly been playing onto the defensive. They are always backed against the wall and unable to do a lot of the things that allow them to be aggressive. It's not only defensive, but they can be aggressive if they want, but that's not the case for them.
Yeah. And you remember at the start of the game, you were highlighting how In as well as Hayabusa is a little bit of a off pick, like not exactly the picks that we would expect. But hey, both of these players actually making that jungler work. You know, In on that In, Gabubu on the In, right? Created so much value by isolating JTHM over and over again. And just you know, basically helping out their team, right, to be able to survive for the last like 15 minutes. But Phantom, yeah, once again, he can play that Fanny, he can play that Hayabusa, and he's just one guy to watch out for.
Looking forward to see what other performances Squad will be able to show us, as this is indeed gonna be a single elimination game after all. So how are we going to be seeing the next few games? That is my biggest question, as we are gonna be moving on to the next best of 3 games soon. And I do see Asmalov heading up to the stage, so it kind of seems as though we're gonna be covering their games very, very soon.
Yeah, really, really excited. I think there's just so much that's gonna be happening today, right? This is only game number 1. It's so much back and forth already, and I feel like these teams, we haven't seen them in pro scene yet, but they are definitely having that potential. Yeah, they will be earmarked for greatness, man, I feel. Yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna be expecting to see the next few games, right?
Yeah.
We do have some teams that are definitely MPL worthy.
Yeah.
We're definitely seeing some teams that are looking at some good stuff going on. But with that all said and done, I'm gonna be expecting to see the next best of 3 games coming up next.
Yeah, but before that, we will take a short break. So do stay tuned with us. And if you're just around the area, do head down to the atrium as we're getting the next best of 3 set up. And we will join you really, really shortly. Take care.
I started this project because I saw this opportunity. This 5, 7, 10 years give me a chance to build a brand, to build an electric motorcycle. This is an opportunity where I see is once a lifetime. It's like Henry Ford making the first ICE engine. Somebody could be earlier than me, but I think the train is still very slow. We have this opportunity and we decided to jump on it. All my life, I understand branding, and we decided that we should do a premium brand rather than going to the masses. Just imagine 10 years from today, when everybody is going on the electric bikes, the incumbents are not slipping. They're going to come, and most of the incumbents, 80% controlled by the Japanese. They are the mass market. We will come down eventually to compete with them, but we'll always be more expensive because we have a brand on top of it. To me, it has to be a beautiful and performance bike. The range is 200 kilometers. The top speed is 105. I know 105 sounds slow compared to ICE, but in the electrification world, a scooter at 105, I think we're one of the
back again for the next game coming up really soon. But in the meantime, let me just go for a short little introduction. My name is Abstract. With me here is Sleeping Dumpling, and the both of us is going to be a caster for today's next 4 best of 3 games.
Yeah, and we have the next team already up on stage, as you can see from the atrium, right? Both teams are just getting themselves ready for the next best of 3 that they're going to play. And whoever wins, they're going to proceed on to the top 8, and whoever loses will go home today because it's in a single elimination format.
Yeah, so honestly, there is definitely some kind of punishment factor when it comes down to all of that. But hey, sometimes you don't have a choice. This is the top of 16 after all, so there are some events that plays a double elimination, sometimes single elimination, sometimes you don't have really a chance to go with it. But this time, we already have one team that has been knocked out. By the end of this game, we will be able to see a second team being knocked out. So it is unfortunate, yes, but hey, you don't really have a choice.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of a competition, right? And we are looking for that one single winner to walk away with all the prize pool and the glory. So just run through the prize pool again. The first place will win 1,500 SGD. The second place will back home, I think, 1,000 SGD. And the third place will walk away with $500. So a lot of prize pool in this competition.
Yep. Not just that. It's not only like prizes for the players if they win and those kind of stuff. Even for the viewers, the audiences around the Kallang Wave Mall as well, we have a chance to win some stuff as well. So listen very carefully, because we do have a campaign that is going to be called the Celebrate National Moments at Kallang Wave Mall, and it is a promotion when you spend $100 in Kallang Wave Mall or $120 in the Fair Price Extra. You just have to use the receipt and you will be able to redeem $10 of shopping voucher and 1 mystery gift. And of course, the redemption is going to be happening in level 1 on the concierge. So the promotion only lasts from 14th of August, lasts till the 14th of August. So from now till 14th of August. So summary, spend $100 or $120 in Fair Price Extra, and you will get $10 technically cash back lah. Yeah, voucher and a mystery gift. What the mystery gift is, I don't know.
I also don't know. That's the whole point of what mystery is, right?
Mystery.
But I feel like it's gaming related mystery gift.
Is it
right?
really?
Is it?
I don't know.
Let's see about that.
No, either way. Not only that, we do have some painting workshop, scratch art and painting workshop. Okay, that's pretty interesting. So you can join that with just a minimum spend of $20. So we do have quite a lot of things that's going on for all of you guys. So all you gotta do is present your receipt, a same day receipt by the way, on the 30th, 31st, as well as 30th and 31st July.
Yeah.
6th, 7th, and 9th of August at the workshop booth in order to redeem. At this weekend, which is the 30th and 31st July.
Yep.
Now is what? 29th?
29th.
So
yeah.
tomorrow,
So tomorrow, yes.
Okay, so tomorrow, as well as a Sunday, the workshop booth will be located in front of Coffee Bean.
Coffee Bean. Yep. Somewhere down.
Where's Coffee Bean? Somewhere down.
I think somewhere down.
Somewhere
yeah.
behind. Yeah.
Somewhere down here,
behind.
and then you turn right. I think that's where Coffee Bean is.
What? Navigators? Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Did they call you Nami? Sorry, very bad One Piece joke. Sorry, I also I someone who watch a lot of One Piece But we do have what? Snacks as well. We do have some snacks that can be redeemed by all of you guys as well. That will be happening tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, 6th, 7th, and 9th of August. So during the entire duration of the AEF festival, you can spend any amount. Follow Kallang Wave Mall on Facebook and Instagram, and you will be able to redeem a free kacang putih.
Just
ice cream.
Wait, ice cream is not bad.
It's not bad,
Yeah,
right?
it's not bad.
Limited quantity only. So limited quantity. If you want to find out more about this, you can head over to the Kallang Wave Mall Facebook or Instagram at Kallang Wave Mall. No space. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much things happening all across in this Asia Esports Festival, right? I think it's just the whole spirit of promoting games and just bringing, using esports, right, to bring people together and to connect because it's just something that really brings us together. We will dive right into the draft of NHT up against ZGDX.
Well, with the Fanny being immediately first panned out by NHT, I do like that.
Your team
Okay, I
is
do like that.
banned.
NHT, ZGDX.
I'm kind of mouthful, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very
It is
mouthful.
what it is, right?
Yeah.
The players are on camera. They are all prepared for all of this. Wave high to the camera as well for the players. High. You can feel free to wave high. Yeah, you see that camera right in front of you. Just wave, please. Just wave.
They're a little bit nervous right now. I can feel the tension and like the timer of the draft, right? Is like the clock is ticking. So they are really. You can tell that all of them just want to bring their A game. They don't want to drop in this single elimination, right? And well, the first game is the momentum builder, where it really counts for these players.
We do have Fanny, not Xavier, sorry, Julian, Valentina, as well as Karina. All four of these teams are banned out. Link is currently
Your
available,
team is
and
picking.
there we go.
Yes, Faramis, it's finally appearing in the stages, right? And yeah, Faramis, I think a lot of utility coming in, and they do have, and ZGDX do have to watch out for Faramis because we haven't have games where we are practiced enough to deal with whatever Faramis have to throw at us. What do you do when a call altar is being activated, right? Do you retreat or
fight
what?
or do you run?
Yeah, exactly. So, well, there's not much template for you to refer to, and ZGDX just have to adapt as they go along.
So based on the lineup so far, coming from ZGDX, whatever, ZGDX, with the Tamus as well as the Beatrix. Honestly, right now, looking at a Johnson is not too bad as well. I can somehow imagine them picking up a Johnson. You know, Johnson plus the Wesker combination is pretty darn annoying. I gotta have to agree, it's a very annoying way to play. But there is going to be a 1-1 as well as a link being picked by NHT. So late game, so far, it is going to be pretty darn scary. They do have the defensive capabilities coming from the Ferrari as well.
Yeah, and on the end of ZGDX, right, you have Camus as well as Beatrix. So pretty much you have your damage dealers already secured in for their squad. The only ones that are left in the open will be the Junker as well as Rogue. NHT, they have to be smart about who they ban this one out because if you are picking up a 1-1 as well as a Link in your roster, you better have a competition where you 1-1 and Link can really shine in the team fight because they either do very well or they do very, very badly.
I do like the ban so far though. When it comes down to the Akai, NHT understands that they need to start banning heroes that have strong crowd control. Considering the fact that they are looking at a Link as well as 1-1, both of these two heroes are very susceptible
Your team is picking.
all of these crowd control. What ZDDX did instead is not looking at crowd control. They're looking to win in tempo instead. They have the early game dominance when it comes down to the damage of Beatrix. They do have a pretty strong front liner in the form of Damus that can scale pretty darn well in every single stage of the game too. The main thing that this Bomber gotta do is to steal every single damn objective in the game.
Yeah, before Link actually hits that 2-item power spike that typically works as a Link player, I like this Franco pick coming in. It's going to be able to lock down the damage dealers of in terms of 1-1 as well as the Link. So as long as you take one down, then all the damage department will fall onto either end, either 1-1 or Link. So they have to just look out for either the 1-1 or the Link, but they are not going to give them an easy time on that.
So far, the picks are very understandable. I would say that this is a very typical kind of pick. Nothing too out of the ordinary. I do like both of these teams' picks. They do have their own control. They do have their own win condition in order to based on the kind of playstyle that they do like. Like for example, for Team ZGDX, what they're looking for is tempo. They would want to outlast the enemies in terms of tempo. They would want to win in objectives, win in farm, and that way they will be able to close the game out by the late stages of the game. Even if they go down all the way down to the end stages of the game, they do have a Thamus that can clear out the crystals super fast anyway. They do have a never-ending skilling coming in from this Sicilian too.
Yeah, and well, we will see Faramis making sort of like a debut in the main stages, and well, we have to see how this Faramis actually adds value in this composition, especially given the fact that there's 2 late game scaling in terms of 1-1 and the Link. A lot of pressure down onto this Esmeralda to hold her own lane, as well as to put pressure at mid. So will she able to do that up against Ashfalov up at top? We'll see about that.
We do have Burn. Doesn't really have a very good time in middle lane after all, but he is a roamer after all. He's still pretty darn early into the game. Beatrix will have a bit of a problem dealing with this 1-1. After all, if you're playing as a Beatrix, how do you even land a hit on the 1-1 if you do have a Renner on your hand?
Well, I think it's all about the sidestep. As long as Waman's able to hit that attack speed that will be comfortable enough for her to kite around in the team fight, then it should be good. But a lot of damage coming down, coming in. And the other one will take a kill for himself. Narcotics burn through the Inspire and still drops dead under the hands of the other one. So a good lead down at bot side.
A very offensive flicker coming in from the side of Beatrix. In fact, that is going to be a double kill on the hands of Beatrix. But in the end, the other one bites the dust.
Yes, bites the dust on that one. And not much pressure on her because the goal is being resetted. There's not much shutdown goal if you die often enough. That could be the other way to play the game, right? But good farms for the start, and ZGDX getting a little bit of goal lead in the first few minutes.
It's kind of interesting how NHT, they're trying to go on an offensive, but the Renner shot coming from Beatrix. A single shot is all it required to throw this Ling to a scary stage. He's really scared. The Iron Hook, unfortunately, did not quite land onto the Ling, but the tempo is there already. ZGDX now have got free real estate in the lower quadrants of NHT's jungle. As such, they are going to be continuing on, even with the back speed. They've managed to get an easy kill down onto the 1-1. And ZGDX, they are not giving NHT a single point to breathe.
Yeah, anywhere where you see Ling or 1-1, that's where you see like 3 or 4 members of ZGDX just bashing down onto them, right? So NHT not having the best time in the early game as they back a 1k goal lead against their counterparts. And like, if that's the tempo of the game, then ZGDX is just going to make that goal difference even larger and larger throughout the game.
They will. Here's the problem. NHT, they don't have someone that can stay in the front line for very, very long, and that is my problem. The only thing, or at least in the early game, right? Because in the later stages of the game, we can expect to see, yes, Esmeralda can be very tanky. Yes, she can be very sustainable. But in the early game, the main roaming trio that we are looking out for is going to be Faramis as the roamer, the jungler, which is going to be Ling, as well as June, that is playing as the Kogura. None of them are tanky. Unless you somehow want to build as you wish as a tankier side of the Faramis, definitely you can do that. But only in the mid stages of the game he can start to be a little bit tankier. So they don't have someone that can really open up the brush. They can't really do much, as you can pretty much see. The best thing that they can do is go in and cheat some death, which somehow managed to work pretty decently.
Yeah, Narcotics dropped on that team fight, but just sorry I win. Right, he was going to die right there, but the Cult Altar actually saves his life, and wow, it's just not easy to deal with, right? Because they were expecting him to drop dead on his tracks, but he's just not going down. On the bottom side of things, oh my goodness! That Arena shot from downtown eliminates as you wish.
A little bit too greedy, I would say, coming from the side of Paramus. Definitely do not want to play against the other one like that. But somehow, someone will always find a way to land all of these crucial shots. Burn is doing a very good job trying to siphon everyone away from this first tier defense turret as well. ZGDX is doing whatever that they can to maintain the dominance throughout the map. With the bottom lane first turret destroyed, they're moving on to the next one at the top lane with Asperlov not exactly in a very good spot.
Yeah, but the ZGDX, everyone is joining this team fight and they are body piling one on top of the other. But not much objective to be collected as of here, and NHT will be happy to just handshake this one away because they are, after all, playing the late game.
Easy game, easy kill, right down onto the Emperor. Now the frontliner is gone. The Cult Altar will be popped, and they are hoping that they will be able to win this fight against ZGDX. But Narcotics, he's gotten a little bit too far as such. Oh boy, Burn immobilized him right down onto the ground. Even the second skill coming in from 1-1 will not be able to get away from a suppressed attack.
Oh, and hold your breath right here. The solo kill almost happening. The other one stepping forward. The mid lane is down, and DZ has to back away from that. Whoa, that was so close. But both teams are just walking away, and ZGDX having a very, very good goal lead so far, 4K up. And well, we are transiting the mid game already.
All the first tier defense turrets are now destroyed. As such, Burn with a bloody hand onto As You Wish, but unfortunately wasn't able to do quite much. We do the Tempest of Blazes coming pop right on top of Halu, but somehow he is still alive unless Narcotic does something about this with a hop, skip, and a jump right down onto the Sicilian, soars him up into the sky with a double kill to his name.
The other one stepped forward, but the Cloud Altar was still up and available. Narcotic still having full HP, and Asperlov will be there to duel with him, but Asperlov will back away for now. Narcotics is someone that you have to respect, even though he was not doing that great in the early game, but he managed to come back from a huge deficit.
Burn have to be really careful as to what he wants to do with his bloody hunt. You're gonna have to reserve it for the 1-1 because at this point in time, the 1-1 is quite a menace. If I may, a bloody menace right now. ASDFGHJKL is finding himself in a very bad spot. While in the middle lane, they're still trying to hold down to their grounds.
Yeah, I think as the dust settles for both teams, they're just waiting for the Lord actually to come out in the next few in the next 1.5 minutes. But let's just tally in terms of their items, because the goal actually looks like it's funneling towards the marksman for ZGDX, but for NHT, it looks like the goal is pretty spread out. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, Beatrix already onto 3 items already. I think it's moving towards that Blade of Ecstasy. As long as she hit that, yep. Just when I caught it out, she built it onto his toolkit already. So 1-1 have to keep up with that. 1-1 has to keep up with that. He has to get that third item, but it's looking like he's building 2 half items, right? The steel leg plates. I think next it will be going for the
Wind of Nature, very likely.
Yeah, that's right.
The next most possible item would be Wind of Nature. You wouldn't want to play around with the damage coming in from both Asperlov as well as the other one. So the best thing is to put yourself in a not a very bad spot. Because the worst scenario is to get hit by the Bloody Hunt. In the meantime, the Cult Altar is just going to be popped almost immediately. But unfortunately, NHT did not make full use of their Cult Altar. None of them managed to cheat death once. So every one of them has decided to run away while Incept comes in from behind. It doesn't seem like he will be able to stay alive though. Hello, lost his life just like that.
Yeah, a little bit misplay right there from TZ, because everyone from NHT is already calling for a retreat, right? This should be an easy lot for ZGDX, as you see multiple members moving towards that objective already. Sorry, I win. He knows that ZGDX is probably doing the lot, wants to play on the offside of the map. But just looking at the rotations, NHT, they have to play defensive for now, which means that GTX have all the room to collect resources across the map. They will be looking to at least take down one inner turret, in order to get the enhanced minions and to push them forward in this game.
I mean, technically speaking, it is not gonna be that. It's not gonna be a difficult thing to do. They do have the other one that's playing as a Beatrix, sniping from far, or if he wants to go for a Renner, it is pretty darn easy for him to do that as well. He can deal a lot of damage with the Renner, Wesker, Nibiru, whatever that he wants. As for Loth, that's playing as a... Suddenly forgot his name. Thamus.
Thamus, yeah.
Playing as a Thamus, it does have the corrosive side. So he will be able to whittle down the health of these turrets very easily as well. So looking at how things are going to be like, they will bring down the inhibitor turret in the top lane with no problems whatsoever if they bring the Faramis down, and yes, they managed to. However, they decided to move away and get away from the top lane instead.
Yeah, sorry, Irene is playing on the off lane, but it's up against Hollow. Everyone from ZGTX howling up, down at mid lane, and sorry, Irene will get away with Tempest Blade.
We do have the Cauldron Inferno that's gonna be popped. Every single one of these lanes are gonna be pushed outwards. The Renner's apathy didn't quite do much. Every single lane has been cleared. So, ZGTX, they actually have lost all of their Mega Creeps. They lost the Lord, and they didn't even bring down a single inhibitor turret.
Yeah, I would say this is a small win for NHT, even though ZGTX, they back themselves a 3k goal lead. They have to make most value out of this goal lead that they have.
A really good Esmeralda jump right down onto the side of ZGDX, but unfortunately ZGDX, they are coming in with a stronger bloody hunt. They're just going to be intersecting down onto the Esmeralda, breaks him right down almost immediately, while Esmeralda was hoping that he will be able to catch up onto Narcotics. In the meantime, Sanguine Claws not gonna land with the inhibitor turret in the middle lane, dropping all the way down to half HP. That's the Iron Hook that lands onto Narcotics! Right at the perfect time with 3 men taken down on NHD. ZGDX can definitely find more turret takedowns from this point onwards.
That deadly hook was so on point, and he found the exact target that he was looking for. Narcotics cannot make such mistakes in defense because top lane is already marching in. Asphaloff already stepping forward and is taking all the damage from the tower, and there's nothing that NHT could do because 1-1 is still down.
The 1-1 is now going to be coming up right as we speak, but unfortunately the Bloody Hunt will be used on SUV, so no more co-auto is going to be observed. The other one taken down. Hamajayun also going to be down. 3-person on NHD, deleted. Now it's going to be left in inside as well as Narcotics. It's going to be 2 versus 2. But all of them are still pretty high on health, but that is going to be the bad impact that lands as well as the Dark Gain onto Narcotics, leaving NHD's Esmeralda, the last person to defend, but we are talking about a Faramis after all. With a number of stacks, he will come back into the game before you even finish blinking.
Whoa, ZGDX with that kill, and NHT putting a heck of a defense, and that crossbow of tank really doing a lot of work, and that's the power and the potential coming in from Narcotics, and it's gonna get scarier from this point forward. ZGDX have to end the game as soon as they can. Lot is up and available. They want to take down NHT. They want to isolate at least one target and then group up his members, take down the Lot, and then make that final push before 1-1 and Link actually pop off even further.
It is now 14 minutes into the game. NHT, they found one of the most crucial kills on top of ZGDX. Make that a second crucial kill right now. They are gonna be moving in for the Lord and do whatever that they can. Burn, he has eyes on the Lord. He's looking for the Iron Hook. He's hoping to go for the steal. And he found the Lord steal. And now the clock is soaring to the skies. The crossbow attack was hoping that they will be able to fight out the rest of the game, but unfortunately the only last member left is going to be the Sicilian defense. defending here in the middle lane. Sanguine Claws not gonna land, but Bad Impact, it will do. The rest of the members coming in from NHT have decided to run back home, since they have already lost the Lord, and every single one of these waves are pushed right in.
Push and push and push. GTX can look to end this game right here, right now. The other one is joining team fight, but they are lacking in terms of the members. Jaehyun is going to be reviving in the next 8 seconds. NHT, will they be able to make their final stand? Lord is down, but Enhanced Minions is marching from top as well as bottom side. ZGDX, wow, I mean, this is really so close for both teams.
This is a crazy game. I gotta say, this is really a crazy game. NHT being able to find a kill onto Beatrix. They have also managed to find a kill onto the Bombard. And somehow, ZGDX, they managed to steal the Lord, kind of tally things out a little bit. And ZGDX, they're back to the game. Despite having such a crucial mistake in the most crucial of times. In most situations, losing a Beatrix as well as a Bowman equals to an immediate loss of a game. But ZGDX held on.
Yeah, they did held on. And a lot of, I would say JGDX, right, they make that defensive play by sending Astrolof towards their Lord. Wow, I mean, that would not be a usual play. So both teams, they really have to trust one another in this next team fight, as they have done in the last few minutes, right? Because 16 minutes in, most of them already having I would say most of their items up in their toolkits already. And well, this is basically a skill matchup. Whoever is able to isolate and get one kill will be able to, you know, secure more objective after that. I'm surprised that Immortality is still not built up on most of these members, because it all boils down to this final fight.
The next fight is going to be really important. All of the members from ZGDX is disappeared from NHT's eyes, and some of the members from NHT have disappeared in ZGDX's eyes, but what the Renner's apathy could find is going to be Sorry I Wins. HP dropped all the way down low with the cut altar being popped. Incept right in the middle of the fight, got silenced because of the cut altar. Quite a lot of members coming from the side of NHT is already found himself in a very low amount of health, and so does the members coming from ZGDX, while Burn tries to get himself away. Narcotic, HP, all the way down to half HP. He's trying to go for a hot skin and jump, but unfortunately the bloody heart connects, and all 5 of the members from NHT has been destroyed. As such, ZGDX have got their free pathway down to the core and get themselves game number 1.
Such a well-deserved win coming in from this team. Oh my god, both teams were so neck and neck, but that one team fight was a slam dunk for them.
It was scary. I think that ZGDX have also, will also agree that they overstayed their welcome. They should never have allowed the game to extend for so long. They have got early game control. They have got the tempo from the early game that is brought over to the mid stages of the game. However, there are some mistakes every now and then, especially when it comes down to the second Lord. If I remember, they could have done something with the second Lord. Instead of trying to defend the next Lord, they should have just ram it right in at the top lane, bring down the inhibitor turret, because they do have a Thamus, right? They just need someone to go in and try to kind of distract a little bit. Thamus can go ham and really just hammer away. Onto the inhibitor turret, no problems. Corrin Inferno plus corrosive size, literally like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, and something that we never really mentioned, right, is that ZGDX, they built against that crossbow of tank. There were Wind of Nature that was being proc. So all the damage that the other side was hoping to dish out was on 1-1, right? Link was pretty much shut down in most of these team fights because Franco was just looking for him.
Yes.
And all the damage onto 1-1, that's not good news for you, because as long as the crossbow of tank is down, then all you're left with is just basic attacks and you just have to kite back and forth. It's a lot of pressure down, that's what I'm trying to say.
It is.
Yeah.
I think in the end of the day, for the 1-1 pick was a very good pick, right? Because they just needed that one burst of opportunity coming for the 1-1 in order to move from one kill to another, and then they kind of snowball out of control. That is something that we see very often. In this case, it builds a lot of pressure onto Bird, the one that's playing on the Franco. who does he prioritize his bloody hunt on? Because 1-1 can't use his second skill to run away from bloody hunt because it is a suppressed skill after all.
Yeah.
So all in all, Burn is either looking at Ling or looking at the 1-1. Ling is scary, but 1-1 is scarier. But Ling is easier to hit.
Yeah.
1-1 is not.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of caveats based on what you want to do. Do you just want to lock a damage dealer down right here, right now, which is the Ling? Or do you want to lock down a damage dealer later when things are starting to get a bit dicey?
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. I think that was the thing that we spoke about earlier in the game, where we have Franco, who is just someone that can take away one of the damage dealers coming in from NHT, right? So take down the Ling, right? You just need to deal with the 1-1 next.
Exactly.
And then wait for your cooldowns and etc. Narcotics will not be able to survive a 1v3 unless some form of miracle happens, right? Because NHT will be able to chase, ZGHD will be able to chase that target down. I think something to highlight as well is that Faramis, I feel, is the double-edged sword, right? You proc that crowd altar to move in, so and your entire team, right, knows that it's a go, go, go. But ZGDX can choose to retreat at this point. You are not able to catch him down. So Court Altar is either being used, not yielding any form of results, or you're baiting your team in, which we've saw quite a few times where they thought, yeah, this is the go button and let's just go in, and then they were a little bit Kallang kabut already.
Okay, so at least in my opinion, the Court Altar gives you health, right?
Yeah.
It gives you a sense, a false sense of security
Yeah.
with the new health that you have got.
Yes.
And once you have the momentum to just move over to your enemies,
Yeah.
great, I'm on top of my enemies. Crap, they have depleted all the health coming in from the Court Altar. So now I'm stuck there, silenced. No one can attack me. I can't attack anyone for a good, what, 2 seconds, I think? And during that 2 seconds, what could have happened? Number one, your cooldown goes, your skills goes off cooldown, so it actually worked for you.
Yeah.
Or number two, your enemies goes further away within the 2 seconds. So it really depends on situation. It really comes down to the communication between the teams. What kind of value is this Court Altar doing? Is it buying time so that our skills go up? Or number two, to force the enemies away to places that we don't want them to be? Like for example in the jungle. I don't want them to be in my jungle anymore, right? Let me just pop the Court Altar, we rush at them.
Yeah.
How would they respond?
Yeah.
And then they will be able to adapt from that point onwards.
Wow. Totally makes sense to me. And if they are able to use that for like Lord or pushing in the base, right, then it adds a lot of value to the Court Altar, right? But if they use it at the wrong time, then there's not going to be much value, which ZDDS did very, very well because they make multiple attempts at aggressing onto NHT, right? So NHT, they have to pull the trigger, right? They're forced to pull the trigger or die. And because of that, they pull the trigger and the ultis are not available when the crucial team fights are about to break out.
Your team is banning.
And now with that all said and done, we're gonna be looking at game number 2 of this round 2 of today, right? ZGDX versus NHT. ZGDX have already gotten themselves with 1 game in the bag. How will NHT respond to this?
Yeah, I feel like ZGDX, they just want to go back with their comfort. Something easy to execute, like the Camus as well as the Beatrix, you're just able to execute together well as a team. NHT have to adapt and do the same as well, you know, because it's not just about who are the meta picks anymore, it's about how you synchronize as a team to play together as one.
So far with a Karina as well as a Fanny ban, a Julian has been banned into the game as well. NHT now have decided to ban onto the Faramis instead. So right now we're looking at a couple of first tier heroes that we should be picking out. Oh, Valentina being picked out here. Nowadays, not a lot of people actually actually prioritize on the Valentina. This Valentina, though, could be a roam Valentina based on NHT's picks.
Time and tide wait
So
for no
far,
man.
it could still be a roam Valentina. Looking at the next pick will give us a very good idea if whether it will still be a roam Valentina. And because this event is going on offline, I cannot say it immediately.
Your team is picking.
So looks like the Valentina may still be a roam Valentina because Xavier is still up.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of pyro picks left up in the open. I like what NHT is doing by taking away the marksman and the jungle role so early in the game, right? Because ZGDX, they have used the Beatrix as well as Timers in the previous game, so they don't want them to have this one. And, well, Belmont will be locked in something that's very comfortable and in the early mid game can secure a lot of objectives. I do have to say that I like this Valentina pick though, because it threatens the picks from NHT not to go for like huge ulti picks. For example, if you go for the Atlas, then Valentina could just easily dive in, use the Fatal Links to set up for the rest of the team, right? So NHT have to be careful. Hey, I cannot pick someone with a game-changing ultimate because Valentina can just as well do the same.
You should be avoiding heroes that have morphing as well, right?
Yeah.
Morphing involved. You definitely do not want to see a Valentina who have the full skill sets of a Yuzhong in the fight. In addition to what he already used in the previous fight, definitely is not something that you would want to see. Real world manipulation. Okay, so with the Yi being picked out here, they will risk the chance of Valentina picking up the RWM. Typically speaking, RWM is not that game-changing. It is annoying for the EXP laner. That's probably pretty much all there is to it.
Yeah, I think one thing to highlight as well is the value of Eve up against Popo and Koba. Because as long as you're in the RWM, yeah, that's right. Popo, there's nowhere that you can run. Like, do you engage in or do you pull out? And that's where NHT can really take over the space of these team fights. That's what exactly they need the Jaeon on this Eve to do. Ling will be locked in for NHT. They do prioritize this split pusher that will be able to dish out the kind of damage and as well as threaten the split pushing from ZGDX. So they do have to keep dealing with the damage that Ing could put up. So instead they went for the Basha.
Your team is picking.
Okay! Okay! Okay!
Yeah, you're talking about the Atlas though?
Yeah! Okay, so what is the main game plan here? So, understandably, just by looking at an Atlas pick, we know that they are going to bait the opponents to pick out a Ziggy. Because NHT have yet to pick anyone that fulfills the roam role. So when they pick out the Atlas immediately, no, I can't. I don't understand.
I'm not too sure what the value of the Atlas is as well, but well, these are players that want to lock in whatever that's comfortable, and ZGDX, they did take out the previous game as well, so whatever that they pick, they are going to make it work for them. Well, the Digi is a direct counter, right, to what Atlas can throw out at them, but I'm not particularly in favor of a Digi Eve duo at the mid lane, simply because their rotations, their movement speed is not quite there. So ZGDX could play around there and to just punish them for picking Eve as well as Digi combo, and then just keep going to the side lanes and set things up.
Technically speaking, ZGDX, I would say that they baited the opponents to pick out a Digi because NHT doesn't have a composition that can hold the front lines very well in a team fight. The only thing that they have to rely on is going to be a Thamus. This Thamus can't play attack-based Thamus and then build some defense. He have to go all-out defense. Anything else, it is going to be a Cursed Helm as well, and then a Garden Helm. Not exactly the kind of Thamus that you can build up onto the corrosive side. If you go for that, your team is going to be at risk in the early game with no proper front lines. Because ZGDX, they are a team that has got pretty strong frontliners and non-committal lockdowns coming in from Popol and Cooper. Burn can just go in and out pretty freely. He can freeze the enemies, he can slow the enemies. There's so much things that they can do.
Yeah, but I think one thing that we haven't really highlighted is the value of having the bombs placed around in the bushes, right? Because that kind of give you vision across the map and let you know where the rotations are at. NEC don't necessarily want to pull the trigger and take the fight onto ZGDX before their item builds are up. But instead, what they want to do is to have vision onto the rotations coming in from ZGDX and then work around it, right? Do they call for a retreat or do they call more members to join in the team fight?
Well, as you wish. He found himself in not a very good spot. Does pop his own Aegis. In the end of the day, it's going to be the Tempest of Blaze that will connect onto Burn, sends him up to the sky, allowing NAT to eventually get themselves a double kill. Sorry I win, left with a sliver. Gonna have to get himself running away, while As for Lost is also at a sliver. So ZDGX, they have got a pretty bad start, I'm gonna have to say. The Lord is not, sorry, not Lord, the Turtle has yet to be taken by anyone though, so that's the consolation.
Yeah, I think we haven't talked about the Tamus as well because he's up at top lane. That means he's able to just win out his lane and then rotate down onto the Turtle, and that will be one kill going over to Burns. Not exactly the target that you're looking for. It will be better if it goes into the hands of the other one, but well, there's gonna be a little bit of dive coming from Sorry I Win. But back to the point of having Tamus at top lane, yeah, you do threaten that Turtle, and ZGDX will not have such an easy time. That will be a solo kill onto Halu, and he took on a 1v2 in the face of ZGDX. This is not looking good for them.
We're talking about Samus after all. NHT's front, early game somehow seems to be working pretty darn well. So giving them the digging may actually work great for them. I mean, in actual fact, how will a time journey help your team? What is the biggest reason that you would want to use a time journey other than giving your fellow teammates kills?
Yeah, and not to forget though, you have Valentina on the other side. So if you have time journey on your toolkit, I have in mine as well. Then you have to deal with whatever that you throw. Oh, Asphalov getting brought down very low, and 2-tap. Lin's TZ will take that kill. Oh, that Masha not adding not much value in that Masha for now.
Ah, perfect timing coming in from Halu. Went right in for the lethal counter. Brings Narcotics down right in the nick of time. And they have also managed to destroy the first tier defense turret in the bottom lane, while Thamus, he was really trying to do whatever he can to bring down the first tier defense turret in the top lane, but that didn't quite work out very well as a solo Thamus.
Yeah, and ZGDX, they have multiple fronts to kind of take care of. Your Revolution will be propped down, and everyone from ZGDX have to retreat.
In the end of the day, it is going to be the time journey that will be popped coming in from the side of ASDF. They have managed to come right back in. Brings down that Ling, and also even put Asuwish down to a sliver, allowing the lethal counter to bring him down to the ground. The final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, ZGDX, they pull away to bait NHT to aggress on them and then turn it around on them, even though they were on a numbers advantage. So that was good bait coming in from ZGDX. I think that will propel them to even out the goal deficit that they have been suffering over the last 5 minutes. Beautiful stuff coming from both teams, and well, I think the Turtle should be up in the next few seconds. Yep, in the next 4 seconds. That should be the priority that both teams are looking at.
A lane swap coming in from ZGDX. Looking at the items as well, the Thamus have decided to play for the corrosive side. And that is a problem, to be fairly honest. He can't stay alive and fight for long enough. But now, oh, perfect timing from ASDM popping the time journey, allowing this Bowman to stay alive just from the amount of shields that's yielded over to him.
Yeah, ZGDX won the duel at bot lane, but all the attention is down at turtle lane so far. Fatal Links will not find anyone at all. ZGDX will be just happy to walk away from this team fight, but it is NHT that got the turtle in the bag.
No connections, but it's okay. CGDX is on NAD, they're literally going in neck and neck. Narcotic misses Ren a shot. Unfortunately, that could have been the death of Asphalon in the event that the Ren shot actually lands. In the meantime, in a top lane, we do have the rest of the members. 3 members, they're just going to be ganking right up onto the tower. Brings it down pretty darn easily. And just like that, we are going to be continuing the farming spree for Bobol and Cooper.
Yeah, both teams are thinking exactly the same thing, to shut down the off-laners. So all the efforts are off at the different side of the map.
Oh man! That is going to be the Fatal Link that will be nullified by the time journey. Definitely something that we expect. While all of the members from ZZDX have decided to fall back, Asphalon is the only one that bore her fangs right in the name of the enemies, and literally just charge into 4 other members. So it is unfortunate, I gotta have to say, a little bit of a communication breakdown between ZGDX, but it is still pretty early into the game, 7 minutes and 30 seconds. There are still a lot more that we can expect coming in.
Oh, it looks like a lot of damage coming down onto the members of ZGDX. They have to retreat for now, but not before Narcotics have anything to say about that. That will be 1 kill going over to her, but Ling is not going to stop his assault.
Oh! Perfect termination coming from NHT. Continued on with the Tempers of Blades as well as Narcotic putting out the neighborhood's passion. Did what they could to bring down the 2 that have overextended. ZGDX now have a problem defending in the middle lane first year turret, and as NHT, they continue to bring down dominance as Burn continues on with the nothing that the Fatal Lane could do. He can't find the perfect opportunity going in since the timing of the time journey and the Fatal Links are always together.
I held my breath for a while because Burn did use the flicker to get onto the members of NHT, and just 1 tap of the time traveler to just negate the assault.
It's
so
a double value.
Yeah, it's a double value
time
Time journey, yep, correct. So
it hurts me a lot. So Burn, it really need to understand when he should go for a flicker and then a Fatal Link. He has to get a good timing. If whether the opponent has the time journey or not, are you baiting him or are you not baiting him? Or is it a mistake? Those kind of stuff needs to be put into account for.
Yeah, but I do want to highlight the fact that ZGDX, they are playing into their early game, so that the internal campaign is, and the vengeance is being dropped.
I mean, we did manage to see a single man Fatal Link that's connected, and that did manage to force as you wish to pop off with the time journey. But unfortunately, it will become a little bit too late for the Diggy to eventually save that Thermos. So in the end of the day, it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. A position 5 for a position 4, which in my opinion is pretty much valuable for ZGDX since they did manage to take the Lord down. A fake Lord per se, non-luminous Lord, no charge, but it will give all of the creeps a massive evolution.
Yeah, I feel like the value of the evolution of the creeps adds more value to the Lord himself, right? Because the enhanced minions, you are not going to see on the mini-map as something that's kind of threatening, but the damage and the potential of them just pushing the lanes is increased. So, well, they are pushing up at top lane, the Lord, and ZGDX is just proxying mid as well as bot lane. They want all 3 lanes to push in there to final goal.
Oh, the Tempest of Players will nullify that Fatal Link, and unfortunately Burn will not be able to do anything from this point as well. The Banat's Rage rains from above onto the side of ZGDX, unable to catch them now, while as for Love cuts in between. He intercepts, he wants to go for the kill on Narcotic, he continues to chase, but she wasn't able to follow through at the point. Crystal slows her down. around. She goes for 1v1 against Sorry I Win, but in the end, Sorry I Win, he win indeed, leaving a 2-for-1 trade in favor for NHT. But somehow the lanes in the top lane still pushed on and allowed for all of the exterior turrets to be destroyed.
Yup, just in time for NHT to go back into base and to defend whatever assault that ZGDX throw at them. Yes, ZGDX is still in a goal lead, but this doesn't feel like a convincing goal lead to me because, well, NHT is built towards the late game. ZGDX looks like the time clock is ticking. They have to, once again, end it as soon as possible, and it's just going to get worse from this point onwards.
It does seem difficult indeed. When it comes down to team fight, NHT has got a strong grasp and control using the RWM. They have damage coming in from Ling. That is a very agile, a very slippery hero, to say the very least. While Narcotic, all you gotta do is stay at the back and rain hell from above. ZGDX, they don't have someone that can really do a very good job jumping over to the back lines unless Burns does something completely unorthodox. He wasn't able to bait out the time journey. As such, as you wish, he was very careful in his time journey. He did not want to randomly pop that off. ZGDX now have lost 3 members from their side. The time journey will be used in order to get Narcotics away, but that is going to be a good amount of shields coming in from the side of Bubble and Cooper. He stays alive from all of that, while as for Love receives all the damage coming in from Incep. Even when the counter Inferno is popped, 3 versus 1, what can she possibly do against all of these players? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and all odds against ZGDX as they drop 3 members in, which means NHT will have this Lord in their back as they secure it in that minute. And so NHT, they managed to come back from a goal deficit, which was not a lot in the first place. It's not a huge deficit, right? And just the coordination coming in is just so different from game number 1.
That is a good win. ZGDX. Oh, the amount of damage is a little bit painful, but unfortunately the Void Crystal will slow down the other one for quite a little bit. The time journey coming from As You Wish is not going to do much, as now the little color is going to be connecting, and there is also going to be the fatal link to connect onto the Narcotic. Halu continue to move right on onto the Narcotic, the flicker, but unfortunately that is going to be a final kill coming in down from Halu. It brings down Narcotic with 3 men taken down from NHT. Linsep, he has to run. He can't be taken down by the members from ZGDX, otherwise that will be a little bit painful onto their rears. No matter what, stay alive, but terrified he will be. As You Wish, he breaks out of his egg in one of the most unfortunate times ever for the side of ZGDX, so they turn it around. Linsep did the impossible. He stayed alive all the way through and waited for the eggs to hatch.
Wow, I mean, that was so close. And anytime he could almost drop dead. But ZGDX, I mean, it's not a mistake from them. It's just unfortunate that Linsep could just survive his way through. Oh my goodness. So close, both teams.
I mean, we're talking about Thamus after all. It does have Vengeance. It does have Blade Armor as well. So honestly, I'm actually kind of surprised that using the Corrosive Scythe is not exactly very natively tanky, but somehow it still can work things out. This Link though, got destroyed at a... Okay, it's not so bad. The timing isn't too bad because the Lord isn't going to be coming up for the next minute or so. So by the time that Link comes back into the game, the Lord is still not up yet.
Yeah, but ZGDX launching a lot of assault attempts onto NHT and catching out a lot of unsuspecting members. Well, Linsep, you can survive that assault once, but I don't think you want to take your chances on that. So ZGDX controlling most part of the map so far, and NHT is going to group up and, well, reclaim their own part of the map. But will they meet and clash with ZGDX will be the question for now.
As Linsep finds himself gonna be tearing down. The Fatal Links connect as well as the lethal counter brings down the Samus almost immediately. They're gonna be continuing on while NET have lost 2 members already. The Tempest of Blaze was hoping that he will be able to get a kill down onto the bomb, and he did. But unfortunately, it is the immortality that we are talking about. As for Love comes in from the back, it brings down Sorry I win to a good amount of health. But the main thing that ZGDX is trying to do is to win the Lord.
Yeah, the threat of a Link still on that Lord was very real, but well, ZGDX will secure the 3rd Lord of the game for themselves. And well, this will be a threat for NHT because NHT, they have been the one creating the space and the assault attempts, right? They were the ones that catch ZGDX on multiple ends. But this time out, ZGDX are the ones that's pushing in together with the Lord. Let's just see if NHT will be able to play their defense just as well as they play the offensive end.
It will take some time, as Burn is just going to be looking for the right opportunity. Time journey is available, so they're gonna have to be watching out for what kind of bait they're trying to go for. The reverse time connects down onto Lin, but now right now this Samus is trying to do whatever they can over onto the back lines, while we do have the Link jumping right onto the back lines. They did manage to bring up Pamon and Kuba, which is one of the main damage dealers from the side of ZGDX. They have lost the main damage dealer, so what can they do from this point onwards? Not much, apparently.
Yeah, not much. I like the rotation coming in from Sorry I Win up at top, and Halu has to go up top to deal with Sorry I Win. And that created a lot of space because Sorry I Win, he was able to get into that the fight happening at mid lane, and then securing that win for themselves by taking down the other one.
15 minutes. Both teams are on a complete standstill. It's all entirely up to the players to decide what they want to do from this point. Is it to catch someone out or to wait for the Lord? It seems like as for Love is going to be the one to be caught out, but he's a little bit too tanky to be taken down just like that. Burn finds an opportunity to split into the form that he wishes. Gets a stun onto As You Wish. Both of these teams have managed to split themselves outwards, while ZGDX still have got the control of the river. And they continue to see each other from both sides of the riverbank, with not a proper way to play, as both teams teetering on the breaking point. Just a single mess could end the game.
Yeah, Asherloff dealing with the off-lane push coming in from Sorry I Win. A little bit too early if you ask me, because the lane will be equalized up at top. That means there's not much value for the cross map to happen, but Burns is making something happen right now.
Doesn't seem like the Fatal Links didn't manage to do much, or rather he didn't even proc out the Fatal Links at all. Before the Fatal Links came out, he has already died. NHT's As You Wish HP has dropped all the way down to an all-time low. Most of the members from the side of NHT is already low as such. The lethal counter did manage to bring down June. And with 2% taken down, ZGDX wants to continue their encounter. They want to press the attack down onto the next 3 members who are also gonna be barely breathing. And they use this opportunity to secure the 4th Evolved Lord.
I mean, the team of this game has been defense, right? Because they launched attacks, but the attacks were not that successful because both teams were able to hold their position, right? They were able to exploit the weaknesses coming in from both sides. They were waiting for NXT. They were just waiting for Burns to step forward before As You Wish procs the time journey. This should be the story of the next game, as of this next push. Sorry, as Lord is marching down the mid lane. Sorry, I've been taken down to half HP. All 3 lanes are pushing in, and Lin Sepp is making something happen.
A fight on two fronts. Unfortunately for Thamus, he was trying to look for a kill down on the Popol and Koopa, but that did not really quite make it. Immortality popped onto the burn, and he went in. He was trying to go for a two-man for the links, but that is when the time journey pops out as well. ZGDX made full use of all of the chaos to find chance and opportunity to bring down all of the inhibitor turrets.
And NHT's base is burning down. ZGDX creating a lot of value with this Lord push, not necessarily getting kills, but the towers are all decimated. And ZGDX, it looks like they are just one final push away. As Fourier Wayne procs the immortality, he's gonna go down. The Winter Truncheon is being procced, but he's able to escape into safety.
The main thing is that he stayed alive.
Yeah.
It is now 21 minutes into the game. We're looking at a barren wasteland over at the base of NHT. ZGDX, they understand that at this point in the game, it is the end game now. Any one mistake will eventually spiral out of control. We're talking like a knife, a hardened knife, a single crack ought to make it explode. And both teams, they are the one that's teetering on the breaking point. It kind of seems as though it will be the Fatal Links that will start off the action, popping the immortality coming in from side of Thamus. Thamus gonna be the first one taken down, while we're gonna be looking at the next one. Time journey that's gonna be popping out coming from the side of NXT. 4 members down, taking it out in total, while the other one is gonna be pushing out forward. They managed to bring the next one onto the down. Now Halu with the lethal counter smashes in the face of the Cordic, while his immortality is still up and running. Lots of the members from ZGDX, they don't care about anything at all. The only one, the other one, it pushes right in, and they continue down and break down the crystal.
That's a 2-0 sweep from ZGXD. Oh my god, that was so close. But Lin Sep overstepped his boundaries, and he was punished hard for it. Burns finally making that Fatal Links to create a lot of value on that one kill, and they just lost that front line right there and then.
It was a very tough game for both of these teams. You're gonna have to say NXT, they were holding on to their life. They were holding on to their, literally the tournament game right then. Because if they lose a fight, they lose their chance in the entirety of this AEF. But unfortunately, it is what it is. They did a very good job. Don't get me wrong, they did a very good job throughout of this game 1 and game 2. But unfortunately, ZGDF is still gonna be the one that comes out as the victor.
Well-deserved win, bro. The level of gameplay and the synchronization from the team members, communication with one another was on point, right? They isolated Linz, and then they were able to catch onto multiple members. Do you see Halu from the sideline coming in, threatening Beatrix? Wow, I mean, that gameplay was on point.
Yep, they identified what is exactly important, what each of these roles, what each of these players gotta have to do in order to win in team fights in general. So honestly, they knew what they want to do. They know their job, they know their role. So just because of that, their macro game is good. Moving on from this point onwards, how are we gonna be seeing ZGDX? How are they gonna be moving on to play the game, and how else they are going to be, well, moving on to the next part? Because we still have the top 8 of the brackets. I believe that we won't be seeing ZGDX for today anymore. We should be looking at all five games should be located in the top of the 16. So all different teams, all different games to prepare us for tomorrow.
Yeah, we will have a good look of the player profiles for today to set up for whatever's going to happen tomorrow. I'm very excited to see the competition throughout the 2 days, because the level of competition that we are seeing so far already has been neck to neck. These teams are not like your, pub games, the ranked games,
it's not your
kind of
random,
level.
run-of-the-mill kind of teams.
Yeah.
They definitely take their training.
Yep.
They definitely know what they're doing.
Yeah, that's right. I think Masha added a lot of value, even though up front it was losing Tamers, right? But in the team fights, yeah, she pulled the trigger at the right time. She threatened the backline often as she can, right? Even though the score line didn't really prove that, you know, the silver didn't really speak about the pressure that she actually put down in this game.
Well, in a 2-0 victory, despite the game being so close, I believe that this is what, a 22 minutes game? Thank you so much to NHT. Thank you so much ZGDX for giving us such a marvelous game. This is just the second series, right?
Yeah.
Of the day.
Yeah.
We still have 3 more series to go. My throat is raspy.
Same here, bro.
Not a great start for me. The games are a little bit too exciting for me. And it is going to be a cause of concern if the next series is going to be as exciting as what we have seen so far. I'm a bit scared. I'm a bit scared that I may lose my voice.
It's okay, we have snacks around.
have-
I'll bring you some snacks. I'll bring you the kacang putih that you're asking for.
Actually, right, I'm going to be very honest with you. I actually don't remember what's kacang putih.
Kacang is like nuts, I think.
Kacang is nuts, right?
Yeah.
Peanut, right?
Yeah.
So what is putih?
I don't exactly know what putih is.
So what is kacang putih?
Nuts lah.
Okay, very descriptive, very informative. Wow. Okay, so with that all said and done, I mean, we do have a bit of, okay, the information and the stats so far is pretty understandable, right?
Yeah.
We don't really have something too out of the ordinary, nothing that is tells us a different kind of story. Everything is exactly as I expected. Asfalov, Halu, and Burn, they definitely have to receive a lot more damage. Asfalov can do damage based on, well, the stupid thing that Masha does.
Yeah. And building into the tank while dealing 20% of the team's damage really speaks of the damage output that Masha can put out, right? She is pretty overpowered, and you can see why in the previous games she was being banned out. Will we see more of Masha? Well, that's a question left, but do stay tuned with us because we will be taking a short break. But when we come back, we will dive into game number 3 that we line up for you.
thrilling gameplay, elite athletes, and millions of excited fans. It's competitive gaming, or esports, and it's one of the world's fastest growing industries. Now, Allied Esports, along with Harman Professional, is setting a new standard for competitive gaming with the Esports Arena Las Vegas. Located in the Luxor Hotel and Casino, Esports Arena Las Vegas includes a stunning venue for live tournaments and events, a modern restaurant and bars, and a complete broadcast facility for esports competition.
It's a global phenomenon. And there's almost 400 million people today tuning into esports. So the market size is huge, and we need the live experience to be so many steps above just viewing on your phone or at home on your computer to make this something that everybody wants to experience and make these properties successful for us. And Harman's a big part of that.
To create the ultimate destination for gamers worldwide, Esports Arena Las Vegas needed an audio-visual, lighting, and control solution that would meet the needs of the multi-purpose facility. Allied partnered with Harman Professional to help provide unmatched entertainment for fans in both the arena and at home. A complete JBL sound system powered by Crown amplifiers and BSS digital signal processing fills the entire facility with rich sound you can feel. AMX control touch panels make it easy to manage sound and video feeds in nearly every room. And Martin Lighting helps complement the stunning visuals throughout the venue.
This is the first of its kind in North America, a place that competition can not only happen on a professional level, but the fan can enjoy that competition to the same extent that they would at a professional sports game.
And that's the power of working with Harman from our perspective, because that live moment, that experience of people cheering and hearing what the commentators are saying, what the players are doing, that is extremely powerful being in-house.
Esports is one of the fastest growing industries in the world. And with the Esports Arena Las Vegas, Harman Professional is setting the standard for audio-visual experiences in professional gaming arenas everywhere.
I started this project because I saw this opportunity. This 5, 7, 10 years give me a chance to build a brand, to build an electric motorcycle. This is an opportunity where I see is once a lifetime. It's like Henry Ford making the first ICE engine. So somebody could be earlier than me, but I think the train is still very slow. We have this opportunity and we decided to jump on it. All my life, I understand branding, and we decided that we should do a premium brand rather than going to the masses. Just imagine 10 years from today, when everybody is going on the electric bikes, the incumbents are not slipping. They're going to come. And most of the incumbents, 80% controlled by the Japanese. They are the mass market. We will come down eventually to compete with them, but we'll always be more expensive because we have a brand on top of it. To me, it has to be a beautiful and performance bike. The range is 200 kilometers. The top speed is 105. I know 105 sounds slow compared to ICE, but in the electrification world, a scooter at 105, I think we're one of the highest speed motorcycles. It's IoT, it's got the apps, it's got everything that's needed, connectivity, knowing where the bike is going. So it's not just a normal two-wheeler or like a ICE engine bike.
thrilling gameplay, elite athletes, and millions of excited fans. It's competitive gaming, or esports, and it's one of the world's fastest growing industries. Now, Allied Esports, along with Harman Professional, is setting a new standard for competitive gaming with the Esports Arena Las Vegas. Located in the Luxor Hotel and Casino, Esports Arena Las Vegas includes a stunning venue for live tournaments and events, a modern restaurant and bars, and a complete broadcast facility for esports competition.
It's a global phenomenon. And there's almost 400 million people today tuning into esports. So the market size is huge, and we need the live experience to be so many steps above just viewing on your phone or at home on your computer to make this something that everybody wants to experience and make these properties successful for us. And Harman's a big part of that.
To create the ultimate destination for gamers worldwide, Esports Arena Las Vegas needed an audio-visual, lighting, and control solution that would meet the needs of the multi-purpose facility. Allied partnered with Harman Professional to help provide unmatched entertainment for fans in both the arena and at home. A complete JBL sound system powered by Crown amplifiers and BSS digital signal processing fills the entire facility with rich sound you can feel. AMX Control touch panels make it easy to manage sound and video feeds in nearly every room. And Martin Lighting helps complement the stunning visuals throughout the venue.
This is the first of its kind in North America, a place that competition can not only happen on a professional level, but the fan can enjoy that competition to the same extent that they would at a professional sports game.
And that's the power of working with Harman from our perspective, because that live moment, that experience of people cheering and hearing what the commentators are saying, what the players are doing, that is extremely powerful being in-house.
Esports is one of the fastest growing industries in the world. And with the Esports Arena Las Vegas, Harman Professional is setting the standard for audio-visual experiences in professional gaming arenas everywhere.
I started this project because I saw this opportunity. This 5, 7, 10 years give me a chance to build a brand, to build an electric motorcycle. This is an opportunity where I see is once a lifetime. It's like Henry Ford making the first ICE engine. So somebody could be earlier than me, but I think the train is still very slow. We have this opportunity and we decided to jump on it. All my life, I understand branding, and we decided that we should do a premium brand rather than going to the masses. Just imagine 10 years from today, when everybody is going on the electric bikes, the incumbents are not slipping. They're going to come, and most of the incumbents, 80% controlled by the Japanese. They are the mass market. We will come down eventually to compete with them, but we'll always be more expensive because we have a brand on top of it. To me, it has to be a beautiful and performance bike. The range is 200 kilometers. The top speed is 105. I know 105 sounds slow compared to ICE, but in the electrification world, a scooter at 105, I think we're one of the highest speed motorcycles. It's IoT, it's got the apps, it's got everything that's needed, connectivity, knowing where the bike is going. So it's not just a normal two-wheeler or like a ICE engine bike.
thrilling gameplay, elite athletes, and millions of excited fans. It's competitive gaming, or esports, and it's one of the world's fastest growing industries. Now, Allied Esports, along with Harman Professional, is setting a new standard for competitive gaming with the Esports Arena Las Vegas. Located in the Luxor Hotel and Casino, Esports Arena Las Vegas includes a stunning venue for live tournaments and events, a modern restaurant and bars, and a complete broadcast facility for esports competition.
It's a global phenomenon. And there's almost 400 million people today tuning into esports. So the market size is huge, and we need the live experience to be so many steps above just viewing on your phone or at home on your computer to make this something that everybody wants to experience and make these properties successful for us, and Harman's a big part of that.
To create the ultimate destination for gamers worldwide, Esports Arena Las Vegas needed an audio-visual, lighting, and control solution that would meet the needs of the multi-purpose facility. Allied partnered with Harman Professional to help provide unmatched entertainment for fans in both the arena and at home. A complete JBL sound system powered by Crown amplifiers and BSS digital signal processing fills the entire facility with rich sound you can feel. AMX Control touch panels make it easy to manage sound and video feeds in nearly every room. And Martin Lighting helps complement the stunning visuals throughout the venue.
This is the first of its kind in North America, a place that competition can not only happen on a professional level, but the fan can enjoy that competition to the same extent that they would at a professional sports game.
And that's the power of working with Harman from our perspective, because that live moment, that experience of people cheering and hearing what the commentators are saying, what the players are doing, that is extremely powerful being in-house.
Esports is one of the fastest growing industries in the world. And with the Esports Arena Las Vegas, Harman Professional is setting the standard for audio-visual experiences in professional gaming arenas everywhere.
I started this project because I saw this opportunity. This 5, 7, 10 years give me a chance to build a brand, to build an electric motorcycle. This is an opportunity where I see is once a lifetime. It's like Henry Ford making the first ICE engine. So somebody could be earlier than me, but I think the train is still very slow. We have this opportunity and we decided to jump on it. All my life, I understand branding, and we decided that we should do a premium brand rather than going to the masses. Just imagine 10 years from today, when everybody is going on the electric bikes, the incumbents are not slipping. They're going to come. And most of the incumbents, 80% controlled by the Japanese. They are the mass market. We will come down eventually to compete with them, but we'll always be more expensive because we have a brand on top of it. To me, it has to be a beautiful and performance bike. The range is 200 kilometers. The top speed is 105. I know 105 sounds slow compared to ICE, but in the electrification world, a scooter at 105, I think we're one of the highest speed motorcycles. It's IoT, it's got the apps, it's got everything that's needed, connectivity, knowing where the bike is going. So it's not just a normal two-wheeler or like a ICE engine bike.
thrilling gameplay, elite athletes, and millions of excited fans. It's competitive gaming, or esports, and it's one of the world's fastest growing industries. Now, Allied Esports, along with Harman Professional, is setting a new standard for competitive gaming with the Esports Arena Las Vegas. Located in the Luxor Hotel and Casino, Esports Arena Las Vegas includes a stunning venue for live tournaments and events, a modern restaurant and bars, and a complete broadcast facility for esports competition.
It's a global phenomenon. And there's almost 400 million people today tuning into esports. So the market size is huge, and we need the live experience to be so many steps above just viewing on your phone or at home on your computer to make this something that everybody wants to experience and make these properties successful for us. And Harman's a big part of that.
To create the ultimate destination for gamers worldwide, Esports Arena Las Vegas needed an audio-visual, lighting, and control solution that would meet the needs of the multi-purpose facility. Allied partnered with Harman Professional to help provide unmatched entertainment for fans in both the arena and at home. A complete JBL sound system powered by Crown amplifiers and BSS digital signal processing fills the entire facility with rich sound you can feel. AMX Control touch panels make it easy to manage sound and video feeds in nearly every room. And Martin Lighting helps complement the stunning visuals throughout the venue.
This is the first of its kind in North America, a place that competition can not only happen on a professional level, but the fan can enjoy that competition to the same extent that they would at a professional sports game.
And that's the power of working with Harman from our perspective, because that live moment, that experience of people cheering and hearing what the commentators are saying, what the players are doing, that is extremely powerful being in-house.
Esports is one of the fastest growing industries in the world. And with the Esports Arena Las Vegas, Harman Professional is setting the standard for audio-visual experiences in professional gaming arenas everywhere.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the, well, basically we have the AEF here.
Yes.
Asia Esports Festival X Kallang Wave Mall, of course, organized by Minsky Global and World X in conjunction with Get Active SG, supported by our SG Fund and Kallang Wave Mall. My name's Abstract. With me here is Sleeping Dumpling. The both of us is going to be your caster for your next few more games. I believe 3 more games?
Yeah, we will have 3 more games. And remember how early on we were talking about we are going to just do top 16 games for today? Well, there's a little bit of change of plans for today. And we do have the next game that's coming up. It will be the top 8 brackets there. So both teams have already progressed once in this tournament, and they will be facing off against each other right here, right now.
So we are going to be looking at one team, or 2 teams, one team, some teams, multiple times for today. So originally what we were thinking that we will be only going to be looking at them like the day after tomorrow or tomorrow instead, but doesn't seem like that is going to be the case. We do have that game that is going to be coming up real soon between I can't remember the name.
ZGDX.
Well, how do you remember that?
I have no idea. I have no idea how you remember that, but like there's a ring to my head right now.
ZGDX.
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 Yes.
But okay, we're just going to, kind of like bring you guys and of course segue over to the other things that is going to be happening on the Asia Esports Festival. Is that I believe that if you, those people that are at home, come down over to Kallang Wave Mall, you'll realize that, well, there are quite a lot of people that are dressed for the occasion. There is a very good reason for that, because we do have a cosplay challenge that is happening from today until Sunday. And there is going to be the finals of the cosplay challenge that is going to be happening on the Sunday itself. So if you'd like to find out a little bit more about what this exactly is, you can head over to Kallang Wave Mall's Facebook as well as the Instagram to find out a little bit more about that very specific case.
Yeah, and this entire event, if you just around the area, yeah, it's spanned across 4 different venues, right? Of course, this will be the atrium where the event, MLBB event is happening. We also have Esports Experience Asia in the 2nd floor, so there's action happening over there as well. I think they're streaming League of Legends over there, so if you're a League of Legends fan, you can go over there and check it out. And right beside it, there's a new media center. I think it's a new space that they recently got for themselves to expand. Yeah, so you can really see esports scene expanding. Right? Even for the physical space, it's also acquiring more space in this place. And finally, we have Sports Hub Library that's right across from us.
Yeah, so a lot of spaces for esports. E-space.
E-space?
Don't try that. don't ever say that to any other people. It's just a fun little thing. But yeah, so we have already concluded like 2 series today. We are coming up with 3 more series for today, and we are just about 3 o'clock, so we should be able to finish maybe by about 7 p.m. ish if all goes predictable.
Oh yeah, if it's a 2-0 sweep, 10 minutes.
More or less.
More or less.
Yeah.
More or less.
So far, we haven't yet seen any games that went through all 3 games just yet. But honestly, for this top 8 game, I wouldn't be too surprised if we were to see something like that real soon.
Yeah, and I would say a little bit disadvantage. A little bit for ZGDX. Yeah, because they just show their lineup. Yeah, they just show their strategy in just the previous game, right?
Yep.
So it's up to the dankers to adapt and to just study their game style. Yeah, banning out Tamers and Beatrix would not be surprising for me at all.
Way too dank, if that is what you're asking me. But honestly, when it comes down to what's going to be happening for the next couple of games, this is what I'm going to tell you. The players, they have come in from all sorts of backgrounds. They have did every kind of research. They have done whatever that they can in order to make it here. These players are all the top 16 to the top 8 after all. So they are definitely not a team that should be messed with, not a team to be trifled with. Because in the previous series, we've already seen something absolutely amazing before. And I wouldn't be surprised really, what's coming? I wouldn't be surprised if we were to see something even more crazy next.
Yeah, and Abstract, something that we have to point out is that as long as they win this game and they progress, right, they are in top 4. It means
right,
they
yes.
are. There's a very good chance that they will walk away with cash money.
You know what? Speaking of cash money, for those people that are in Kallang Wave Mall as well, if you would want to win some money, is in this specific occasion. Because what happened is that every hour, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, until 8 o'clock, right in second floor in the new media hub, new media lab, we have games going on.
Yep.
Mario Party? I think it's something along the lines of Mario Party, if I am
In
not
short,
wrong.
just know it's Mario.
Yeah, Mario Party Superstar.
Mario Party is
Ah,
awesome.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
correct.
Okay, so it's Mario Party Superstars that is going to be played in that location at the new media lab.
Okay.
And okay, let's say for example there is 1, 2, and two other players.
Yep.
We are counted as one group.
Okay, okay.
We're counted as one group. One of us in this group will be able to walk home with $50 for winning the game.
So winner takes all. It's just one winner out of
Just
4.
one winner out of the 4.
Ah, okay, so-
yeah, so throughout the entire day, you can go and play your Mario Party Superstar. You can keep playing it over and over again. You can get your friends come in to play over and over again. But only the first player of the first group in the first hour can walk home with $50. Cold hard cash, by the way.
Oh, hang on. So it's only happening right now?
Right now, for every hour. So I believe in 35 minutes, if you go up there, and you gotta be lucky enough to be in the right queue, whereby once the refresh ends and you are in playing the game.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, then, I mean, the slots are very, very tight, right? Especially when
Yes.
it comes to that hour, because they can walk away with that $50
That is
cold hard
right.
cash.
So you can
Okay.
you can expect that people are already queuing up to play the game.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be too surprised if those people that is queuing up right now is probably playing for 35 minutes later.
Yeah, they're just trying to drag out the game for 35 minutes until the reward restarts or something.
Yeah, correct. So every hour it resets. We're giving out a total of $300 in cold, hard cash today. So honestly, if you guys are interested in playing Mario Party Superstar, you want to win some money, you know where to go. Head over to New Media Lab and check it out for yourself.
Yeah, but getting back into the business, we do have ZagGDX up against Danker in game number 1. The draft is already underway. We have Julian being banned out by ZagGDX, and Dankers will choose to ban out the clean. I'm not too sure about that clean ban though.
Okay, to be fair, with the clean ban, it kind of just seems as though it's mostly comfort, right?
Yeah.
They do want to remove a marksman that is just comfort as well as easy to execute, which is generally a very good idea if you want to give the opponents a more roundabout way to reach a win condition. Such as, for example, Hayabusa, right? Hayabusa and Link. In order to kill someone, what does a Link gotta do? You gotta have to go for Tempest of Plates, dash 4 times in order to kill that one person. Hayabusa, same thing. Quad Shadow, throw a Shuriken, go back to your Shadow, go back to the Shadow again, throw a Shuriken again, go back to the Shadow, go back to the Shadow, and then you ultimate. It's kind of like the same idea, right? You need to do a lot of things. The win condition is very high in order for you to assassinate someone effectively. Versus an assassin such as Hellcat. You go in, ultimate, stinger him, he dies.
Yeah, so the execution is the key in this game, right? And after all is on the line. Valentina has been locked in by ZGDX. Once again, they're banning out the Karina. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. But on the other side, Dankers, they will lock in the Atlas as well as the Digi. I don't like that Atlas pick. Reason being, Valentina could just steal away the Fatal Link's ulti, or could just steal away the time journey. So Atlas is basically is basically not gonna be useful in the fight at all.
It's pretty interesting, if you ask me, right? So you do have a point. When it comes down to Valentina, Valentina does have 2 options right now. Fatal Links or Time Journey. If you go for the Fatal Links, the opponents may be able to tackle you and counter with the Time Journey. If you pick the Time Journey instead, you'll be able to, well, technically tackle the Fatal Links. So it's a 1-4-1 rock, paper, scissors kind of game. However they shoot, it is what it is. So I kind of find it very interesting for the Dankers, because right now, the way that Dankers is setting for themselves is that the Diggy is going to be the
Your
mid lane
team
mage.
is banning.
The problem about Diggy being a mid lane mage is that yes, he does have the damage, yes, he does have the objective because you are able to open up brushes, helping out with your Atlas, with the reverse time is pretty done just yet.
Yeah, correct. They can just dance around the battlefield, right? And just to negate a lot of setup coming from tankers. And it should not be that easy to catch out 1-1 if your setup is
Time and
Diggy,
tide
Atlas,
wait for
and
no
Alpha.
man. Your
But
team
Beatrix
is
will be locked right in. So it feels to me that a lot of the resources will be funneled into Beatrix and for her to basically carry the game throughout. Well, ZGDX, their only win condition right here is just to wipe their Beatrix out of the map, and then they can just steamroll their game through.
So ZGDX is now looking at, okay, a little bit of a switcheroo
Your
here,
team
if I
is
may.
picking.
It was initially going to be a Natalia onto the shadow pick, but they have decided to go for a Franco instead. So Franco as well as a Thermus. ZGDX are looking at a very standard composition that they have used before, played before, and I guess something that they understand a little bit better as compared to many of the other heroes out there. While the tankers right now, they are looking at an Esmeralda, so they do have a very tanky front line. Their front line is very strong when it comes down to the Alpha, when it comes down to the Esmeralda, and let's not forget Atlas. They are a team. They can play together. They're able to have a very strong front line, but their back line is literally consists of a single Beatrix.
Yeah.
And that Beatrix will be in a massive amount of danger because of the Fanny, who within that 5 from the side of the Dankers have someone that can immediately just say, I want to stun this guy, I'll stun him right now. Probably Diggy is probably the only guy that can do that with the reverse time. It helps for the Fanny to not get away. But after that, from that point onwards, what happens then?
Yeah, I mean, they have to find some form of answer to just funnel Beatrix with all the gold that they have. And not to forget, right, that all the damage is going to come from Beatrix. So as long as Beatrix is down, there's not going to be much DPS left for tankers. And then ZGDX could just, you know, punish them really, really hard. And I'm not exactly feeling good for tanker for now because I mean, they're just lacking in the damage department.
Well, I suppose so, yes. A little bit too early to say, but I am very thrilled to find out how this is going to be played with Flexa? Why are you using the main tablet? Okay, this is something new, right? This is absolutely something new that we have never seen before. So maybe we'll be able to see a magical damage Atlas some way, somehow. But for now, it is 1 minute into the game. ZGDX as well as the Dankers, they are solidifying the ground as much as they could in order to get themselves an early lead. And the early lead will go over to ZGDX for now, as the other one is still trying to get himself away from the hands of the Dankers, only for Burn to land on the Iron Hook pretty nicely on Assassin. The other one, you're gonna have to be really careful though, as now we do have the reverse time connected onto the other one, but because of the level advantage, he's got the life steal instead.
Yeah, and something not highlighted yet is that Danny Jens didn't have the blue buff. It was stolen away by Burns. So that really impacted his farming, especially in the first few minutes. Now it's hitting the 2 minutes mark, but it's only at level 3.
Now Flexa was hoping to get himself right in the face of the burn, but unfortunately the reverse time connects onto him and allows the Beatrix to take himself the first kill.
Yeah, but it feels like ZGDX is controlling the pace of the game even at the very beginning, right? Even though if you look at their lineup, it feels late game-ish to me. But yeah, exactly. So where exactly does Danker hit ZGDX? Well, they are suffering on the back foot. Flexa dropping down 1 death over to the other one, I think.
At least now with the total currently available, Halu jumps himself onto Kazuha. Gets himself a single. Will open up the total for his team to eventually pick out. But Flexa, unfortunately, he is not at level 4 just yet. It is the Bloody Hunt that connects brings down the Atlas before he even gets himself to level 4. Assassin is level 4, but it doesn't really quite manage to work out the rest. The time journey connects as well as the other one. He did manage to pop off with his Fatal Links, only to be nullified by Assassin. But from this point onwards, they continue on to the orange buff, brings down one of the opponents trying to move on to Flexa. Flexa may not have a lot of help to work with, but he does have the... Oh! Fatal Link not able to connect as they move on to the main team fight. As for Love, 1v1 against Kazuha, the other one and Halu joins into the fray only to help him out and ensure that Kazuha doesn't take down more of the overextended players.
This is so hard to watch because Daniel is being shut down in his own jungle, and there's just not enough damage for Dankers to reply to that aggression. The other one tried to sidestep away but put back by the Fatal Links. But once again, no follow-up damage from Dankers.
At this point in time, the Dankers just don't have enough answers for ZGDX, right? They do have, ZGDX, they have a very strong front line when it comes down to damage as well. Great initiation, for example. This team from ZGDX, they mainly focus on the skirmishes and they rely a lot on Burn to just walk right in and get that bloody hunt. That is one of the win conditions, right? If you can just casually walk in, then all is good. Otherwise, Halu will be able to find himself an objective. Halu will be able to find a way to just spin to win. And from that point on, get themselves the momentum, get themselves the tempo. With the amount of goal advantage that they have on top of the Dankers, they will be able to win the game by roughly about 12 minutes, if not better, if the Dankers still doesn't have an answer to them.
Yeah, Esmeralda stepping a little bit too forward, finding herself in the wrong part of the neighborhood. Well, ZGDX made sure that she pays with her life for that. Then just the macro part of the games, right? ZGDX is winning at every single lane. And something I noticed, right, is that they took Tamers up and top, and in bringing out Esmeralda, a lot of action happening down at bot side. ZGDX in time to pull away from all the damage coming down from Dankers, but the ulti won't be up.
And there we go, the immediate assassination coming from the side of Fanny while Burn continues through with the Bloody Hunt, effectively brings 2% down and very easily brings down the first tier defense turret in the bottom lane, while Asfolov holds down the fort up in the northern side, 1v2, no problems at all.
No problems at all, she's just holding it on her own, while the rest of the team wreak havoc in the mid as well as bot lane. Bot lane turret is already down at 5th minute, and she's not backing off. They know that Dankers are nowhere nearby to be found, and well, Burn as well as the other one steps forward, getting the kill, but will they be able to finish it off? Who will be the one that get the kill? Yep, it will be Halu that finishes off the top lane of Dankers.
It is the elusive Fanny that eventually be able to wreak havoc across the grounds, sliced like a shredder, keeping ahead of the Dankers. They will do whatever that they can to maintain the control and dominance, because at this moment in time, the Dankers doesn't have a full reign or control in their own quadrants of the jungle, as you can pretty much see. They're trying to do their absolute best to whittle down the members who are coming from ZGDX, but even when they brought Burn all the way down to a slipper, they can't continue down, they can't deal the finishing blow at all. ZGDX brought 2% down without a single casualty. The Dankers is finding this a big morale drop, and they just can't find a proper answer.
Yeah, I mean, all that's left for them to do is just to basically continue pressuring onto Dankers, and I don't see a way where Dankers can come back from that. I thought Franco was done for, but just somehow he was able to survive that one.
It's too early. Or maybe a very strong tempo from ZGDX for now. The Dankers, they can definitely find a way to get kind of like wiggle themselves out of this unfortunate situation, or rather this very uncomfortable situation per se. But that would also mean that the Beatrix need to find a proper way to fight. He needs to find a proper way to earn the economy for his team, because they are effectively 11,000 gold away. That is a massive lead that ZGDX have.
Oh, this is so brutal. It's only at the 7 minutes mark, And this entire land of Dawn is painted ZGDX as they step forward.
Assassination from Fanny. He overextended himself. He went right across the core. The hook lands on top of Assassin as well as the Fatal Link that eventually brought the Dankers onto a really unfortunate situation in front and outside of the turret. With only 2 members remaining, they gonna have to do their absolute best to push the ZGDX out of their home, but it's not as easy as it sounds.
Yep. ZGDX is already knocking on the Danker's base, and while stepping forward, getting the legendary for himself. Wow, this feels so one-sided.
And another hook that connects, suppressing down with the Bloody Hunt, and Peace continues on, and he even have got the crossbow of Tang as he soars up into the sky, gets himself a triple, and he doesn't even care anything at all. Complete disrespect for what's going on in the map as he hops, skips, and a jump. Another hook that bites the dust right down at the flexor. They don't even have to care about Tyrant. They can just move on and bring down the crystal, and that is exactly how ZGDX get themselves game 1.
ZGDX control the tempo of the game from the first second this game even starts. And this is the fastest game that we've witnessed in this entire event so far. 8 minutes, GG. This is the kind of power and the pressure that ZGDX can bring, and it's really scary to watch.
I think that the main thing that we should be looking out for, and something that ZGDX is having such a great lead on, is the fact that they didn't, the opponents doesn't really quite have the middle control as much as they wanted it to. Because the way that they played is that they picked the Atlas way too early, right? That means that they're gonna have to cover for themselves by picking the Diggy for themselves.
Yeah.
And because of the fact that these 2 heroes are present in the same team, there's no way that you can put an Atlas into the mage role, which technically speaking they kinda did by putting a magic warship onto the Atlas, but that is completely outside the point. The Diggy is going to be the mage player that is playing in position 3. But technically speaking, they needed their Thamus. Was it Thamus? They needed their ESP later, which is the Esmeralda.
Yeah.
They needed Esmeralda to pop off a little bit earlier, so Esmeralda becomes the position 3, and Diggy is the position 4 in this case. So when it comes down to goal distribution, when it comes down to group priority, there is a couple of issues there because they are unable to find a proper way and a proper player that have control in the early game. If you look right through every single one of these players, they are missing that middle player in position 3 that is able to burst someone down almost immediately. Can Esmeralda do that? Nope. Can this Alpha do that? No. As a jungler, as on our Alpha, you can whittle down the HP of the opponents every so and then with a little bit of damage over time, which is something that ZGDX is not afraid of at all.
They are not afraid at all, right? You just watch them step forward and just control the space of the team fight every single time. And it's since minute 1, right, that they were in control, right? They sent multiple members to deal with Ashfaloth at top, sent 2 members to her, but she was able to get 1 kill out of it. Bro, what do you do about that, man?
I think that the main thing is that the weakening of the impact from the Dankers is a problem. They don't really quite have the impact for most of the game.
Yeah.
ZGDX is the one that is constantly riding onto the Dankers. They're constantly the one that is in the favor. And the Dankers doesn't have an answer to turn that pace around. That is the problem, right? It's not necessarily damage problem, it's not necessarily the tankiness problem, it's about reclaiming control of the tempo. They don't have someone that can immediately have a flick switch, like a power spike, for example. One has a power spike. We have Fanny that technically have a power spike.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that Valentina has a power spike too. The Dankers, well, technically speaking, it is mostly just the Beatrix that have the power spike. But
Yeah.
Beatrix haven't got the situation or the positioning whereby she can get to the power spike.
Yeah, so coming into the next game, right, the Dankers really have to think about their lineup. I'm not a fan of a Diggy Atlas as their first 2 pyro pick, right? I think there are more relevant picks that can deal with their own lanes. Yeah, I feel like jungler is also something that's very, very important that they kind of want to consider as well. Because since the first minute, right, Fanny, who's very strong in level 1, is able to invade you. So you have to think about that. Like, what do I do against such a team composition?
Well, technically speaking, they did become very aggressive into the early game. I believe that both Franco as well, Franco was level 2, if I remember correctly. Franco was level 2, they're already invading by the bottom lane as well as the purple buff, doing, doing whatever Franco does, right? Franco doing Franco things. We do not have to go too much in context as to what exactly that means, because you can essentially make your way to the top lane, you can make your way down to the southern side. There's so much value that a Franco is able to do, albeit there is a soft nerf onto Tigreal as well as Franco, because you can't hook the creeps out anymore. But there are some other ways that you're able to annoy junglers, just that some other people have yet to find out there.
Oh, okay, interesting.
There
I'm
are
not
ways.
so updated on that yet, but maybe you can whisper to me later on. Well, I think both teams should be ready for their draft. And Abstract, what are you expecting in game number 2? What's their draft gonna be like?
I would say that Atlas might still be the center of attention.
Okay.
There might still be something around Atlas. There could be a reason why the Dankers wants to prioritize the Atlas for themselves.
Okay.
They maybe know that we can't give the opponents Atlas, or else we're gonna have to ban Atlas. But is Atlas really worth the ban in the early stages? That is where some people will get that kind of problem understanding. Do we, as a team, do we really want to ban Atlas? Do we really have a problem with Atlas? Or should we just pick up Atlas for ourselves? These problems are very different from different amateur teams, very different from other teams. So it really entirely depends on their comfort level. Do we play Atlas? Or do we ban Atlas? Or can we leak Atlas?
Yeah, I don't feel like Atlas deserves that kind of priority. That's just my opinion, right? I think there are other roles where it deserves more attention, particularly the mid lane, right? Because I think you mentioned earlier on, they were lacking position 3 so-called, which is the mage role.
Yes.
Like your Sicilian, your Xavier,
Yes.
your Valentina, etc. So if they're missing out on that heart of that team, then it's not easy for them to control the tempo of the game, and everyone else suffers. So
Horology
they
is my
have to think
core
about that.
team is
And
winning.
Dankers will go with the first ban, which is Atlas.
Your
So that
team
indicates to
is
me
banned.
an Atlas pick.
So Diggy ban, okay. ZGDX, would they care? That's the question. Would they care about it at all? Technically speaking, if you want to give the Atlas over to the Dankers, you can still pick the Akai for yourselves.
Yeah.
You don't exactly stop
Your
your
team
team
is
from being
banned.
suction cupped into a single point. Yes?
Yeah.
But it
My
stops
pleasure.
most other melee
Your
heroes
team is picking.
from continuing the combo string. So that is something that we can look out for. Atlas is currently available. With Diggy already up in the pool, your team have the opportunity to pick a full team of crowd control and not have a single care in the world if a Diggy will appear on
Your
the
team is
Alright. It's gonna appear as, I think, the jungler. Pretty interesting pick though, and that leaves a lot of priority meta picks. I'm guessing 1-1 or a Beatrix, and Ashalov has been playing the Thamus. I'm guessing the Thamus first pick as well.
It might not
Sir,
be a Thamus first
What's your
pick.
command?
I don't see them as a team that will go for Thamus first pick.
When the body suffers,
Your team is
the
picking.
spirit
Vendetta. 2 assassins on their lineup already. Pretty interesting to have a Fanny.
EXP. It's an
Yeah,
EXP,
correct.
EXP Benedetta working on to Petrify. Something that we have seen rising in popularity nowadays. I mean, not say nowadays. This is maybe like 1 or 2 months back. People are starting to play Benedetta a bit more with the Petrify. Back then I was a hater. Now I'm a lover.
Your team
So,
is picking.
I mean, you can tell that Dankers are playing defensively once again, right? But in a different form, right? This time they choose with Valeric, and then they
Your
have
team
a
is
Garage
banned.
in their lineup as well. So their front line is very, very meaty. But on the other side, ZGTX, their composition revolves around diving through the backline, right? You have Electro Final Blow,
Time and
Benedetta.
tide
You
with
have
your
Fanny,
team
who's
is
able to just
banned.
find the back line. So a lot of pressure will be going down onto the marksman of the Dankers, and that is not going to be good if that marksman couldn't farm up.
Now my question is, does every team really need
Your team
a
is
marksman?
picking.
all that matters.
That is my question. Does every team really
grants you
need
Your
a
team is
marksman?
picking.
Alice is joining in the show? We are starting to see Alice in this game, boys and girls. What exactly is going on here? Now, here's the thing about Alice, right? Alice is not a bad hero. Don't get me wrong. I play Alice a lot back then as well. I know I know how good an Alice could be. But an Alice comes in the mid stages of the game, close to the later stages of the game. It really depends on what the Alice picks up for the emblem.
Your
Do
team
you
is
go for
picking.
Impure Rage or do you go for Mystery Shop? If you go for Impure Rage, you don't even need to buy the tome. You can just go straight in for your clock, or you could even go in for your Ice Queen's Wand, whatever it is. You don't need to care about your tome.
Yeah,
Let me
and
protect you, my monument
you're calling
power.
out the no marksman composition from ZGDX. Instead, they go for the Harif. I believe that will be on the goal lane.
Do you really need a marksman?
Do you really need a
That's my
marksman? That's
question.
the
Do you
question,
really
right?
need a marksman? Just by looking like a couple of assassins on their side, and I'm like, yeah, that is likely going to be the case.
I think it's going to be a bloodbath this game. ZGDX, they not go opting for the marksman. Feels to me like they just want to kill and kill and kill. And well, the Dankers, they built something that's a little bit more beefy in the front line, right? Will they be able to put up that kind of defense against ZGDX? We'll see about that. But as of now, it feels like the momentum swing is on to ZGDX. And if they ride on with that, then it will be a 2-0 swing.
Now, here's the biggest question, right? Because ZGDX, they did not pick a marksman solely because of Flexa himself, but because of the Wrath of the Dryad. It puts people down onto the ground, and ZGDX consists of quite a lot of heroes that requires to move a lot, such as the Benedetta, the Fanny, as well as the Harif himself. And ZGDX have decided to go all out aggressive by joining in onto a fight, putting Assassins down to a sliver. 1-for-1 trade. Burn has been taken down from all of that. Purple buff, it didn't matter.
Yeah, it didn't matter, right? Because Halu was in the jungle of Dankers, and just right when he took that red buff, now he's on the offense, and the wall cables will bring Assassins down so low.
Now that is the true definition of spin to win. We're starting to see that ZGDX have managed to take control of the bottom quadrant of the Dankers just 1 minute and 30 seconds into the game. If ZGDX would want to proxy themselves down to the southern side, they can even bring Janelle down. But it doesn't seem like they even need any form of proxy. They're moving right on as Jikundo connects, and immediately and very simply, this agile, slippery team have caught on to that Brody.
Yeah, I think the timing coming in from Daniel not to retreat on that one is a little bit of a misplay right there.
He doesn't know. He has no information.
Yeah, but if the map is not, like you don't know where the enemies are, then you have to retreat. Like you cannot cross over the map because you are dealing with a Fanny, you are dealing with a Cho as well, who moves around the map to find kills.
This is a team that is very good at split pushing, by the way. They just need to win in their individual lanes, and the game will probably end pretty darn early. That is in the most favorable situation. In the meantime, the Yin Yang overturn did manage to connect. Burn in the end did manage to get a kill. The Electro final blow connects and gets himself away with just a sliver.
And the audience are loving it. They clapped for Burns as he survived with a
The other one!
Oh.
Complete disrespect to his enemies. Went straight in with not even 10% of health. And with the help of Fanny, they have managed to decimate, rampage out in the middle lane and out of control for this game.
Oh, I think at this point, ZGDX is just scoring style points across the map. And, well, one for Cho, one for Burns as well. Let's see who, at the end of the game, right? Who clocks in the most style points?
You know what? What makes matters worse is that Assassins, he's finally at level 4. He literally just got himself the Detonus welcome. He still went down despite being a 1 versus 4. Definitely the most unfavorable situation for them. In the meantime, back a bit on the color side. As for Love, picked up the mystery shop, so she gonna have to buy the tome instead.
Yep, exactly, man. As the dust settles, Turtle is up at top. So both teams will be looking at that objective. How are they making their rotations coming in? Well, Fanny will want to take out Daniel and bot lane first, and it looks like he's able to succeed in that attempt. They are going to group up and just heal their HP and then move towards the lot objective. And well, it's really not looking good for Dankers so far. They are thinking of that defensive stance, right? But there's so much pressure coming from ZGGX and 8 kills already by 4 minutes. It's just not looking good for them.
Flexa doesn't have a proper place to unleash his Raptor Dryad. In the end, he only unleashed it right underneath of the ultimate coming in from this Vendetta. So it didn't quite work out that well. Tian also wasn't able to get into the midst of the action much into. The entirety of the tankers have got no answers as to how to destroy Hello!
Ooh. Survive with a sliver of health again. It's so frustrating for the Dankers. I don't know what to do about that, bro.
Here's the problem. We are starting to see a lot of players that manage to run away with just a sliver. Out of all of these players who have a skill, they can immediately lock you down right here and there.
I'm thinking Cho?
No, from the side of the Dankers.
I'm thinking Beleric?
The marksman.
Right,
Brody is the only person that have the instant gratification of a stun at the press of a button. Even Flexa, that is playing as the Beleric, doesn't have the advantage. The taunt takes some time to come in. The Wrath of the Dryad takes some time to melt in as well. It is the Brody that have the instant gratification, so a lot of the stun potential in the end really relies down on the Brody, but unfortunately this fight doesn't even have the Brody, as we are going to be looking at 4 versus 3. Asfalov doesn't have much HP to work with, as such allows the Tyrov to actually bring him down while the Turtle is gonna be here.
Yeah, and for the first time I feel like Dankers...
Oh!
What a style point going over to Peace! He won in the duel to the death, and he walks away. And Brody has been bullying Peace, right, in the bot lane, so that's a bit of revenge coming in.
Oh, 2v4. Not the kind of fight that you want to be in, unfortunately, but Cho, he doesn't give the damn. He wants to go in for the kill anyways. The electric final blow followed by the Way of the Dragon. In the end, it will be able to successfully bring Assassin down, but is it all worth it? As now Tian is catching up to Bird, but they will not allow the Dankers to bring down the elusive members of ZGDX.
I feel like the game is all about how low my HP how much HP am I able to survive?
It's a game of how much I can stretch my hero.
Yes, yes.
It's a fun game, I gotta have to say. It's a fun game, but not necessarily fun for the Dankers.
Yeah, they are taking quite a bit of beating right there, and they're missing out on kills. I mean, it's just bad luck lah, if you ask me.
I mean, technically speaking, we're looking at a lot of style coming from ZGDX, no? A lot of style. But when it comes down to the goal advantage, we're looking at 3,000 goal advantage only. We're not looking at 5,000, 7,000, 10,000. No, this is only 3,000. So the Dankers can actually come back into the game if ZGDX overstyles themselves.
Yeah, that's right. So a lot of aggression at this blue buff where ZGGX, they don't necessarily have to be there, but they are still there. Yeah, and a lot of commitment just for a blue buff. I'm not too sure what their game plan is, but Halu managed to bait everyone from the Dankers and finishes off their HP bar. There will be 1 kill, but I don't think they are able to go for more though. They might prove me wrong.
They might prove me wrong as well, as now Peace drops down. Immediately the Zaman Force brings down the barrage together with the first tier defense turret, while Halu is just wasting energy. That's all I can say.
Well, ZGDX, they have a lot of purple buff reliant champions, right?
Yes.
Harif, Alice, I would say.
Yes, Alice as well.
Fanny, definitely.
Fanny, definitely.
One, that relies on the blue buff. So no wonder they are so focused on just stealing the blue buff away from tankers, because without that purple buff, the fighting potential may not be quite there. You know, they have to retreat as long as their energy bar is down.
A single additional blue buff for the side of ZGDX will make a massive difference in the game. Be it more damage from Peas, or longer survivability from the side of Asphalov. This time, Summon Force right onto the head of Flexa. Daniel have got no other places to play, but in the end, even on the Joe, Daniel has got 4 stacks coming in for his ultimate, but it's still not enough to bring the opponents down, man.
Oh, I'm feeling so bad for Dankers right now. I think if I were to do a counter, that's 6 times the member of ZDX managed to just escape death. 6
Quite a lot of time. It really is quite a lot of time.
Yeah. And this game has been a bloodbath so far though, Extract. Like 29 kills all across the board, and the timer has not even hit 10 minutes yet.
It's definitely not great for morale. But now, as for Love, he finds himself in the middle of the action. Wasn't able to get himself away from the blood owed, but the flowing blood!
What is going on? Last tap. Will they be able to do that? No, I don't think Ashfalov will be able to do that.
It's not that easy.
Yep, and you can see Cho already stepping forward, but Flexa was able to get away in time. I think he had to use the flicker to get himself into safety, but it will not be available in the next fight.
10 minutes into the game, as now the Xander's Rocker will be connecting on the Cho, stopping down this elusive Cho. That's going to be the one of the most important things. What a Zaman Force just going to be popped right down. His T's going to be continuing down. HP is still pretty darn good as the Chrono Fusion brings down yet another member down on the side of the Anchors. It's going to be a 3-way road split. It's going to be 3 ways of pushing potential from the side of ZGDX.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Dankers could hold this one, I don't feel, but maybe they could prove me wrong. But the thing about Dankers, right, is that they have to group up together because their front line is in the form of Barrage as well as Balearic. So if they are not present in that team fight, then you find that Burn as well as Halu can just reach Daniel at the back line and will be able to assassinate him.
Well, Burn is just styling at this point in time. But the main thing is he bought time. And time is all ZGDX needs, because Asphalov is all the way up in the northern side, whittling down and chipping down the inhibitor turret's health as much as possible. Oh. That is what is done by the Cho, completely isolating Assassins and brings him down. The Summon Force is going to be popped and hoping that it will be able to bring Flexa down. In the end, the Rapid Triad wasn't even able to bring Peace down in the middle lane. So it's a waste of an ultimate, while ZGDS gets away completely scot-free and even allowed Burn to unleash his ultimate right underneath the turret's nose.
Yeah, man, I do feel a little bit bad for that Brody because Asphalov was just right on top of him and he used the Winter Truncheon to negate the torn apart memory. And ZGDX is just having so much fun in this game, but fun is about to be over as the base of Danker is being harassed down by ZGDX. They close out 2-0.
A 2-0 victory. ZGDX knew exactly what they needed to do, and of course, their power is far unimaginable in the eyes of their opponents. ZGDX, boy oh boy, style points plus 99, I would say. But for this win, I'll give them a +5.
+5 of what?
No, just +5. Then style is like +39.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So technically the win is less consequential and less impactful than the style that they have been given out.
Right. But everyone just having, just bringing their kind of style into the game. Yeah, which is very fun to watch. And for me, I feel like Cho was the one that had the most style points, right? He was able to maneuver around the battlefield and just catch members of Dankers off guard. I don't think Belleric was expecting that Way of the Dragon flicker. Yeah, but made it work and isolated him, and it was just the end of Dankers right there and then.
Well, the Dankers definitely did very well so far because they managed to pull off top 16.
Yeah.
They made their way to top 8, and only in top 8, well, for lack of better words, got demolished by ZGDX. Very difficult to say, but ZGDX, you're right? So, all in all, ZGDX is just probably past their prime. They're probably just doing a very good job. They all have their own ideas as to how they will want to play. Halu is just, well, wasting energy and killing some people. Asphaloff is just being annoying, being under the back lines, blood oaths, flowing blood, whatever that she needs to, and even buying even more time with the Winter Truncheon. Burn is just being damn annoying, just going in the enemy's face. Makes people think that, yeah, you're gonna kill me, only for an eye for an eye to come in, or perhaps even an electro final blow. While Beast waits for the perfect time to go in with the Zaman Force. And of course, the other one, he's the playmaker, he's the setter one. He's the one that goes in with the Jikundo and kicks anyone who completely finds himself in a bad position.
This is just so hashtag feels bad, man. And for the longest time, I didn't know who the roamer was. Until now, I look at the items like, oh, actually Burn is the roamer.
Actually, I thought that it was a Cho as well.
Yeah, I thought it was a Cho that was the roamer.
I thought it was a Cho. It's something that we didn't really see that much, because technically speaking, a Benedetta in the EXP lane can still play tank. Because
Yep.
it works so well nowadays. And I still don't like it. I still don't like tank Benedetta, in my own games at least. I still prefer to play my Benedetta with the Bloodlust Axe along with War Axe, Bloodlust Axe, Oracle, Proof of Breastplate, and Queen's Wings.
Ah,
I'm
okay.
still like
Old
attacker
school.
base. Yeah, old school attacker base. But nowadays, people just love the elusivity coming in from Benedetta, being able to deal passive damage out of your cursed helm, which I understand. Sure, it's great. Your Electro Final Blow can also zone people out. People wouldn't really sit in your Electro Final Blow and be like, haha, this tickles. No one will do that, because it slows you down anyways.
Yeah, and something I do want to highlight is that Asphaloff is the one that deals the most damage in the whole entire team. Yes, granted that everyone in the team contribute pretty equally.
Pretty equally?
Yeah, pretty equally, right? Yeah, but it goes to show that she's really very present in a lot of these team fights, right? And you typically won't expect the off lane, the EXP lane, to deal the most damage in the entire team.
The entire game, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Usually it's like the mage.
Yeah.
Wait, who was the mage in that game again?
Valentina? Wait, was that
No,
Valentina?
they don't have a Valentina.
Oh wait, who was it?
It was actually the Harif.
Oh yeah, Harif Cho. Actually, Cho was the mid lane, sorry, and then Harif was in the off lane.
Yeah. So technically, Harif's the mage.
Yeah.
So very interesting kind of rotation, very interesting kind of setups coming in. But hey, we all had fun. I hope that every single one of you guys at home or at Kallang Wave Mall had fun too.
Yeah, we definitely did have a lot of fun. And that will conclude the game number 3 for us here. We will be taking a short break and we'll come back with game number 4. So do stay tuned with us.
I started this project because I saw this opportunity. This 5, 7, 10 years give me a chance to build a brand, to build an electric motorcycle. This is an opportunity where I see is once a lifetime. It's like Henry Ford making the first ICE engine. So somebody could be earlier than me, but I think the train is still very slow. We have this opportunity and we decided to jump on it. All my life, I understand branding, and we decided that we should do a premium brand rather than going to the masses. Just imagine 10 years from today, when everybody is going on the electric bikes, the incumbents are not slipping. They're going to come. And most of the incumbents, 80% controlled by the Japanese. They are the mass market. We will come down eventually to compete with them, but we'll always be more expensive because we have a brand on top of it. To me, it has to be a beautiful and performance bike. The range is 200 kilometers. The top speed is 105. I know 105 sounds slow compared to ICE, but in the electrification world, a scooter at 105, I think we're one of the highest speed motorcycles. It's IoT, it's got the apps, it's got everything that's needed, connectivity, knowing where the bike is going. So it's not just a normal two-wheeler or like an ICE engine bike.
thrilling gameplay, elite athletes, and millions of excited fans. It's competitive gaming, or esports, and it's one of the world's fastest growing industries. Now, Allied Esports, along with Harman Professional, is setting a new standard for competitive gaming with the Esports Arena Las Vegas. Located in the Luxor Hotel and Casino, Esports Arena Las Vegas includes a stunning venue for live tournaments and events, a modern restaurant and bars, and a complete broadcast facility for esports competition.
It's a global phenomenon. And there's almost 400 million people today tuning into esports. So the market size is huge, and we need the live experience to be so many steps above just viewing on your phone or at home on your computer to make this something that everybody wants to experience and make these properties successful for us, and Harman's a big part of that.
To create the ultimate destination for gamers worldwide, Esports Arena Las Vegas needed an audio-visual, lighting, and control solution that would meet the needs of the multi-purpose facility. Allied partnered with Harman Professional to help provide unmatched entertainment for fans in both the arena and at home. A complete JBL sound system powered by Crown amplifiers and BSS digital signal processing fills the entire facility with rich sound you can feel. AMX Control touch panels make it easy to manage sound and video feeds in nearly every room. And Martin Lighting helps complement the stunning visuals throughout the venue.
This is the first of its kind in North America, a place that competition can not only happen on a professional level, but the fan can enjoy that competition to the same extent that they would at a professional sports game.
And that's the power of working with Harman from our perspective, because that live moment, that experience of people cheering and hearing what the commentators are saying, what the players are doing, that is extremely powerful being in-house.
Esports is one of the fastest growing industries in the world. And with the Esports Arena Las Vegas, Harman Professional is setting the standard for audio-visual experiences in professional gaming arenas everywhere.
I started this project because I saw this opportunity. This 5, 7, 10 years give me a chance to build a brand, to build an electric motorcycle. This is an opportunity where I see is once a lifetime. It's like Henry Ford making the first ICE engine. Somebody could be earlier than me, but I think the train is still very slow. We have this opportunity and we decided to jump on it. All my life, I understand branding, and we decided that we should do a premium brand rather than going to the masses. Just imagine 10 years from today, when everybody is going on the electric bikes, the incumbents are not slipping. They're going to come. And most of the incumbents, 80% controlled by the Japanese. They are the mass market. We will come down eventually to compete with them, but we'll always be more expensive because we have a brand on top of it. To me, it has to be a beautiful and performance bike. The range is 200 kilometers. The top speed is 105. I know 105 sounds slow compared to ICE, but in the electrification world, a scooter at 105, I think we're one of the highest speed motorcycles. It's IoT, it's got the apps, it's got everything that's needed, connectivity, knowing where the bike is going. So it's not just a normal two-wheeler or like a ICE engine bike.
thrilling gameplay, elite athletes, and millions of excited fans. It's competitive gaming, or esports, and it's one of the world's fastest growing industries. Now, Allied Esports, along with Harman Professional, is setting a new standard for competitive gaming with the Esports Arena Las Vegas. Located in the Luxor Hotel and Casino, Esports Arena Las Vegas includes a stunning venue for live tournaments and events, a modern restaurant and bars, and a complete broadcast facility for esports competition.
It's a global phenomenon. And there's almost 400 million people today tuning into esports. So the market size is huge, and we need the live experience to be so many steps above just viewing on your phone or at home on your computer to make this something that everybody wants to experience and make these properties successful for us, and Harman's a big part of that.
To create the ultimate destination for gamers worldwide, Esports Arena Las Vegas needed an audio-visual, lighting, and control solution that would meet the needs of the multi-purpose facility. Allied partnered with Harman Professional to help provide unmatched entertainment for fans in both the arena and at home. A complete JBL sound system powered by Crown amplifiers and BSS digital signal processing fills the entire facility with rich sound you can feel. AMX control touch panels make it easy to manage sound and video feeds in nearly every room. And Martin Lighting helps complement the stunning visuals throughout the venue.
This is the first of its kind in North America, a place that competition can not only happen on a professional level, but the fan can enjoy that competition to the same extent that they would at a professional sports game.
And that's the power of working with Harman from our perspective, because that live moment, that experience of people cheering and hearing what the commentators are saying, what the players are doing, that is extremely powerful being in-house.
Esports is one of the fastest growing industries in the world. And with the Esports Arena Las Vegas, Harman Professional is setting the standard for audio-visual experiences in professional gaming arenas everywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AEF X Kallang Wave Mall. Back in here on the Kallang Wave Mall atrium, we are going to be presenting quite a bit of teams left. We have already went through 3 total games, or rather 3 total rounds. We'll be looking at the 4th round for today, and we'll be wrapping up the day very, very soon. But before we even move on and take a look at game number 4, my name's Abstract. With me here is Sleeping Dumpling. The both of us are going to be your casters for today.
Yeah, and this event is organized by Mineski as well as World X, and is in conjunction with Get Active SG, supported by our SG Fund and Kallang Wave Mall.
And of course, when it comes down to the Asia Esports Festival, we do have a lot of locations, right? I believe that right now, like right now here, you're watching Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Up on the 2nd floor, we do have League of Legends, and then on the other room, which is going to be the New Media Hub. New Media Hub, we have a Mario Party game.
As well as some arcade games like Street Fighter,
I think
King of Fighters.
There's a lot more over there. And then in the opposite part of Kallang Wave Mall, which is going to be the
Sports Hub Library.
Sports Hub Library, we have PUBG Mobile.
PUBG Mobile, yeah.
Yes, PUBG Mobile that is going on. So a lot of things is going on. Tomorrow we will have more as well. We have the next iteration of Mobile Legends Bang Bang as well. Today we're looking at top 16. Tomorrow we will be looking at top 8.
Top 8.
And then the day after tomorrow is like top 4 and then the grand finals. If I am not wrong. Because I'm not doing those. I'm only doing like the Call of Duty mobile part for Sunday. So I will be like coming in and coming down and just kind of watch every now and then.
And just to say hi, right? And that's the thing, like it's spanned across 3 days because there's just so much games. In fact, we have 14 games spanned across 4 venues across 3 days. So this really brings all gamers together, not just isolating it to just Mobile Legends, etc. Every gamer who have that heart and the soul can just come down and see what's going on and just be part of this.
Exactly. So, I mean, we do have a lot of cosplayers around the area as well. Right now, right in front of me, I'm looking at a cosplay train that kind of, well, have different people. Just kind of like cosplay train around. It's pretty cute, it's pretty funny. Perhaps more people can kind of like join them eventually, right?
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if the train would start like kind of go around the place. I remember I think in AFA we had something like that before. It was a very long train of people. We're starting to see like clones of Anyas. We're starting to see clones of Your Forger as well. We have a lot of Spy X Family characters upstairs as well. So if you guys are very interested in these cosplays as well as games from Battle Royales to MOBA, head on down to Kallang Wave Mall.
Yep, there's something for everyone today. Alright, and well, just to run through the prize pool for this NLBB tournament, it will be first prize walking away with 1,500. Second prize would be $1,000 SGD, all SGD by the way. Third place will be $500 SGD. So the prize pool, I think the stakes are really, really high for these players, and it's a single elimination best of 3 series. So they can afford to lose 1 game, but that's it. And they don't have a second chance at this tournament. Like if you're knocked out, sayonara. That's it. That's the end of this competition. So all is on the line for these teams.
That is a problem when it comes down to single eliminations, right? You don't have a redemption chance. It's ruthless, technically speaking. But you don't really have a choice because one team gonna have to make their way on top either way. You don't have chance and you don't have the time to, spare a thought at all. We want to see the very best players. And it kind of seems as though the very best players right now represents, well, the day of the week.
Days of the week. Monday, Sunday, Friday, Sunday and Tuesday. Yeah. It's gonna, if Friday scores a kill, then we're like, yeah, what a day for him.
I don't know, man. I mean, Monday, Tuesday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah. Clearly not a lot of love given away to Wednesday, Thursday. Don't have a choice about that. On the other side of the board, you guys are able to see a very familiar team with a very familiar name. If you do watch MPL Season 3, you will know some, if not all, of these players and the name of this team, Evil. They are a strong up-and-coming team.
I
In fact,
didn't
they have
cure the
already
pain.
made their debut
Your
in
team is
MPL Season
picking.
3, and they have already proved themselves. Right now, they're probably one of the favorites.
Yeah, definitely one of the favorites to
Your
win top
team
3
is
at least,
picking.
right? And well, just take a look at the draft. We have 1-1 as well as Julian being banned out. On the side of Evo, they ban out Valentina as well as Tamus. I like that Tamus ban. And on Daddy Young's side, they picked that Kagura. I feel it's a bit overcommitted on this Kagura, but if you want to play her defensively and with that surprise element, then Kagura can fit into the build. But on the side of Eva, it leaves them a
Your
lot of
team
options.
is picking.
I think the Kagura is not too bad. I think it is a very safe pick. It's not something that you will say that is very top priority. Yes, understandable. But you can't exactly go wrong with it. You don't dig yourself into a shell scrape. You don't dig yourself a hole or dig yourself a coffin just from picking the Kagura. So I do like it. I think it's okay. They're waiting to look at what
Your
people
team
pick
is picking.
and then adapt based on that. And because of the Karina as well as the
The
Beatrix
night
pick,
sky tells
Your
We're
all.
looking
team is
at-
banning.
Ruby as well as Paquito.
Yeah, I mean,
Very control based.
yeah,
They're looking to control.
yeah, and they're just waiting for Evo. Did I say Eagle? They're waiting for Evo to engage on them before stopping them on tracks. You have Ruby, you have Paquito, who's able to
Where
lock
is
you
my
in
Your
place
team
as
is
long as you
banning.
overstep your boundaries, right? So Evo have to be careful how they coordinate their attacks, especially in this major team fight. But with Esmeralda as well as Beatrix, the overcommitment shouldn't be that much of an issue, right? Because you are playing on
Your
both
team is
ends of
picking.
the the space that you have in the team
To
fight
live
is quite
is to
huge.
trick
And
the reaper.
added into the roster, they are hovering around that Tigreal. I like that Tigreal pick because it gives a lot of utility when it comes to this team fight. For Beatrix, as well as Karina to just dive around the map.
Your team is
A
picking.
small part of me thinks that Daddy Young is not going to go for marksman.
What's your
Okay.
command?
Yeah, I was right then.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, so they're really not going to go
Your
for
team
marksman.
is picking.
So what's happening here is that they actually want to go for a Ruby in the EXP lane, Paquito in the gold lane, and Fanny in the jungler. So the main thing is that I've seen before Paquito go lane so that they fight against the Beatrix. They want to win the lane against a Beatrix. That is the main thing that they are looking out for. Daddy Young, they do have an Atlas that they picked up for themselves. So it kind of seems as though Evil is not very interested in picking the Diggy for themselves in order to counter that Atlas. In fact, they have decided to go for an Akai instead.
Yeah, because if you just pick Diggy to just counter Atlas, you have to deal with Fanny, right? The Atlas is Akai is able to zone out members, right, and stop Fanny from touching into the backline. And Beatrix is kind of your damage dealer that you are looking at, right? The DPS is just solely on the shoulders. So the Akai pick, I would favor it more than the Diggy pick.
Right, touche. Because honestly, it feels as though the Diggy pick is a bait. The Akai is probably and understandably one of the better picks here,
Yeah.
especially since the opponent doesn't have a marksman. Only if there is a marksman, a Diggy pick would be viable. But in this case, because our friends here at Daddy Young doesn't have a marksman, the main damage dealers coming in from Daddy Young will come in from the lines of Kagura, Paquito, as well as the Fanny. So in the very event that Evil found themselves being whipped up, being in an unfortunate situation where they got hit by the Fatal Links, all Carrot could do is just pop off with his heavy spin. Heavy spin that throws Tuesday away, Sunday comes close, Monday comes close as well.
Yep, you're just saying every day of the week. And well, some action happening at the mid lane. So you can tell that both teams, they are really just fighting for objectives right here. Something to highlight is Sunday on Paquito, drafting high and dry as his emblem. So Beatrix would have to be careful of that all-in potential that Paquito can dish out to shut her down in wave. But as long as Beatrix farm it safely, then it shouldn't be an issue for her in this fight because she do have the range to deal with Paquito.
And it does seem like the range prevails at this point in time, forcing Sunday to want to recall back home, but Powerful has sensed it. He smelled blood and is going straight for it. He got a kill down on the Sunday, and they continue onwards onto Tuesday, and that is going to be the second kill coming in for the side of Powerful, while Coconut supports him onto the background.
Yeah, I mean, that aggression turn on to the favor of Evil instead, so they will have 2 kills in the bag. That's 1k goal lead already. Not too bad of a start for Evil. Well, on the big picture so far, it will be Turtle up and running, but J6 is just kiting around the members of Daddy Young, drawing all the attention. Wow, Evil will starting out with...
Oh my! A really good RWM coming in from the side of RY. Managed to help him buy more time, and JS hiding inside the brush, wanted to go home, but realized that, hey, Kagura is coming in to be very low. He decided to get out of his recall and get the kill instead, allowing Evil to get themselves a total of 4 kills and a single turtle take.
Wow, I mean, all the objectives, and in the first 2 minutes, it seems like it all goes to Evil, right? And Daddy Young, they have a consolation prize, Sunday getting 1 kill, but that's about it. So, a lot of denying farm patterns coming from Evil. They don't want the standard farming patterns that Daddy Young would typically take on, and this will escalate it into an easier mid-game for them.
It is 3 minutes now. It is 2 more minutes until the gold plating, the energy plating were to be destroyed. It will take some time though. But Daddy Young's playstyle, they would want to go for a mid-game play. And Carrot very casually walks in right in. He doesn't have the heavy spin anymore as such. We do have the Fatal Link to come in. Really done nicely. They managed to take 2 kills over the heads of Coconut as well as Powerful, and RY with the RWN wasn't able to do quite much from that point in time. But it was still not too bad. And Daddy Young, they're climbing back up.
Yeah, and all this while J6 is just pulling Saturday out of his own lane, getting all the gold plating for himself. That's gonna be good for J6 up at top. And if he's able to hold his own lane, then it gives Arkai as well as Eve all the space that they need to rotate between mid as well as bottom. There's more focused effort to proxy onto Beatrix.
Friday right now doesn't seem to have a very good positioning as Powerful was looking to go for a kill. Indeed, Powerful will be able to do that. The heavy spin just going to be channeling down on the Monday. Even the cables wouldn't get him anywhere. The last ditch effort coming in from Tuesday with the Fatal Links with no connections coming in from anyone else.
Yeah, that was a good Fatal Links drawing 4 members back into turret range, but no follow-up right there because everyone already dropping down in the hands of Evil. Wow, the pressure coming in all across the map, and they are catching in on the lead that they have. 3k goal lead so far, and they are going for that turtle. That just doesn't seem like Daddy Young's lineup is working that well, and you would think that they are going to shine in the early game. It's just not happening right now.
Honestly, it's not, in my opinion, it doesn't quite seem like Daddy Young is having a problem because of their lineup. Like their early game lineup supposedly is not too bad. I will say that their lineup is actually pretty darn strong as compared to Evil, both of which have got a strong composition. But it's more about understanding their caveat, understanding the win condition, when do they come up, blah, 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 blah. Evil is stronger than Daddy Young, solely based on macro game. They are just better in terms of playing as a team. They know what Daddy Young is trying to do. And everything just plays out so smoothly for Evil, because this is just second nature to them.
Yeah, and we don't want to discredit Evil in terms of their individual mechanics because every single lane of Evil is winning. Right now, if you're looking at the Land of Dawn, it's all painted red. The mid lane is not long for this world, but if you just look at the side lanes, right, Esmeralda as well as Beatrix, they're just dominating their lane, right? So Daddy Young has multiple ends that they have to deal with, and it doesn't look like they have any form of answer.
In just 6 minutes and 15 seconds into this game, Evil, they are starting to look at about 8,000, close to about, well, 7,000 gold lead. So this is definitely not great for Daddy Young. In terms of itemizations, the youth has already gotten the Ice Queen Swan. Esmeralda has got quite some, well, sustainability in the front lines. It does have the Dominance Eyes. In the meantime, we're also going to be looking at the Beatrix, already completed the Blade of Despair. Daddy Young's side, though, they do have the Blade and the Haptoses onto the Fanny. We're looking at the Hunter Strike coming in from the Paquito. And let's not forget the Haas Claws on the Saturday as well as playing onto the Ruby. But this point onwards is when Evil will want to break through. Powerful did manage to take the turtle down, and doesn't seem like that Fatal Links will be able to turn anything into fruition. Not much of a value was done. RWN to keep out Daddy Young from inside of on the cube, ensuring that they do not get themselves away.
Yeah, that's 4 deaths already on the name of Daddy Young. And Evil actually walked away with a turtle. So all the major objectives go in the pockets of Evil, and it's just a matter of time before they cash it in terms of taking objective of the towers from Daddy Young. And well, Lord will be up in the next 80 plus seconds, but Daddy Young is being decimated on all ends. They cannot step over the boundaries, and Evil will punish them for it.
We all gotta have to say that Evil right now, they are on a mission like a man possessed. They are not allowing Daddy Young to take any opportunity against them. They are on a roll, and they will just kill, and slaughter anyone that comes into their way. The only thing that will come in between them, well, is going to be the objectives, and that is the turret, which ultimately is going to be part of what they would aim to destroy.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse from this point onwards, because Evil, they can choose not to pull the trigger to engage on the Daddy Young. All they need to do is just to starve Daddy Young out of the places where they can farm resources, right? And then they can draw that goal lead even further for themselves. So this is really not looking good for Daddy Young, but they do have huge ultimates, and everyone from the lineup of Daddy Young, right, they have game-changing ultimates. And that could be what they are hoping to do in the next team fight, especially when Lord is coming up in the next 10 seconds.
Now, eventually the Lord is going to be appearing. Daddy Young understands that they are eventually would want to fight for the Lord. It is not going to be easy, but Monday will do whatever that he can, despite the fact that he is lacking of the purple buff. They already have a lot of value that they do not have. Monday immediately finds himself being dropped dead, while Tuesday was hoping that he will be able to land a crucial Fatal Links. But that did not happen. That's not how it all worked out. As such, Daddy Young lost 2 heads almost immediately, while the Lord will be given away to Evil.
Yeah, Evil once again collecting all the objectives across the map. Lord will be marching down at bottom side. If you look at the map right now, Evil is just positioned himself all across the map, and it looks like Sunday wants to make something happen, but JC's health bar is not affected at all. Will they be able to turn it around on them?
It doesn't seem like JS will be able to do much, actually, or rather the members coming from the side of Daddy Young wouldn't be able to do much onto JS. He has been in that fight for roughly about 5 seconds, but take a look, his HP is already back up. With the Lord is going to be trampling and piloting all the way down to the bottom side. He will be pillaging the side of Daddy Young. In the meantime, the falling star moon from JS will allow him to get himself a little bit of a proxy, as well as a 4-man Fatal Link. From this point onwards, Coconut did manage to get himself a single kill onto the side of Daddy Young, while 3 other members from the side of Daddy Young already disappeared. And the only one left is going to be left with Monday, with no other way to defend the base, allowing Evil to get themselves game number 1.
Game number 1 going over to Evil. They are in full control from minute 1 onwards, all the way. And there was just no chance, no weakness that they are showing over to Daddy Young. It's so frustrating to play against Evil.
It really seems as though there was some really good initiations coming from Daddy Young, right? But it comes down to economy. It comes down to macro plays. So what is the weakness coming in from Daddy Young's side? They have a team that doesn't play around marksman already. So they never even had the intention of going to the late stages of the game. They just want to bring Paquito over to the goal lane. I want my Paquito to win in the goal lane and beat down the Beatrix. That didn't work because of the range and all the kind of stuff, right? We know as a matter of fact that Beatrix won in the lane, and with the help of Karina, they dove right under the lane and brought down the Paquito just like that. So there was no pressure coming in from Paquito at all.
Yeah, zero pressure coming in. And the thing is, whenever Evil launch an attack, right, they group up as maybe 2 or 3, they strike, they always get a kill. But for Daddy Young, they group up 2 or 3 members, it doesn't convert to anything meaningful at all. So, this is just very frustrating for Daddy Young, and maybe if they want to play something more defensive, if you're drafting Ruby, if you're drafting Kagura, it would scream defensive lineup, right? Then what you essentially need to do is to have vision onto Evil, where they are going. You have to know exactly where Karina is at all times. You have to know where Akai is at all times, right? Because if they dive, that's the end of the side lane.
And let's not forget that Evil have got a very good idea as to how they want to initiate fights. And we pretty much saw, right, Carrot, he just took his time, hit his spin, and then go right in the face of anyone that he wants. He's got good micro. He's got good control of his heroes. And JS, where the actual hell do you find 32% damage off of Esmeralda? That is my biggest question. Where the actual hell do you find those damage? What? Typically, you would want to see a mage to do that kind of damage. Alright, so I don't know what JS ate for lunch or perhaps even breakfast. But he's doing a really good job, and I really hope to see that he'll be able to do the same thing coming into the next game. Because JS, boy oh boy, 32% damage done, 40% damage taken.
Yeah.
40%, huh? 40, remember, that's just like 10% away from half.
Yeah, man, adding really a lot of value in this Esmeralda pick that I wasn't particularly expecting out of Esmeralda against a Ruby, right? So we saw a few times where Esmeralda just straight up chased Ruby back into her base, right? There was like Ruby couldn't stay in her own lane, so that gives Esmeralda all the gold plating from the turret pre-5 minutes, and that gives her all the advantage that she needs in order to be annoying in the jungle of Daddy Young.
Well, they just knows how to play their lanes well. And of course, being dominating throughout the land of Dawn. That is something, because essentially, Evil looks at the land of Dawn, and then they have their side, they have their corner, and then they have the opponent's corner. They went to the land of Dawn, woke up, and they chose violence. And they're like, we have this corner, and that corner, that will be ours real soon. Remember, it was just 1 minute and 30 seconds into the game, and Evil already had control of the opponent's jungle.
Your team is there.
One. And it's not the best news for Fanny if in the early game you are not able to control the tempo of the game, right? She didn't really add much value in the previous game, so I do hope to see them changing up their draft and just to adapt into the aggression from Evil.
Well, coming into game number 2, what kind of change will Daddy Young and friends? I mean, the team name is called Daddy Young, but what would Daddy Young do to change the game up here? With the Valentina, Karina, Damus, and 1-1 being banned already.
I think the Xavier is still up in the open, and because of the recent changes, it makes his 1-2 combo a little bit easier to land. So the thing about Xavier is that you do have to watch out for, if you are playing against Xavier, you do have to watch out for your positioning. But instead, they go for the Julian.
So understandably, we should be looking at a very flexible Julian. But most, if not all Julians that plays competitively, they are looking at a position 3 Julian in the middle lane. While Daddy Young right now, they are going to be picking up a Kufra as well as Esmeralda for themselves. So far, they've got an initiator. They do have a very strong front liner in this very case. Evil. They definitely need more crowd control.
Yeah.
But they decided to go for damage first.
Yeah, so locking in the carry the second pick, Paquito will be hovered around as one of the picks. But Faramis is gonna join in the line up for Evo. I really wonder how Faramis will play a part in this roster. But on the side of Daddy Young, right, it feels to me that the Esmeralda pick is just so that Evo will not have the hands on that Esmeralda, right? Because Julian is kind of the flex pick. You don't exactly know where to ban, which Daddy Young is facing right now. They don't exactly know, hey, which one do I ban?
Yeah, this is really tough, right?
Yeah.
Julian is very flexible.
Yeah.
But with the appearance of Faramis, it makes things even more confusing. Right? It's like, do I want... Wait, they banned the Eve.
Yep, they banned the Eve.
I mean, Ken is Ken, but not exactly something that I would immediately ban down for. But Faramis could be in the mid-mage. We can still see the Julian possibly going to EXP lane, or perhaps even onto the jungle. Coconut kind of seems like he's looking at the mark. Oh, there we go. Very greedy team. Huh?
Wait, is that a carry and a Beatrix? So I feel like it's Beatrix mid lane, Faramis roam, and then Julian on the EXP lane, carry on gold lane, and it's quite a greedy lineup in honesty.
Yeah, Beatrix mid.
Yeah,
wow, that is damn greedy last year. Hey, powerful, you're really
super confident in this game, man.
Well, that is super greedy. But looking at Beatrix back in the middle lane, this is like really a blast in the past, right? Right. I can't remember quite a few
seasons back.
Yeah, really.
Sailor,
I think
Beatrix
it's like season 2, right?
No, season 3 was it MSC or something like that?
Not season 3. Season 3 just over a few months ago.
No,
I can't remember,
okay,
but I know it's some time ago where Beatrix is very popular in the middle lane. And it makes sense, yes. And then the gold lane, you have someone else. This is a very greedy composition, but it works. But in this case, we have 3 marksmen. So Evil really need to depend on... Okay, so listen to this. Listen to me because I went through this in my mind, okay?
Okay.
They have 3 marksmen. Marksmen are generally derived to play in the late stages of the game. Different marksmen have got different spikes. Damage spikes, power spikes, such as Beatrix, as well as Roger. Beatrix can reach the power spike by farming the first 2 items. Roger needs to reach those spikes in order to through tempo. So you need tempo to get power spike in order to get tempo.
It's a cycle.
So the only one that can help this Roger get the tempo that requires, that snowball is required, is only JS. And technically speaking, yes, you can use Faramis as well, but I don't know how well it would be.
What? And the setup was so on point. Alright, getting the first kill, draws the first blood of Daddy Young. And you're just not expecting the marksman to be so proactive, especially in the early parts of the game, but Carrot making this Faramis happen.
Hold on a second. Carry is mid. Okay, whatever that we said, completely down the drain, and Evil is just like, yeah, you know what, Custom, we don't care what you said. In the meantime, ROI is not looking to be very well. It kind of seems as though that this Kogura will definitely bring him down very, very soon. But Evil, despite this composition, they're still doing a pretty darn good job with a total of 2 kills to their name. And roughly about 1.3, 1,300 gold lead, 1,600 gold lead now. So, you're bending the laws of MLBB.
Yeah.
I quit my job now.
I don't know how to cast this game anymore, bro. Like, you are not expecting Evo to make all the plays, but they are getting 2 kills in the like first 3 minutes, I mean, just difference. I mean, they are really damn good.
This makes it all more hype-worthy, right? Because a composition like Evo, technically speaking, shouldn't work in the early game. But
Yeah.
technically speaking, we have a Julian who is a beast in the early game. We're looking at Roger, who focuses on the snowball momentum in order to win in the early games as well.
Yeah, I do hope that Daddy Yong will be able to set things up, especially with the potential of Kufra as well as Kufra as well as Kagura, who has an element of surprise as long as he's hide in the bush, and they can just 100 to 0 any marksman, which they could just take their pick because Evo is just filled with all marksmen, right? Or squishy targets. So they still do have to look out for that notorious duo at the mid lane.
Well, we can move on from the fact that there is triple marksman now because it kind of seems like Evo just technically knows what they're doing. But Daddy Yong, I'll be looking out for them in the mid stages of the game. Because once we reach roughly about 8 minutes into the game, it is either that Evo have got a strong momentum or they don't. So it's kind of tough for me to understand how the game will eventually would be because RY is not doing a lot of impact all over the map. They're leaving the marksmen to do their own thing in their own lane.
Yeah, and how do you play against that, right? Like, you think there's a lot of angles that you can come in to strike against Evo, but the thing is Daddy Yong is just not making it happen yet. I think the sole reason is because Carrot is just putting down so much pressure, and then Daddy Yong is just calling for retreat over and over again. Like, if they become more proactive and set things up, they might be able to find something to set things up for the rest of the team.
So, for Evo, their game plan here is we deal damage so fast that you can't kill us, right?
Yeah.
We deal damage so fast that you can't kill us. While Daddy Yong's gameplay is that we tank so much that you can't kill us. That is kind of like their win condition, how they're looking for. Daddy Yong is looking for survivability. They have an Akai, a Kufra, and Esmeralda. Tell me that this team isn't tanky. To make matters worse, their marksman is literally a marksman that just needs to build the first item defense. Brody. You don't even need attack items on Brody. Just 4 stacks, go for torn apart memory. So this is what Daddy Yong is trying to do. They just want to play defensive. While Evil, they just want to go full out offense.
Yeah, but as the saying goes, the best offense is the best defense. So, like, as long as you can put up a defense, waiting for Evo to step a little bit off their limits, that's where Daddy Yong can kind of punish, right? But in terms of just map rotation, Evo seems to be at the right place at the right time, and Daddy Yong is just playing catch-up. So, it's just not looking so good for them. Oh, that seems to be like a little bit of fight.
Because it seems like Friday is not exactly doing very well. Carrot, in the end, found himself a single kill together with RY. In fact, a double for RY. Monday himself is not exactly in a very good spot. Carrot has changed himself right into the spiritual form. It's going to be A-OK at least for now. We're starting to see more turns taken down, more free real estate for Evil. And it's only 6 minutes in.
Yep, 6 minutes in, 6 kills already. And this is only going to get worse from this point onwards, right? 3 marksmen in the team, like, even if you take down one, like let's say you take down Beatrix, right? There is still the threat of RY on carry. There's still a threat of Roger on, that's powerful on this Roger. So there's multi-threat that Daddy Yong just have to deal with, and they only have ultimates that kind of turn the tide of the team fights around. But once that ultimate is in cooldown, then that's where Evo can kind of have free reign in all these team fights.
This is where everyone, the viewers, the audience, you gotta have to put yourself in the shoes of Daddy Yong right now. You gotta have to understand, who do you prioritize? Who do you target? Because you may be able to kill one person, but the next one, they are gonna come back and kill you. So Daddy Young right now, they have got no answer. They have got no potential to farm. Every single one of their members lose out in lane in terms of farming. They can't destroy the creep waves fast enough. They can't repel the opponents fast enough. They don't have the damage. Daddy Young is great when it comes down to a team fight potential. All they gotta do is collapse onto one person. Karen's Revenge, followed by the Falling Star Moon, and then Monday jumps in, throws everyone else with a heavy spin. But when is the time when you can actually execute that? When you have enough money.
Yeah.
That's all.
And something we haven't even touched on is the level difference that we are showing right now. Evo, their average level right now is about 10, while on the side of Daddy Young is about 8. So the level deficit is also something to take into account as top lane is marching in. Everett will throw in that first kill, pull Tuesday into the range of Evo as they finish off his HP bar.
What an intense pull coming in from this Faramis. Well, we very much know why Faramis is such a painful and annoying initiator now. But right now, the rest of the members coming from the side of Evil just gonna be working their way down onto Daddy Young. Saturday evaporated. And I'm pretty sure that the rest of the members from Daddy Young would start to be deleted from this point onwards. Evil has got great items. They've got great damage. While Daddy Young, they don't remotely have got the defenses in order to stop those damage. The Kupra went in, only to immediately die, and to make matters worse, this is the first time that we saw Carrot pops up with the Cult Altar, and they're moving onwards to destroy Monday. And Evil gets game number 2 just like that.
Wow, I mean, this is just skill level difference. As brutal as it sounds, I mean, Evo, they picked 3 marksmen in their draft with Julian and Faramis, who's not exactly tanky, and they made that work. Wow, I mean, what to do against that?
Somebody call 995 right now because this wound is a little bit too deep to be sterilized by yourself. Evil, they are truly evil. They are not the kind of team that is like evil in the sense of BM. You're like, yo, we are so good, we BM you. They're the kind of team that is so evil that they know where they stand in the leaderboards, in the ranking. They know that our micro is good, our macro is good. So let me destroy your mental game by picking 3 marksmen. Technically speaking, it does work to a certain extent, but it shouldn't work like that.
Yeah, not a 9 minutes KO, you know.
Definitely shouldn't be.
Yeah, typically if you draft 3 marksmen, you want to just wait till the 20 minutes mark where everyone has full set items, right? But they ended it within like 9 minutes. You look at their items, 3 items at most, and then it's just game over for them at this point. Yeah, it's just the mental pressure since the first minute to know that Evo is just putting so much pressure down to the members of Daddy Young, right? Just not much value of the Kufa and the Kagura. I didn't feel like this duo did anything much to stop the tracks of Evo.
Yeah, honestly, this game, I don't have an answer. You know, I can't put a finger on it, and Evil, yeah, there's a reason why they're an MPL team.
Yeah.
Well, for Daddy Young, I would say that they're pretty unfortunate to be facing off against Evil. But regardless, we've seen how they played in Game 1 and Game 2, albeit not in the flashiest pattern and of course, not in the best way possible. But I am very sure that their micro plays are just as good as many of the teams out there. Just that Evo literally took the spotlight away from them. This is where I really want to see Daddy Young a little bit more in future community events or even future events. Cross our fingers, they don't face off against Evil again.
Yeah. It's just not their day. Get it? It's just not their day.
Get out! Get out. I'm quitting my job.
It's just not their day, man. They should add Wednesday into their roster or Thursday.
Today is like a Friday. Today is a Friday.
Friday. Just not their day, man.
Not their day.
Not their day.
It's unfortunate, but you know what? It is what it is. And just like that, we have concluded round number 4. The 4th series of the day is concluded. And for today's games, we are only looking at a total of 5 series. So we have just 1 series left. How do you feel about this, Sleeping? Or Dumpling? Dumpling.
Dumpling,
How do you feel about this so far?
Well, the first 2 games were really neck to neck, right? But the 3rd game and the 4th game just feels very one-sided already. And we can really see the skill level difference coming through. Not because the teams that participated are lousy or whatever, it's just that their counterparts really showing they are semi-pro players, right? In Evo, they are pro players. So that's what they are having to deal with. And for maybe teams who are just playing it a little bit more casually, they are not expecting this kind of matchup against pro players. And well, the consolation here is that they have the experience up against pro players, and that is where they improve. You either win or you improve.
There's only win.
There's only
or
win
improve.
or improve. There's no lose.
There's no lose.
There's no lose.
You either win or improve.
Yes. Yes.
Wisdom of the day coming in from Sleeping Dumpling, also known as 睡觉水饺.
Yes.
In case you guys are wondering, it'll be like, oh, eureka kind of moment. But yes, with that all said and done, we're done with round number 4 here at Kallang Wave Mall. Do note that the Asia Esports Festival is a week-long event. We still have more tomorrow. We still have more next week. No, not next week. The day after tomorrow. As well as some other days, which I can't remember. I think it's the 6, 7, and 9 of August. I'm really bad with dates. I will give you guys a little bit more information regarding that. But we thank you all so much for tuning in so far. We're gonna go off for a short little break. And once we are back, we'll give you guys the final game of the day. We'll see you guys. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Asia Esports Festival X Kallang Wave Mall. Here at Kallang Wave Mall Atrium, my cable is stuck. Oh, it got unstuck. I'm good now. My name is Abstract, together with me here is Sleeping Dumpling, and we are going to be covering the final game for the MLBB segment, and this is going to be the last top 16 games. Evil has just completed their game, but they are back on stage again against M24, M42, M something.
M42?
M42?
Yeah. It feels like this team can have a lot of permutation, like TM42, MT24, whatever. Okay,
TM42, so once used disappears, right?
Yeah, correct.
HM instead then. But anyways, for those people that have just came into Kallang Wave Mall or you have just attended this live stream, a huge welcome over to you. Just to let you guys know that the entirety of Asia Esports Festival X Kallang Wave Mall is proudly organized by Miniski Global as well as World X in conjunction with Get Active SG, and of course supported by our SG Fund and Kallang Wave Mall, located in 4 different locations. This atrium, upstairs at EXP Esports Experience Center, next to Esports Experience Center, and that is the new media hub opposite of Kallang Wave Mall, and that is going to be the Sports Hub Library.
Yep, so a lot of events happening all across this place, so just do drop by every single place, yeah, just to see what's going on. But right now, do drop by the atrium because it will be the final series of the game. And well, we do have M42 Tyrants up against Evil.
And just like that, we are gonna be looking at the first banning stage happening. The taboos as well as 1-1 has been thrown into the banning phase, and understandably, we should be looking at, yes, Xavier is now thrown in. How about Karina? How about Ling? These are the questions. Or maybe I can say, how about Nana?
Nana? Nani?
Where's Nana? Where's Nana?
I do hope that JC is pick up.
It would be funny though.
yeah, it would be quite funny.
I don't know if whether that is really a thing, but my co-caster here tells me that there is something going on with Nana.
Yep.
Is there really though?
I've played ranked games where they ban out Nana. I'm not exactly sure why, but Nana has been very underrated. That's something you gotta admit.
Nana is just annoying, okay?
Yeah,
that's
the whole point. That's the whole point.
It's annoying as a teammate and as an opponent. You just hate being Molina'd out of this world. You just hate getting the paw prints being stamped onto you as an opponent. And as an ally, I have reached to a point in time where my matchmaking games have 3 people who mains Nana. Trust me when I say that you hate it when that happens.
Oh man. But well, coming back to the business, we do have M42 first picking that Valentina and then follow up with Masha and the Franco. So it looks like their front line lineup has been secured. While on the other side of things, we have Evo locking in the Karina, which has been banned away in the last 2 games, and then this time around choosing to prioritize that Karina. So it really goes to show, right, that they are very afraid to deal with Karina. They want that, they prioritize this Karina a lot. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yep, it makes perfect sense for Evil to actually get themselves that Karina after all. All 3 picks coming in from M42 Tyrants as well as Evil have been decided. Now, understanding from Evil's lineup, what are they lacking? Or rather, what are they afraid of? They do have damage already. The frontliners is going to be pretty darn important. And Evil, they're trying to prioritize either the Roamer or the EXP laner? Well, one thing's for sure, the Paquito is very likely an EXP laner, so I don't expect them to pick up an Esmeralda here anymore.
Yeah, the mage will be Kufra will be hovered around. That could be a very good pick. Another one of the pick. Oh, the Kagura last minute change.
Okay,
well,
okay.
Pretty strong as well. I was actually thinking of who was that? Who was that roam that Now, I lost my train of thought, yeah, but we will come back to that roam, right? But
no
on the other
problem.
side, M42, they go for a Phobius pick. I'm not too sure about that one, though. Yeah, it's pretty strong against Karina, Beatrix, Paquito. But then, you have JCs on this Esmeralda once again. Yeah, as long as the Esmeralda is let through, you cannot pick Phobius because it's such a huge counter. And Esmeralda just adding so much value on top of being a counter to the Phobius. He's able to use that early game advantage to basically dominate his side of the map. So that's gonna be a big problem for M42 Tyrants.
Ah, okay. So I'm gonna be very honest with you right here, right now. After the first few picks from both sides, I forgot the rest. I actually don't remember what is the last two pick coming in from both sides. I know that there's a Kogura on the right side.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I blanked out. But don't worry, at least now we know, we see it. Oh, so that's why you were talking about Esmeralda then?
Yeah, right there. But I mean, casting 5 games straight, you know, could kind of take a toll on that. So yeah,
okay.
you're forgiven, Abstract.
I'm okay. But now, the main important question is for all of you guys, everyone at home or here at Kallang Wave Mall. It is time for you all to bear witness if whether Evil will lose or maybe they're gonna be on a roll.
Yep, doesn't look like Evil is giving any space to M42 Tyrant. Even that little one, little one, yeah, is being contested so heavily from both sides. So really going to show the kind of spirit that they have, you know, into this game. They really, really want to win this one. They really want to proceed in these brackets. After all, what is at stake right here is for them to proceed into top 4, where the prize money will be at.
It is 1 minute and 30 seconds. M42 Tyrants as well as Evil, none of them are yielding to their opponents just yet. About 20 seconds in until the turtle eventually emerges. M42 Tyrants, the way that they are playing right now is that they do not care about any marksmen at all. In fact, they are just bundling as much gold that they can onto the side of Masha. Right now, with Psych already taken down, Carrot found himself running away. Well, Powerful, he's almost dead, but he decided to jump right back in to get a kill down onto the Valentina. In the meantime, low skill level, he's still going in neck and neck against JS, and the shields that he have gotten for himself will be stolen from stolen by JS anyway.
Yeah, that's the value of Esmeralda at the bottom side, right? Low skill level, didn't have that level 4. If not, Powerful would have been dead. So that's where the individual lane, as long as they're able to win, they're able to translate that into advantage for the rest of the team.
And now, Carrot found himself taken down by the hands on Rums, and the rest of the players coming in from Rums. They're hoping that they will be able to stay alive, but unfortunately, Syph is just going to be levying himself. A lot of HP left right now. Low skill level coming in with a wrecking ball. I'm pretty sure that Miley Cyrus will be really excited to see this, as now Coconut left with a sliver, unable to get himself away. And Evil has gotten themselves neck and neck. And even for M42 Tyrants, they are trying to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, what a turnaround of events for M42 Tyrants, right? We thought that Evil had this one in the bag, but instead it was M42 Tyrants that came out on top in that particular team fight. But, well, they have to be careful of the positioning. Well, Psych dropping his HP and giving that kill over to Powerful. Not exactly the best time because Turtle is up already. So Evil can look at setting it up, pushing the waves, and then converging into that Turtle. But there is a lot of crowd control that Evil have to be careful about. So Karina can't just dance around the battlefield as and when she likes. She do have to respect the fact that Bloody Hunt is going to suppress her, and then everyone is going to target her. So she do have to be careful where she moves around.
Now, I do want to bring some attention to you guys anyways. M42 Tyrant's jungler right now, he's playing onto the Retribution money. He's not going in for anything. He's not going in for the meta. Neither is Powerful. Powerful is eventually going to go for damage instead. But right now, M442 Tyrants as well. Even just going to go for a fight right now. Psych manages to get himself away while he is still barely breathing. In the meantime, the Ling, he does have the Tempest of Blaze, effectively getting himself away from all of the team fight. Well, at this point in time, I'm not too sure if the Evil's lineup and the way that they are building their character is going to be A-okay or not. Because Powerful is going in for magical damage Karina instead of the tank Karina now.
Yeah, so Evil will get that turtle for themselves, good lead. But M42 Tyrant's rotation proved a bit too fast for Coconut to handle, and that will be a 3-man dive coming in. Evil, do they respond to M42 Tyrant? Carrot steps forward, but not much value to be extracted from that one.
And here we go, the Ling is trying to get himself away from Powerful, but unfortunately Powerful will be able to successfully take him down with one person down from the side of Evil. They're just going to be trying to best their way right through M42 Tyrants. And just like that, Evil very simply brought down 3 other members in an avenging fight for Coconut.
Yeah, Evil really making M42 Tyrants pay for overstaying their welcome, right? And I don't feel like M42 necessarily have to engage on that one, but they still did, and trying to retreat off the pursuit of Evil just didn't prove enough for them. So they will be 3 kills down up against Evil, and Evil have a 2k goal lead. The question will be, will they convert this goal lead into something meaningful? The turret plating has all been down, and they can look to strike that objective, which is the towers.
It is only a 2,000 goal lead in favor for Evil. It is not that big of a deal as it is for now. It is only 6 minutes into the game as well. And for the Tyrants, they are definitely going to be looking for other avenues of attack. But they can't just willy-nilly jump right in, because they also have to put a very big emphasis on the fact that they're gonna have to respect the Esmeralda in play for Evil. Because one of the biggest plays that they should be looking out for is going to be the Furbies, and it kind of seems as though everyone's just gonna be imploding as every single one of the members coming from the side of M42, they are just breaking through like an Olympic diver. While Must Be Noob immediately breaking through. 4 men taken down on Evil, and as a consolation prize, a couple of turrets for themselves.
Yeah, M42 really putting the pressure against Evil right now, and they have their backs for now. I'm pretty sure Evil can come back from this game, especially when they shine more in the mid game, right? But for now, M42 really coming back from a bit of goal deficit, and that's all because the setup coming in from Psych as well as Must Be Noob is on point.
And I think that not only that, we should also pay attention to one man who has been playing quite a bit of impact. And the guy, 苹果放屁. Well, that is literally his name, Apple Farts, right?
Yeah.
Ling has been doing quite a lot of background impact. The way that he's just moving around, pinch points, the Tempest of Blaze. The main thing is to grant crowd control as well as confusion. The amount of health and the amount of damage that this Ling is able to do, the amount of impact that he's able to rotate from the bottom lane all the way to the top side, north, south, east, west, he's there. This Ling, 2 kills, 1 death, 4 assists. His main role is to roam around the jungle and farm as much as possible. But it doesn't seem like right now he's needed in the top lane. Because M42 Tyrants right now, they're just melted down by the hands of Evil before they even have time to blink.
Oh, there's some big brain plays coming in from Evil, right? They know that the Franco is trying to set it up against the members of Evil. So what they essentially did is just to hide in the bush and just throwing a little bit, but not everything. And yeah, that was such a beautiful bait coming in from Evil to turn the tables on M42 Tyrant. M42 Tyrant can still be looking at their split push though. The Ling and the Masha is exactly built for that. But, well, they have to consider other factors as well. The fact that Evil is grouping up as 5 through, at least in the last few minutes, really showing that their game plan of playing as a team is gonna come together right now.
Good hug on the side of RY. In the meantime, low skill level just gonna be going in and traversing throughout the battlefield as he jumps from one place to another. The amount of shield that is building up for himself is not that big, unfortunately. Already 3 members down on the side of M42 Tyrants. Evil and powerful. They eat through everything. And that is going to be powerful, conducting his own medley of death.
Whoa. And they managed to convert it into a turtle right after that team fight. So it's really a big momentum swing going in the favor of Evil. They managed to pull away a goal lead of 3,000, and it's only going to get bigger, at least in the next few minutes when Lord is still up and alive.
There is still a single turret. The first tier turret that is holding out in the bottom lane, which understandably will be taken down very, very soon. In the middle lane and the top lane is just a second tier defense turret, which eventually will be taken down by this Lord, no problem. But the pillaging methods coming in from Evil, they just want to prioritize onto the first tier defense in the bottom lane first. But that is the burst that you will not be able to imagine when you are in the eyes of the league.
Yeah, Evil really threatening, giving a lot of threat onto that carry, right? So there's nowhere that M42 Tyrant can farm in peace, especially given the fact that Evil is made up of composition where their rotations around the map is very, very quick.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Did manage to see a hook onto JS, but unfortunately, JS is very tanky after all. It's very sustainable. Even with a single hook, that is not gonna do anything at all for M42 Tyrants. They have lost control in their upper and lower quadrants of the jungle. The only thing that they can do right now is hope that they are able to steal the next Lord.
Yeah, next Lord will be the focus of both these teams as we shift into the late game gear, And this is where the impact of not having a marksman in your lineup can prove to be quite fatal.
It does seem like the fight is going on pretty well for M42 Tyrants though, as powerful, one of their main contenders is already dead. Well, unfortunately, low skill level, it doesn't have a lot to work with. The only thing right now is to buy as much time, but unfortunately it is going to be a Wesker that is going to be equipped by Coconut, blasting him right through to the earth. And of course blasting him out of this planet. Just these 4 players have managed to destroy the inhibitor turret in the middle lane, which is more than enough to apply so much pressure.
Yeah, and Lord will be up in the next 20 seconds. So probably the gameplay is to regroup and get as much HP as they can, prepare for the next Lord fight.
And now it does seem like Ling doesn't really have a lot of help to work with. The only thing that he can do is the Tempest of Place, but right after coming down and slamming down, he's already dead. How about Karen? He's moving right in, terrified, but he wants to move on to the other side. That is going to be low skill level, slamming in with the next one of his ultimate. His HP not going to be working for him too much. Coconut slam him down. Karen, he doesn't really care. He still doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but right now we're just going to be looking at fights just happening on 2 fronts. Rams was hoping that he will have enough help, but that is not gonna be the case. And all 5 members from Evil, all of them are still alive. They are gonna be pinning all their hopes and dreams and destroying the Valentina, and just like that, game number 1 in the bag.
Game number 1?
Wasn't that game number 1?
Yeah, I mean, this game number 1, I mean, it's just such a huge momentum for Evil, right? I thought this is game number 2 already. Evil really controlling the tempo from the first minute, and it's just so nice to watch how they just maneuver around and really punishing the fact that they don't M42 Tyrants don't have marksmen. So because of that, when it comes to the post 10 minutes mark, the fights just feel like there's not much DPS coming through for M42.
Unfortunately, that is the case. They don't have a lot of damage to pull through, and the burst damage coming in from quite a lot of members, such as the Masha, is very important. But it doesn't seem like the Masha was able to do much in most situations.
Yeah.
He needs to synergize with the rest of his team. He's very tanky, yes. He can burst someone down very well, yes. But he gotta have to do all of that together with his team. How about Link? Link doesn't seem to have much of an impact close to the later stages of the game. In the early stages of the game, I respect it. I respect what he has done so far. But at one point in time, he fell off. And we understand why. They don't have a marksman that will be able to back him up at all.
Yeah, so let's just take a look at the items. Yeah, you do have JC who's already completed 4 items, and there's just no way that you can deal with him, right? He's just so tanky, and there's not much DPS that M42 Tyrants could bring in this game. And that's the reason why they lost teamfight after teamfight post 10 minutes.
The most amount of damage that we will see in a short amount of time, understandably, is going to be the Valentina, right? Valentina, mid lane player, position 3. We've got Genius Wand, Divine Glaive. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got, what, 30% damage done.
Yeah.
In the meantime, for the side of Evil, well, 37.
37. Yeah, you're right. Pretty close on your guess. Yeah, but on the other side, yeah, all the damage, all the hero damage is actually spread across pretty evenly across the team Evil. Yeah. Wow.
Well, I guess that this is a very obvious answer as to they're gonna have to understand why they do certain things and why they can't just put all of their eggs in a single basket. In the lineup from M42 Tyrants, they do have a frontline initiator coming in from a Franco, right? You've got a Hook, you've got a Bloody Hunt. Low skill level, playing as a Furbius. The main thing that he does is that he can be very sustainable. He can just go in and he buys a lot of time. And during that time, someone needs to deal damage. But who is the other person that is dealing damage? Well, technically, it's not supposed to be the Valentina, because Valentina goes in, bursts someone down, gets out, until he can go back in again. They need someone that is able to deal damage over time. And leaving that up to the Masher, not an easy thing to do.
Not an easy thing to do. I do want to highlight, right, that you have Masha as well as Link, who are designed to do split push, right? But we didn't necessarily see split push coming through for M42 Tyrants. And the reason for that is because the Evil is basically controlling the entire map, right? So yes, you want to split push, but the threat of Evil just jumping on you is very real at any point in the game. Masha and Link just don't have the space to go do what they do, which is split pushing. Instead of drafting Masha and Link together, they can consider having someone who play a little bit more supportive role. I was thinking like an off lane, like a fighter, right? That can carry through in the early game, and then drafting Link in as well. Yes, that's good. So that they are able to synchronize that split push. At any point in time, I didn't see Masha and Link split push together at the same time. It was just one or the other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of seems as though for M42 Tyrants, they're playing a game of ganking as well as team fight. When it comes down to playing a game of ganking and team fight, if you can remember the lineup for M42 Tyrants, right? How many melee users do they have?
Actually, all of them.
4 of them,
yeah,
right?
Valentina excluded, yeah.
Valentina is ranged, but his first skill is as effective as a melee range. So all 5 of them, whenever they want to kill someone, whenever they want to get close to someone, they have to get literally in your face of the enemies.
Yeah.
Your team
And that is why Esmeralda can come in very nicely with the Falling Star Moon. You can expect to see the Beatrix just go all ham. Wesker, Renner, Nibru, or Bennett, whichever works. It works with all of them. So that way, Evil knows what they want to do from that point onwards. And if anything that comes down to teamfight-oriented style, Evil got it in the bag.
Yeah, and M42s, their backs are up against the wall. one more game away from suffering defeat, and they will be sent home if they lose this game. But they have to strike 2 more games in order to proceed. So a tall order for them. Evo will be on the blue side for now, as M42 Tyrants banning out Valentina and the Karina, which Evo has a priority, give very high priority on too. So I am expecting a Xavier pick, or else it will be a Tamus, because they are just a very go-to pick, right? If you don't want to commit too much, if you don't want to commit too much on showing your lineup, these are the 2 that you go for. Yeah.
Non-committal, and it works well in many compositions, and many lineups as well. And Thamus is frightening when it comes down to being able to tank as well as deal damage to turrets, and I've said that many times before. And 42 Tyrants have now picked out a Julian as well as a Faramis for themselves. I can't exactly see a combo in this case. I can't exactly see a very good synergy to a certain extent, to be honest. But I think eventually their picking will give us a better idea.
Yeah, I feel like they're just picking Julian as well as Faramis
just for the sake of
not letting Evo have these picks. But the thing is, you have to get close enough range in order to dish out the damage that you are designed to do. Akai will be able to negate all of that, and then you now have Pakito together in your draft. So it's not very easy in this team fight. You do have to bait out the heavy spin from Akai in order to do anything meaningful in this team fight. If not, you're not going to exactly pull the trigger as and when you like.
Well, in terms of the banning stage right now, Xavier being tossed into the banning pool. Evil, they want to look out for the next ban. Very likely they are going to be looking out for marksman bans right now. It could be a Brody, it could be a Clint. Clint would be a very stable ban. But Bobo and Cooper, okay, Bobo and Cooper is a pretty good ban as well. Anything that got to do with a very Commodore ban, Commodore stun, is something that they will want to avoid at most situations.
Yeah, I noticed that every time when Evo commits a Beatrix into their lineup, they will take out their Popo and Kupa, so they do not want to deal with the Popo down at bot side, which means that they are hoping for Coconut to really prop off, especially post 10 minutes, for him to really be very useful in a lot of these major team fights. I am suspecting a Sicilian pick. Reason being, it can be very punishing if you do get a lead. Then Sicilian will rain down artillery from the backline. I really like this Sicilian, but the early game may not feel very impactful, and M42 can just step forward.
They're not gonna play. I don't think they're gonna play marksman again.
No marksman again?
I think they're not gonna play marksman again. It's the same thing as throwing a Paquito into the gold lane to disrupt the Beatrix. Because yes, you will be able to burst him down almost instantaneously. And let me tell you this, now I see the combo. Okay, so this is kind of like a dream scenario, right? Dream scenario, you would want to see your Faramis go in first, pull everyone in, and then your Atlas does Atlas things.
Yeah.
And then from that point onwards, it depends on to Esmeralda, as well as the Julian,
Paquito
enhanced scythe or enhanced, it really depends, enhanced scythe or enhanced sword, whichever that you want to do from that point onwards. You want stun or you want damage, because if you want more damage, enhanced sword, enhanced scythe is understandably what you want to do. Enhanced chain, if you want to keep them in a lot longer. Because the main thing about the composition on the opponent's side is the longer that you lock them down, the better it is. But there is a powerful though. It does have the heavy. He does have the heavy spin. He can get away from the fatal links. He can also get away from the enhanced chains in most situations.
Yeah, M42 feels like they are lacking the point and click engage that you would want in order for everyone to follow up. And it will take side. It will take Evo misplay for side to be able to get in range to pull off a multiplayer Fatal Links. So they have to work around that. The fact that they don't have point and click engages, and then just try to get in range to punish Evil for their positioning.
It is undoubtedly gonna be a very difficult game for M42. I can see the dream potential that they want to go for. I can understand. However, to unlock that is pretty darn difficult. Like I said, no point and click. No point and click. So they need to have a great enhanced chain in order to follow through with a great Fatal Links. Otherwise, an immediate Fatal Links into a chain is not too bad either.
Yeah, man. Alright, he's just farming things up at bot side, but JC's taking a huge beating down. Powerful will dive in with the heavy spin, but I don't think they're able to do anything much from this point onwards. Ram will have the shield to get himself into safety, so traded blows with one another, but not a casualty converter.
JS was a little bit afraid. He's a tad bit afraid. Doesn't want to join into the fight. Three-man Sanguine Claws! Along with the bad impact is ought to be enough to bring down the Faramis. M42 Tyrants, they have found themselves in a situation whereby they are backed against the wall just because of a Sicilian. And Sicilian is not meant to be an early game mage.
Yeah, it's not meant to be, but it's creating a lot of value in these team fights, right? Because the range coming in from Sicilian is just one that M42 have to overcome, right? They have to really step forward, and either through flicker, ulti, just getting in range of Sicilian is not easy. And then added on, you have Sicilian on that Purify, which means that he can get away from the crowd control at least once every 90 seconds. So that's not going to be easy for M42 to catch out RY.
And the idea of putting a Paquito in the lane against Beatrix is also backfiring. They're giving Beatrix kills, and let's not forget, Carrot is landing those nice little iron hook in order to get himself in a pretty good spot, killing Psych for the first time. Every single lane, we are looking at the fact that M42 Tyrants are losing. But now, Tyrants has finally put themselves on the map by bringing down one player down in the southern side, and that is JS.
Yeah, but I think it's a little bit, it just feels like a consolation instead of objective taken, right? Because all the efforts are up at top, and Coconut already snagging 2 kills for himself. So that's exactly where you want the resources to go. And, well, top tower is already taken away. So that closes up the map for M42 to have free reign to farm things up. And at this point, where does low skill level go? Yes, he can hold things up at top lane, but you're not going to add value in these team fights, which will be pretty crucial in the next few minutes, because Lord is going to be, Turtle is coming up, and turret platings are still up and available.
Oh, this Paquito is clearly not having a good time. Run, my friend, run! But would it be possible with a simple jab to get himself the shield? Is good. Get himself away from the claws of the Tyrant. Wait, was that it? He used his ulti. He used his Fatal Links on no one.
Yes, he did. And it will not be up and available for the next at least 30 seconds. So that will not be available for the next lot, which means Powerful will take this one pretty easily for himself.
There's no way they're going to contest for this.
No way.
No way they're going to contest for this. Coconut gets the turtle. And M42 Tyrants, oh, the heavy spin throws this Esmeralda far, far away. But Powerful himself is not in a very good location. He did manage to dash himself away from the fight. A good iron hook that lands onto Rams, but that is going to be him cheating death from the counter altar. And that is going to be the bloody hook. The bloody hunt is going to be connecting as well. 4 members taken down from M42 Tyrants. And the Sanguine Claws even lands right down on the Paquito. The rest of Evil moves right on and brings down the first tier turret down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, this is just so brutal to watch, because Evil, they were able to kite it against M42 Tyrants. M42 Tyrants, they needed to step forward and to close up the range, right? but Evil was just able to sidestep or just to create enough space for them with the help of Carrot as well as Powerful. So there's just no way for them to close up the gap to dish out that ultimate. That perfect team fight that you were talking about earlier on is just not happening for M42.
Psych now. They need to find an avenue to pick up a couple of kills on Evil. They are roughly about 7,000 gold behind. A huge deficit, if I may say, especially 6 minutes into the game. M42 Tyrants doesn't have the control of the jungle. And now, Psych, it really wants to go for it, and the two-man Fatal Links is exactly what we're gonna be seeing. RY gets himself a Purify, gets himself away, but unfortunately, the Apple Fox, he wants to get himself away, he will be, but unfortunately, at the cost of low skill level, another man down, but now it's gonna be Paramis right in the face of this Thermos, allowing only one person dead on the side of Evil.
And this is bad news for M42. I feel like this was the very decisive team fight that really showed that Evil has the lead, and it's only going to get worse from here because M42 once again not running the marksman composition. This is limiting their options as to what they can do. And anytime when Coconut is farming at the side lane, that's exactly where you want to be, but they're just not making Coconut's over-aggression on their farming phase. Not creating any value from there.
There's not a lot of value everywhere for the side of M42 Tyrants. Most of the places that they have went, they can't find proper kills. I think that, of course, the main thing is that M42 Tyrants, they don't have someone that can just deal idle damage. Every single one of these players from M42 Tyrants is all a skill shot. If they start to miss any form of skill shot, then the Fatal Links will be completely useless. You can't send the Paquito to go in for basic attack. You can't send this Julian on a basic attack. They need to land all of their hits, all of their shots, in order to get value on top of the Fatal Links.
Yeah, and the fact that M42 Tyrants, right, their composition revolves around grouping together and collect objectives. But this is what exactly they're doing, but Evil is just shoving them in their face.
There's no damage at all. A three-man Fatal Links is good, but they don't really have anything to come back for it. At least the enhanced side coming in from Apple Fox actually did something onto the Sicilian, one of the very important player. Low skill level, down in the bottom lane. He did manage to bring down the second tier defense turret, but in the meantime, in the middle lane, Apple Fox found himself yet another kill. And M42 Tyrants, they are coming back to this game just by a little bit as they crawl in, hopefully, to try to bring down an first tier defense turret in the middle lane, while the Lord is coming up.
Yup, in the next 3 seconds, it will make or break. If M42 lose any team fight from this point onwards, it is game over for them. They will be going home. Evil should be able to close this one out as they are all positioned for it.
That is going to be the two-man Fatal Links that we are going to be looking out for. The call also is going to be popped as well. Oh no, Carrot! He's going to go in. Conceal wasn't able to get himself away. And Apple Fox going to be pushed right away from Powerful. Powerful is not exactly in a very good position. Coconut either. The rest of M42 Tyrants, they do not want to care about the Lord. They just want to go for the next objective. And that is going to be the first tier defense turret in the middle lane.
Yeah, Heavy Spin will be available in the next team fight, but JC is already stepping forward. Apple Fox will be the first.
Great claws and lands on the Psych and low skill level, only for the bad impact to finish off Psych. From this point onwards, M42 Tyrants supposedly have the advantage.
Yeah, but Evil actually striking back and taking all the chances that they can get, and they make the most out of it. They will get Lord in their back, and M42, they have to put up a heck of a defense. If not, Evil should take this one away from them. Coconut is poised already with 3 items in his toolkit, but the saving grace here is that he don't have immortality yet. So M42, if maybe Apple Fox or low skill level can get into the backline, then that could be good for them, but they also have to deal with RY as well.
M42 Tyrants They are a team that has a very strong initiation. All they need is a single good play coming from Psych or Apple Farts. That is the main thing. But from that point onwards, the rest is gonna be history. If the Esmeralda can deal enough idle damage, and if this Paquito can deal enough damage with all of his jabs and knockout punches and full-out punches or whatever it is very important. But without the with the lack of long-range attack, be it auto attack or magical damage, they are having a lot of issue trying to close the gaps between themselves and Evil.
Yeah, and the threat of Carrot's hook as well as Stasis diving in is very real.
That's the called Alta. That is a 3-man Fatal Links as well. But it doesn't seem like the Heavy Speed was able to do anything. But take a look at the main members coming from the side of M42 Tyrants. They're all going to be together with 3 men taken down. Must be Noob. He's already back into the game. Middle lane's Inhibitor turret is dropped down to all-time low. The rest of the members from Evil, they're just going to be focusing down on the Inhibitor turret on the top lane. And M42 Tyrants, they only have 3 members to defend this. Will they be able to do this? It doesn't seem like they will be able to. 50% left on the core and just a single strike. That is M42 Tyrants going home as Evil takes on game number 2.
They closed that game in a convincing fashion, right? Everything that we spoke about Evil, the game plan, the strategy and everything, it just come to fruition for them. This is just Midas touch for them. And yep, they will proceed into top 4. My goodness.
My goodness, indeed. I'm losing my breath here. I'm losing my voice too.
What a game, bro.
What a game.
What a game.
The first 2 games were already quite a spectacle.
Yeah.
Game 3, Game 4, and Game 5 just kind of like tore through my vocal cords. Boy, this is bad.
And you still have a Sunday game to cast, so good luck to you on that.
Yes.
I got Fisherman Friends for you if you want.
I'll take it in a bit. But now, we're gonna have to break down a little bit as to what happened. Let's take a look at the items and really break down why Evil has got their knives on the throats of M42 Tyrants.
I mean, just Evil knows exactly what to draft against M42, right? They committed the Julian, they committed Faramis as well in the very early parts of the game, and then they didn't have anyone from the range to deal with the artillery damage. So they recognized that fact, and then they picked up Arkai, who was there negating a lot of advances that M42 could potentially put out. Not also forgetting the fact that the threat of a deadly hook from Carrot can be very, very deadly. We saw that in ganks at the bot side as well as the top side. So that gives the side lane the lead already. And then what they did was just to stay mid lane, threaten Julian as well as Faramis out of harm's way, right? And there's nothing that M42 Tyrants can do against this front line.
I think one of the few couple of things that didn't quite work out for M42 Tyrants is, unfortunately, Paquito. Paquito lost his lane against Coconut, and from that point onwards, he couldn't climb himself back into the game despite how hard he farmed. So, he lost in terms of the lanes, he lost in terms of economy, and when it comes down to team fight, he can't close the gap in between the heroes that he needs to kill. Most importantly, he needs to kill the Beatrix and or the Sicilian, but he can't reach them. So that is an unfortunate.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate. And we will have Evil up against ZGDX. Yeah, we saw 2 games respectively from both teams, and they will be clashing off in the semi-finals round 2. On the other side of things, we have Squad and Greyback Esports that will be playing in the top 16 matches. Coney Island as well as Squad, they will fight things out, and the winner will take a semi-finals bracket 1.
And with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to all of you guys, be it watching online or be it coming down to Kallang Wave Mall. Thank you to all of you guys for tuning in. Thank you so much to all of you guys for watching the show as well. We will be back for even more in tomorrow's games and the day after tomorrow. We'll have different sets of rotation, different sets of caster, different kind of rotation. So you will have a fair share of different casters and taste profile on how they cast their games. And of course, all of the casters will give you a very good show.
Yeah, and I think Abstract, this is it. This is it for today. I had a lot of fun, right? I think you have a lot of fun too.
Indeed. To the point that I'm losing
your voice. Yeah.
But before we go off, is there anything else you would like to say to the audience and the viewers?
Well, I think this event really brings everyone together. I just want to thank everyone for being present in this atrium. And well, I do hope to see everyone here tomorrow. There will be exciting lineup still across today till Sunday. So yeah, do expect more lineup for you.
Well, with that all said, my name is Abstract. With me here is Slipping Dumpling. We hope to see you guys tomorrow and have a very nice day ahead.